boys and girls, children of all ages, welcome to the BLT 12 podcast week 1 recap, week 2 predicts. I am Mikoy and I'm joined by my usual co-host.
It is I, the Pokeart of 2004.
You seem to never age and never change your year to fit with the times. Are you eternally stuck in 2004?
That's not why it's in my name, but sure, I'll let you go with that. 2004 was better times.
Wow. 2004 I was 5 years old. Anyway, I'm joined by the guest, or we're joined by the guest. Introduce yourself.
Hey y'all, Greedy EB. I'm a primarily Little Cup player, and I'm getting more into Doubles OU. And yeah, appreciate you two having me.
All right, thanks for joining us.
Appreciate you being here.
Thanks for joining us. And yeah, Doubles OU, that's a unique experience, but I'm happy that you're learning other tiers.
Yeah, trying to raise the SEL stocks, and last year Little Cup wasn't enough, so it's like, all right, well, I can kind of click in doubles, so we're going from there.
Yep, appreciate the hustle. All right, so last time we did week 1 predicts, and now let's recap week 1 because we got about a 15-page document to go through, noting all the games. I had a great Sunday and Saturday.
Dang, you're better than me. I did this all when I was supposed to be working today.
Wow. We seem to prioritize this. We prioritize Showdown over everything. Alright,
I should probably be working too.
And meanwhile, we have the procrastinator of us. Alright, so let's start off with our week 1 predicts. Starting off with, oh boy, a disappointment. But then again, you guys were robbed. It's the Resort City Rufflets versus the Jubilife Jirachis.
What did y'all
this series
predict for this one?
Oh, I predicted it.
Oh, you gotta ask me, because I'm not allowed to predict for my own team.
I predicted.
Oh, which one are you on? You Rufflets?
I'm a Rufflet.
Oh, that's a rough one. Then I watched a couple of. Well, I say a couple. I watched all these games and I took notes, and there were definitely some interesting stuff going on.
Nice pun there.
Yeah.
Nice pun there, Greedy. A Rufflet.
Totally intentional. All right. So which one we starting with then? We just going from the top down?
We go in order.
Yeah. we go in order.
Go in tier order.
We go in order.
Gotcha.
Starting off with the Ubers game where Ice Master beat Skimmy the God. So, starting off with this game, we have the Kyogre paralyzing the Koraidon via Thunder, while Arceus Water burned the Giratina, while Ting Lu lost to Ho-Oh by a burn in Brave Bird, while Kyogre came back in to beat Ditto. Then, after Giratina died, we saw the Terrifier Necrozma set up Dragon Dance and beat the Ho-Oh with the Stone Edge, and both Arceus' Ward until Arceus Poison won over Arceus Fairy, and Koraidon and Kyogre fell to it afterwards for Ice to pick up this victory.
Yeah, I was entertained by this game. I think the early game sequence for Ice definitely favored them a lot. I believe it was somewhere between turn 10, turn 15. I think they got that first para into I think it was the Koraidon. And that just really, where are we right now? All right, yeah, turn 10, they get the burn, the Giratina, which reveals itself as physical. It has defog as well, but now it's burnt, it's on a timer. They eventually get the, I believe, paralysis as well on the Koraidon, which also was a big deal. And it just looked, from the beginning, it looked like Ice was in control. It got sketchy a little towards the middle, but they started off strong.
Wasn't Skimmy winning the almost the entire game until Arceus happened?
I mean, you could say that, but like the Koraidon getting paralyzed for Ice was pretty dire. But like progress being made is it is dire, yes. But the progress made is like you can see the steps of how they're going to win this game. eventually. Like the Crydon, alright, I'm on turn 21 right now. Crydon's at 20%. Life Orb rocks up, it's only getting 2 more attacks. Giratina's physical and it's burnt at half HP. Kyogre's at 60%. King Lou's at 63. Arceus Fairy, and then Necroza's still in the back, but they're still the Ho. Like, the stepping stones were made in the beginning, even with the unfortunate luck with the paralysis into Koraidon.
There was no luck. Well, I guess Ice got unlucky with the paired Koraidon, but apart from that, no one lost this game to luck. It was purely a set. Purely Ice's Arceus set that lost the game, because there were 3 problems with that Arceus set that could not be overcome. Or, well, what I mean is, all 3 of those problems combined are not something that could be overcome. We do not have the resources to overcome them. But the individual problems, yeah, they'd be fine. Basically, Ice's Arceus. Well, for one thing, it was faster than Skimmy's Arceus, which is interesting because Skimmy is running a faster than usual Calm Mind Arceus. It was intentionally made to be faster than usual. But Ice is clearly even faster.
Yeah,
another thing is the Terra Poison, which, well, yeah, obviously that's, well, that's just a resist, so yeah, that sucks a little.
Yeah, I mean, but even, the Terra Poison was definitely the icing on the cake, but even after it got into position of, like, Arceus v Arceus, they're both calm-minding, Ice has Wisp, and, like, even if it's trying to get the slower taunt based on how the game is, like, it's already going to be able to boost stack faster, and then with the Koraidon as low as it is, and then same with Kyogre, it's, like, once it got into the Calm Mind more, I think it would have, Skimmy's Arceus would have needed a crit.
I hope by icing on the cake you mean it was the least of the 3 problems, because it technically was. The fact it was faster plus had Calm Mind was definitely the 2 bigger problems of the 3.
I agree for sure.
And yeah, that basically cost Skimmy the game. So well done.
Yeah, nothing else did, because if you look at the game, Skimmy played well, didn't really do anything wrong. He clearly prepped quite well into Ice.
Mm-hmm.
It was just his EVs on his Arceus not being faster than Ice's Arceus that made this game lost.
Yeah, and it's a definite. It's definitely a build. It's definitely counters to what building. Factoring the building wise, Ice Master definitely had the edge there in terms of Arceus. But Skimmy was well prepped, so kudos to Skimmy, even though he lost.
Yes, the prep paid off, even if our set was, even if it was Ice's set that won the game. Our prep was still good.
All right,
I agree. It looked good for both players.
All right, next up we have the first of our OU games. We have Starreal winning against Big Boy.
Oh, God.
I can tell from that reaction, Pokeart, that you were not quite the fan of this game.
I don't think the team was in general.
But look at Starreal. He had a great thing going here. First of all, Big Boy managing to knock off Slowking's heavy-duty boots while Goldengo paralyzed the Tornadus. However, Great Tusk managed to beat Big Boy's Great Tusk via Ice Spinner, and then we...
Yeah, this was the first big problem here. We lost our Great Tusk for seemingly no reason.
I mean, yeah...
They needed it, too.
Yeah, you kind of needed your Great Tusk because of...
Yeah, King Gambit back.
Yeah, King Gambit was a big problem, and that definitely came into play later, as we saw the King Gambit Sucker Punch to kill the Tornadus, and despite being paralyzed, managed to kill the Terra Fairy Goldengo, and cure him with Iron Head.
So, my guess is, on the turn that Big Boy Terra Fairied, My teammates say the Terra was definitely not the right thing to do there. I don't really know what would have been better. I probably could pull up the team, but I'm not good enough of a player to know what was supposed to be done instead. But Starreal, well, he either called the Terra or he was predicting maybe a Darkrai switch.
Well, it was either or. It definitely.
I need to find the turn that they tear it again. It's like it's in the late 20s, right? I believe so.
Might be later.
I think
the game wasn't that short.
Yeah. Alright, sorry, I found it. It's turn 29. Yeah. Gold turns into a fairy type. Hex does 28. Ironhead does 67. I think, honestly, from Star's position, you're up 6-4. The Gambit is paralyzed and probably shouldn't be getting any more value than just trying to beat Gold. So I don't hate the Ironhead. Just if he turns into a not Steel type, then you're in a pretty solid position because you've still got a basically full HP Zama at this point. Prim is still alive. You're still in a good position in order to handle the Gold, even if you Ironhead and it stays a Steel type.
Yeah. Yeah, that is true. You definitely have a lot more to gain than just simply Ironheading than not. So, yeah, Kyurem also died to the Ironhead from Goldengo before losing eventually to the Darkrai. And then Primarina just kind of swept the rest.
Yeah.
I definitely agree with what Pokeart said earlier, that the lack of keeping Tusk around with literally full HP Gambit, which then proceeds to get 2 kills, was pretty rough. I did I don't play OU often. It's only Tours Room is when I open it, but I feel like I kind of liked Big Boy's team more. This is something that seemed relatively easy enough, a pilot, just a hey, because I don't know. I was just that was something I was I could see myself actually clicking well with this. Whereas Stars is clearly the better player because they're able to pilot. That's not something I would have seemed comfortable with. The beginning was also funny as well. The first 8 turns with Starreal, I was this guy's just been playing Little Cup. He's just going regenerator.
Yeah, he's definitely spamming the regenerator spam lately, just pivoting out back and forth with Slowking and Tornadus.
And it worked too, because eventually I'd have to find the turn again. Eventually, just Big Boy just got impatient and then goes into Cinderace, and then it takes 48% from Sludge Bomb, and now it's at 25%, and it's not helping to beat the rest of the game.
Yeah, in-game discussion, we're why did he do that?
Yeah, why did you switch to your Cinderace really early on when you have a perfectly good Goldengo or a Great Tusk to help mitigate that sort of attack? Yeah, quite.
I think Big Boy definitely needed to play more aggressively than he did, but that was the wrong turn to do so.
Yeah, but yeah, overall, Star performed better and better towards the end. Definitely giving credit to him for winning. But Big Boy, yeah, hopefully we get to see more of him, and hopefully he's improved by the next week, which I heard. Well, looking at the line. Yeah, looking at the lineup, that we ain't seen that. Next up, we have...
The week 1 bench is rough. I feel bad.
Yeah. Next...
Well, we have a lot of players, so we're shuffling around a lot. It's not really a matter of... Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair enough. That if you got a lot of people, then I can respect it. Get the slots.
Yeah, we have 19 players, I think.
Holy, that is a lot.
Raj building an army, he said. Next up, we have OU, the other OU game, where Maverick Shooters, one of our go-to guys from last year, lost to Dugtrio Was Broken, who's definitely shown to have quite the potential, especially coming into this game.
I like this game. I don't know why. The Doug team we see later on as well. I think Hacker also used this same 6 as well, and I think it won both times, so I was overly impressed. Mav's team, I don't know why, it just had physical, I think I was just coming off DOU when I first did the replays. This just looked like Mav's team. He went into DOU and then just put in, and then brought the team from DOU to OU, and he's like, oh wait, Chien Pao's banned. I'm just gonna throw in an Iron Bow. Because like I don't know why. I look at this, I see Chien Pao, D-Knight, Scizor, Great Tusk, Samu, and then you have Petch to like not lose to other random stuff. And I was like, I don't know why his team is just like 5 physical offense guys, and then a Petch.
It's very DOU centric, if that's what you're saying.
Yeah,
I've never really seen Tusk in DOU. Or
Samu's sometimes there. Tusk is literally only Sun, but it just reminded me of just like, oh, I could fake see this.
Oh, then that makes a lot more sense. So we start this game off with Samurott Hisui missing a Razor Shell fairly early on against Clefable, allowing Clefable to set up rocks. However, Iron Valiant managed to OHKO Dugtrio Samurott Hisui.
Well, Mikoi, it's not as though Clefable wouldn't have set up rocks if it hit.
I know, but still, he would have got the hazards up himself, you know? Then we saw lost the Samurai Hisui to Clefable later. Scizor then defeated Clefable despite multiple hazards, the rocks and the spikes at stack, losing to Goldango, who also killed Iron Valiant and tricked Great Tusk and crit killed it with Make It Rain. And then towards the end we saw
Might not have mattered.
Defeated Terranormal Dragonite before Zamazenta killed the Pecharunt with Crunch to win Dugtrio this game.
Mm-hmm. I really liked Doug's aggression in the beginning of the game. I'll have to find specific turns. I mean, the turn 1, like immediately getting Helmet Chip on Petch was very good, but then also just the going to hard, like I'm pretty sure this is revealed Scarf Gold eventually. I think I wrote that down. But like just turn 2, just throwing it out. Yeah, it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna go hard gold on this other ghost type and just make statement pieces. Is able to get the Clef back in, which lets it get rocks back up. And it's just early game aggression of just like, oh, I'm gonna make the switch that puts me far ahead. And then alright, where's this turn? Let me find it again. Alright, so yeah, turn 4, dodges, gets the rocks up. Petch comes in, turn 5 on Moonblast. Turn 6, goes back into gold on the second parting shot of the game. It's just like, yeah, I'm just going to do that again. Turn 7, then goes back into the Clef on the Samurott. And it's just, beginning pacing was genuinely enjoyable to watch.
He was
just
calling...
Like, oh, he does not care.
Yeah, he was calling those pivots very well. Definitely, predicting the fact that Pecharunt was going to come back in, and then hopefully, managing to catch a potential rocks, and then maybe later, just set up spikes.
Mm-hmm. Doug really played well around with this Goldango. I mean, because even, what turn is this? Turn 19 as well, the Scarf Gold. Also just randomly gets a spin block off for the rock and the spike. Mm-hmm. It eventually, I can't remember what turn it tricks, but it tricks as well. That was really massive at some point in this game. I can't remember who it tricked. Where is it?
I believe
it's like turn 33.
Yeah.
Like turn 32, 33, gets the trick off on the Tusk, eventually gets to kill it. And I think the actual, Doug, I think, majority of the game was, I'll say the better player, but the actual big turn, I don't have to turn down, was turn 38. I just found it, turn 38, where the buy score switches in. Yeah, turn 38 was actually massive, because Petch getting its boots knocked off and having to take the spike and rocks was super unfortunate, and basically just loses the game on the spot.
Yeah, it was actually possible to still win for Maverick before that happened.
It
would have been hard, but
he would have needed Doug level of switches. Yeah, and that turn after that, it basically just ended. But Doug's use of Goldango in this game was genuinely impressive to watch, and I was like, wow, this guy's... I played him before in Little Cup, and I was like, it's good to see that he's good in other tiers as well.
Oh yeah, OU's this guy's main tier, I think.
Yes it is.
Well, it showed, because, yeah, this was a good game.
Oh yeah, definitely it was, and definitely a strong indication in why Dugtrio is one of the main players in this pool. Very looking forward to see him in the coming weeks, and when he goes more. Alright, next up we have UU, one of the last games that was played. Hex Lolo beating Goro Yagami. Well, we have the first off, Goro getting to do some first good things. Beating the Rotom. with Thunderous. And then well, not Thunderous, but he was calling the switches with Rotom fairly well, and he was doing all the switching and whatnot. And then Skarmory, he beat the Conkeldurr later on after the former managed to set up hazards. Thunderous then defeated Excadrill while Tyranitar beat Slowking. Then Salamence beat Skarmory. And then later on, we saw the Tyranitar knocking off the Heatran's item, killing it with knockoff, but got burned in the process. Then Terra Fairy'd but missed a Stone Edge against Salamence before paralyzing it and killing it ultimately. And in the end, we saw Meowscarada defeated by Hydrapple, then lost to Thunderous, and then lost to Skeledirge, Axolotl picking up that win. Close, but, it was just adding insult to injury for your already beaten body.
Okay.
What did I like from this game again? I'm skipping through turns real quick. I liked the Sand team's matchup here. One of the first note I took, it's the Sand matchup looks great. It just depends on what the Excadrill Terra is in order to beat the Conkeldurr. So that was what I was going into this. I was like, all right, Hax needs to figure out how they're going to kill this Conkeldurr. Once Conkeldurr dies, the game's over. SD up, go win, and it was looking great. I was like, all right, that was my baseline. And eventually, it does. it gets massive chipped. It's lefties, so it's taken the spike, it's taken rocks, and turn 20, he bulks up at 30%, and then dies to Brave Bird from Scar. And I'm looking at turn 21, and or beginning of turn 21. This game, I was we're so back. I was Drill is going to get in at some point. We're going to get +2 with Sand up. We're going to kill 5 Pokemon, and it's going to be great. The Drill then turn 21, switches in on Focus Blast, immediately dies. And I was this is
that was an unfortunate sack.
I was we're so back, and then the game immediately ended. I was what just happened?
It's true.
I was genuinely, I was turn 21 ended. I was I don't know how Hax is going to win this now in the 4 versus 5, because I was in my head I was well, Thunderous is gonna have a way to hit the Hydrapple, but which we later see it has Sludge Bomb, but Sludge Bomb does 34%. So then I'm just thinking to myself, why didn't we just go into the Hydrapple the first time? We just threw away the Drill. Sand ended turn 20. Wait, I'm just realizing Sand ended that turn as well. You switched it in on Focus Blast. Even if you thought it was going to be an electric move, the Sand ends and you're slower. My goodness.
That is bad timing in the part of Axolotl, yeah.
So basically both sides are bad?
Oh.
I don't know about both sides. I think... I don't even know what bad I saw from Goro. It's kind of just the team got owned by Scar. The comp couldn't do anything. The Scar was able to get up 2 separate hazards. The Meow is walled. That it just keeps Scar just keep coming in. It has to get sacked eventually to I think Salamence Draco.
Mm-hmm.
But I think as well there were some relatively fortunate turns here as well. I think the T-Tar dodged. Alright, let me find the turns. It dodged 2 Magmas, and then it lives... Well, how much does it live? And then, it dodges 2 Magmas, and then it lives, the interaction it has with Ments on 14 HP. And, literally, any one of those Magmas hit, this T-Tar doesn't actually get a kill.
Yeah.
That is pretty impactful.
Oh, yeah, wait, true. Damn. You really were robbed in so many games.
And this was one of them. And so, yeah, after all that, Axolotl managed to win. It was very close. It was a very close win. I'll give you that. Thunderous, if it had anything other than Volt Switch, if it had anything other than Sludge Bomb and Focus Blast, maybe it could have secured a win here. But unfortunately, them's the set, and Skeledirge ultimately won.
Wait, so it had Volt, Sludge, and Focus Blast. Was the last move Terra Blast?
Probably. Makes sense.
Wait,
that's the
why am I
assumption, but they never.
Check.
Yeah, you can check, but they also Goro never even Terra'd in this game. So even if it was Terra Blast, it wasn't anything to hit Hydrapple, which I feel would be something you would. I don't obviously. Grain of salt. I do not play UU officially well. I literally just load in with little companies. Grass Knot makes sense. That makes sense, because, I mean, I'm staring at a T-Tar. Well, I mean, you could Focus Blast that, but there's probably enough guys that Grass Knot hits that, like, yeah, reasonable.
Well, that's very unfortunate. And good job to Haxlolo for picking up a win. Next up, yeah. Remember when I said during the week 1 predicts that XII better win or else it would be a jinx? Yeah.
When did you say that?
I literally said it last week. You even called me out saying please don't jinx him, and yet here we are. It's Eevee versus the Franklin, and Eevee won against the Franklin in luck. And there was some luck to be had.
Some pretty nasty luck, not in terms of odds, but more so in the fact that it was
How the game ended.
It was pretty game losing.
Yeah, so let's go through the game piece by piece. First off, we have Slowbro picking up the first kill by defeating Salamence with Ice Beam, while Zapdos managed to knock off Crocodile's Black Glasses, while Entei, well, here's one of the, probably the game-losing thing, Entei missing a Stone Edge on Volcanion. Would guarantee him a kill, but got killed in return because of it. Then we
Yes, the Stone Edge miss was so major.
It was so major.
Yeah, I honestly, I thought the second miss that McCoy will surely get to, I thought that was worse. That one was bad.
I thought that was good. Yeah, I thought that was equally as major, but even more.
Miss?
Right, yeah, even more game damaging was the Super Fang miss by Noivern onto the Terra Fairy Mew, causing it to be sacked for Slowbro to paralyze it with Thunder Wave, albeit getting paralyzed in return. Then Slowbro's Future Sight managed to defeat Mamoswine and tried to stall Mew in the end after Gujar died. However, Draining Kiss was too much, and ultimately Eevee beat XII with the Draining Kiss.
Yeah, by that point we had to bank on paras. There was no other way.
Yes, you did. Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, you
have to admit, even though Super Fang and Stone Edge missing were pretty game-losing misses, you wouldn't be able to tell from how XII almost pulled that back.
Yeah, I think the actual, like, obviously the misses are bad, and we would have. All right, well, I say we, like, I actually cared about the input of this game, but I'm sure Arc9 would have much rather hit those moves. But I also think their sack sequence. Well, yeah, probably, like, is super farther ahead in the event they get the moves. But I also think the sacking sequence by Arc9's the Franklin, right? I'm just going to say Franklin. I also think the sacking sequence wasn't the greatest. So after the Super Fang misses, Mew does, like, 31%, and then they go into Crook next. And it's like, well, they've already revealed the fairy move. They're probably clicking the fairy move again. But this time, they click Earth Power. That's like, all right, that's understandable. However, I'm looking at, like, turn 15. I feel like surely the Slitherwing here should just be the sack. Because it's not beating anything on the team for Eevee here. Because the Mew's already turned fairy. The Zapdos is quad resisting first impression. Like, the only reason I can think you're keeping the Slither is you want a first impression the Mamoswine. But also, you could actually already be naturally faster. And, like, you still have the Crook, which will definitely be faster. You have the Noivern that you just turned into a Steel type that will definitely kill with Draco. I thought some of the sacking lines, I don't think made the sense to me. And then, even if we go back to, okay, well, we don't actually want the Crook. And we still, like, the game plan is, we want to paralyze the Mew in order to kill it later. Even then, turn 16, I feel like, surely that's the turn that you sack the Slitherwing. Because, again, Noivern can still do things this game. Because, like, it's going to be the fastest thing on the field. It's going to kill the Mamo. It could have the fire move to kill Fortress.
Mm-hmm.
If it has the flying move, it kills Zapdos. And the sacking, while the misses sucked, I thought the sacks were not the greatest. That also did not help their position. I feel like having at least the Noivern could have made this much more doable when they eventually beat the Mew.
Yeah, but you aren't beating the Mew, is the problem.
Yeah, Mew is kind of a problem in that way.
So like if all right, let's say we still have the Noivern. We've now been able to paralyze the Mew. I don't know what turn this pair actually happens. Let's see, blah 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 blah. Oh, the chat box isn't updating for me, unfortunate. All right, turn 18 comes in, it plots again, and then the Slither gets sacked. Like now that
also, you're assuming the Noivern even has flamethrower. It doesn't.
It doesn't? Aww.
Even if it does, that's assuming that's like best case scenario. It can hit the fortress. I mean, Hurricane is the next assumption. I feel like it's Super Fang, Draco, Roost +1.
That's the thing. You're assuming it has Hurricane.
And
that makes it more. I guess that makes more sense on the sacking then, because Super Fang, Draco, Roost +1.
Yeah, this thing cannot hit Mew apart from Super Fang.
What?
Yes,
can't
that
really
misses.
The fortress too well either.
That's crazy.
That's fair enough then. I guess and still in my head is like after you get the para, you still want to be able to hit the Mew. So like I guess theoretically what they could have done. No, because then this first edge miss is just terrible then because then you still need to sack and then you can get the slow burrow in after you sack something else you para. It's still a rough position then I guess. Well, actually, if you can't even hit the Mew, can he actually even beat the Mew at all? Which I guess, like you said earlier, but yeah, I think the Mew set kind of just won.
Yeah.
Well, we can very much beat the Mew if we still had Entei, I think.
Yeah, the Entei actually, no, that's actually a big one. Entei would have made a huge difference in this spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because fast, physical attacker, hits hard, resists Draining Kiss. Well, doesn't resist Earth Power, but it still gets a good hit off, and Mew can't heal off it.
Yeah, that would have been a big help for sure. That Stone Edge miss actually mattering much more than I thought it was because I was like, oh, like that sucks, but like the Volk isn't actually doing much in this game.
Yeah,
but clearly not.
Yeah, once you kept that Entei off, well, after beating Volcanion, you're set. Arsenine was pretty set, so that was a thing. Let's move on to the next thing.
This is what I mean when I say this game was more tragic, because this was the game that lost us the week.
Yeah.
That's a heartbreaker.
Arsenine, what happened? Alright, next up we have...
Nothing happened, Jam. You saw what happened in the game.
I mean,
the game happened, maybe.
What happened? Anyway, next up we have NU. We have Acid losing to Enzo Nana.
Alright, before you even start, McCoy, Enzo Nama, I don't know who you are. I'm already a big fan of you. Your win post was the best of the week, and I can't wait to see more from this person. The Portuguese Instagram post, very funny. I quite enjoyed it.
I mean, it's definitely indicative of his character. It tends to be very loud, especially in this chat in the NU game. So
I don't know if loud is the right word because it's words on a screen.
I mean, his username is literally him just shouting, wah 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 wah. All right. First off, we saw Enzo freezing the Among Us with Ice Beam, then set up the Sword Stance with Flamigo to kill it with Acrobatics. Chandelure managing to heal itself off with Vaporeon's Wish, while Porygon Z used Terra Ground Terra Blast to beat Caparaja, sacking to Flygon shortly after. Then Sylveon defeated Chandelure, and Gastrodon ended up beating Monkey Dory before Acid ultimately forfeited.
There are two things that went very wrong in this game, and you already mentioned one of them.
The freeze?
The freeze. Is the second one, by any chance, turn 18?
Hold on. Which turn is
Turn 18 is Vaporeon is clicking Protect as the Flamigo Sword Stance. And then I look at the team, and there is no switch-ins to the flying coverage.
Oh, okay. That was fairly bad, yes.
Well, what were you referring to?
But I was actually referring to what was probably an earlier turn.
Which turn would that
Let's
be?
see. Especially because losing Amoonguss makes it a lot harder to do anything about Gastrodon.
Yeah, I mean, problem.
The Ice Beams are still doing 31% and rocks are up, so it's like the Ice Beams will eventually break through the Amoonguss, but obviously
but the problem is,
happen.
the Ice Beams, meh. But like the real problem is, without Amoonguss, breaking Gastrodon becomes a challenge.
It does.
Yeah, that, well, I mean, what was this player's name? Alright, so there was Enzo, and then there's, I think this is Acid, Dark Harvest. This as well, they get into a point of, I think turn 30 it is, where, like, they get the Chandelure in versus the Gastrodon. Mm-hmm. And so, like, they get it in. And in my head, it's like, oh, this person's going to, like, I'm pretty sure this thing gets a grass move at this point when I first watched this. I was like, oh, okay. Well, surely we're clicking.
Later in the game.
Yeah, literally next turn.
But I think I can't really fault them because this is like a 50. But it's like, if Gaster's that big of a threat, maybe you're supposed to click E-Ball this turn. However, I guess they're predicting the opponent be like, oh, Gastro literally 6-0s. I'm going to preserve this in case they have E-Ball.
Yeah.
So
that's the thing. You would think they wouldn't keep Gastrodon in on an incoming energy ball, but that was Acid's line of thinking. He thought he would probably switch. Though, here's what I think Enzo was thinking.
Mm-hmm.
He was probably thinking that a switch might be obvious.
Ooh.
Could be. Yeah, that's really just a 50 and just will come down to what the players were thinking. I honestly just forgot the grass move existed, and I was like, okay, I guess we're going to trick the gas. I thought a trick was coming out. So when I saw Corey come out, and I'm like, was it? It was, yeah. So I clearly was.
No rocks damage and not choice.
No rocks. Yeah. Well, I didn't know not choice before turn 31. I thought turn 31 a trick was going to happen to make this Gastro less annoying, but yeah, clearly I just missed it.
If you look closely, you'll see that when it came in and got all its health back from Wish, it did not take rocks damage.
Did not take the hazards. Yep. So that just on me. I was just like, oh, I thought a trick was coming, and then energy ball, and I was like, oh, it gets that. But after Amoonguss, this was kind of just the Gastro 6-0 club. Literally kills the next 5 Pokemon.
Mm-hmm.
Or walls.
So, quite the shock, but fortunately I got that predict right. For some reason that I got that predict right. Next up we have...
Although the thing is, the matchup wasn't actually that good either.
It was.
It was a bit of a rough matchup anyway.
Yeah, Gastrodon just
I would agree. This is, Gastrodon kills 5 Pokemon and then it throws the 6. That's just a GG go
that is how things went. Alright, next up we have PU, where we saw Blood Ace defeat Leroy Pollux. And Pokeart, you were raging in my DMs, saying that how much you hated this game.
Well, what do you think, Nico? Do you hate it?
I wasn't a big of a fan of it either. I thought it was, I mean, look at the team. Look at the team Leroy brought. Really? Like...
That's standard offense. What do you mean?
That is kind of standard. It is kind of standard hyper offense, but, like, looking comparatively speaking, look at the two and compare to me and tell me which is the better team.
I thought the team... Blood Ace is just fine. I don't know what Wochen... I clearly don't play the lower tiers. I don't know what Wochen is doing in PU. I saw that and I was like, am I at the right replay? That genuinely confused me. But
it's been there for a while now, actually.
Yeah.
That's sad to hear. But, I mean, I look at not Blood Ace's Lero's team, and it looks, standard enough. You got your lead rocker. Miss Magnus is a good Pokemon. Sneasel's a good Pokemon. Oricorio is cheap. The only one I was, fake confused on was the Articuno, but that's just, I don't play the tier, and I was like, well, let me see what they'll do in the game. Okay. But, I think obviously you haven't gone over the recap of the game yet, but I think the MVP performance mon-wise has to go to the Palmont. This thing, I've never seen this thing put in so much work in my life. It was impressive.
We'll get to the Palmont.
Encore Scarf is diabolical.
I enjoyed that. I was very entertained.
We'll get to this Palmont.
That is anti-offense, offense-ish.
So first off, we have the Milotic, of course, killing the Avalagisui after it set up rocks. And then the first of the Palmont becoming the MVP of this team was the fact that it encored Oricorio after +1 boosted Quiver Dance, which was very nice. And leading to Brick Bonnet immediately losing just immediately to Skuntank. Articuno then lost its item to Knockoff, but then Palmont eventually killed it with Double Shock, eventually beating Miss Magius later on. Palmont then defeated Sneasel, and while Oricorio tried to reverse sweep, tried to come back at the end, Palmont encored, leading to Sandslash killing it, and Blood Ace to win.
We got numerous turns wrong.
Yeah, towards the end game.
The turn that confused me on both sides. Why did we roost, and why did he flip turn?
What? Oh, I literally just got to that turn. That's crazy. Turn 27. Well, I mean, whatever. I mean, what is this move called again? Revelation Dance? I have no idea if this kills the Milotic. I don't care enough to open the calc. The flip turn is also a little crazy.
Not from that range, but if we Hurricane, that could be trouble for Blood Ace. Like, a lot of trouble.
That is a good point.
Could really pressurize him later on, yeah.
Yeah, and then the flip turn. I mean, the flip turn is... No, flip turn is concerning, because if they got the second one, they're now faster than your Palmont. So, what do you...
Yeah,
that is a very curious turn by both players.
Yeah, the flip turn was even stranger than Roost, I'd argue.
Yeah, I mean, you could argue that maybe, he was wanting to preserve the Oricorio for potentially later.
I can kind of understand why Leroy used Roost. He was probably expecting Haze, not flip turn.
Yeah, so then maybe Blood Ace at this position is just thinking, hey, I think they're going to clip that. If I flip turn here, I'm now going to get the fast encore off. So, technically a 50. That felt like the Oricorio did not get any
because roosting is not even the right play there.
Oof.
It's either you quiver or you attack.
Alright.
It is possible, but not certain. If he quivered a second time there instead of roosting, that game might have been won.
Really?
It depends on... If it comes down to a Hurricane miss, I don't think +2 Revelation Dance would kill Sandslash. I don't think. I don't know.
Yeah. See, that's why I say it's not certain, because the issue is...
Would have to hit.
Yeah.
It would have to hit, yes.
No, not just that. It's just we straight up do not kill it with Hurricane.
At +2? That's crazy.
That's
yeah. This is actually bulky Oricorio. Very bulky.
Yeah.
Interesting.
And, you know...
Yeah, it was actually... I mean, you say that. It took nothing from those triple axles. It took, 12, 20...
Yeah, you saw that.
It bounced.
Yeah, you saw that. That thing wasn't taking anything. I think if Leroy waited on Terra or just didn't Terra and did that second quiver dance when the Milotic flip turn for some reason, then game 1, maybe?
Maybe.
Yeah,
because
probably
being 10 round does make Sandslash basically win the game, because now triple axle is super effective.
That is true. Alright, now let's move on to quite possibly the dumbest game in this whole week. What?
I think you mean the best.
It's the dumbest. You gotta call it like it is. It's the dumbest.
This was, I actually watched this one live, and this was, oh my lord, this was a series.
This was an interesting one. We saw Wesh Papillon defeat Arcanine 1929 in the strangest way possible. First off, we got Mudbray netting the first kill, beating the Vullaby while Elekid managed to paralyze Chespin while Mienfoo killed the Mudbray. Shelder then protected to avoid Mienfoo's fake-out, then proceeded to Shell Smash, then defeated Sandshrew to start sweeping, critting Fungus until Mienfoo tanked its Icicle Spear after a lot of regenerating play to beat it with U-turn. And then comes...
Hey, hold up, I don't see you mentioning something.
What is it? What did I forget to mention?
Something crucial?
What did I forget to mention?
HJK crit into Shellos.
Exactly.
Ah, right.
That was a super impactful crit.
It was.
Yes, it was.
It was a
Although it is a little questionable how impactful it truly was, because Arcanine claims his Mienfoo has taunt.
Interesting.
Although, Hap is under the impression that could be untrue.
Really?
Because why U-turn there then?
If he was gonna stop Shellos from recovering, why didn't he just taunt instead of pivoting out to lead into Shelter? So,
you either high jump kick again, or you taunt. I don't see why you U-turn.
If you have taunt, turn 12, my assumption is you would click it, because the Shellos is not going to get a free recovery on anything anymore, just because how damage is going to work. Volt Brave Bird knocks, kills it. The only thing so turn 11, assuming that this is taunt and the Shellos switches out for whatever reason, the only thing it's getting recovery on is Chespin because of Para, and even then you're still taking the grass move, which doesn't work.
Yep.
But taunt is basically free because you're either stopping the stay and recover as they Terra, or if they're going into Fungus, which would be the fighting types move switching, the Fungus is now no longer a Spore, and Stunky basically just gets to get more free knocks, or Chespin could come in potentially. But so that honestly, that's probably a fair enough bluff to call, especially if you didn't do the command at the end that show set to see taunt. If they didn't do that, then hey, you never know.
Yeah, not like we have any actual proof it was taunt.
If they can post their teams when they use during their series, hopefully we'll get some more clarification on that. But we haven't even gone to the stupid part of this game yet, which was Terra Poison Shellos coming back with a vengeance and freezing Vullaby to eventually kill it. Then froze Mienfoo before Chespin was paralyzed multiple times to die to an Earth Power, leading to Shellos killing Stunky with Earth Power for Wesh to pick up the win.
I think the Shellos was mad it got crit.
It did. It was.
Clearly, yeah.
It wanted to take revenge.
Once again, I still think obviously the freeze into the Vullaby was detrimental, but the Para back on turn 5, turn 5, turn 6, pretty early into the game onto the Chespin, also making a super big deal into this game, because Chespin's fairly commonly enough, it's going to be grass move of choice, recover, spikes, +1.
It's
pretty
good
common
at
ones
that,
have been
yeah.
Super Fang. Pretty common moves have been Super Fang, so this would have been able to, Chespin with Terra would have been able to 1v1 the Shellos, or at least stall it out of recovers. So I honestly think, even counting the freezes, I think the T-Bolt Para was somehow the most impactful one of the bunch.
It was definitely detrimental in the part for Arcanine, because if it hadn't happened, Chespin would have been stalling it out quite nicely, but you never know. Shellos could get a crit or something, and we would...
I don't know if I agree with I don't know if I agree that the the T-Bolt para was the most impactful, because didn't Arcanine still win without the freezes?
Depends. It depends on if they have Roost on the Volibee. Because, like, obviously, so where did they click it? Behind on turns. Alright, Shelter is die. Alright, Vol comes in, clicks Nasty Plot. Ice Beam does, what, 44? It just depends on if they have Roost. If the Volibee has Roost, then it probably still wins. You're obviously going to be fishing for freezes at some point, but if it's Roosted, it has a chance. But even still, he has to plot here on turn 23 regardless, just because +2 Air Slash is the strongest move into the rest of the team.
Which would factor into more of the late game as it goes on. But yeah, it was just a strange way for Wesh to win LC.
Definitely. I think as well, the Shelter, obviously, so the Shelter gets like, what, 3 kills? Because it kills, gets +2, doesn't kill Fu, kills Snowshrew, Fu regens out, kills Fungus, Fu regens out again, kills Delicate. If the Shelter here is, like, any offensive Terra, like, if he's Terra Ice, he wins the game, like, immediately, because he's just now going to kill the Mienfoo. So, like, that was a big deal. If he, what was his Terra? I'm trying to think of what the Shelter Terra would have been, because he's not Ice, because he would have clicked it and won the game by now.
Yeah.
And it's, I guess, not Ghost, because he's already has Protect. So my next assumption would then be Fairy, but, like, if you're not Terra, he could have been Rock, actually. He does have Rock Blast. Yes. So that would have made sense. So, this is another example of Shelter. Shelter is, like, one of the scariest mons, just because it's got, like, 7 different viable Terras. It can run physical and special if you really want to be be You don't know what moves it has. But this is just another, if you're the right Shelter set, you win the game on the spot, and it just wasn't, and it somehow ends up biting him in the ass.
Yeah, Shelter is one of the most defining mons in the LC. So I can't fault for him wanting to go Shelter. But yeah, maybe could have Terra'd that. Maybe could have utilized it a bit more. Instead,
I mean, the Shelter did. My assumption is the Shelter is Rock here, because if he's any other Terra, if he's Ice, he's clicking it against Mienfoo. If he's Ghost, he's clicking it against Mienfoo. If he's Fairy, he's not going to be Water because he reveals Ice Spirit, Rock Blast. But this is just the example of Shelter has so many moves that just win the game on the spot. It's hard to pick the right one, both for your team and for your opponent. And that really ends up costing him the game, even without the other hacks that ends up happening.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, you burned up all your luck there, PokeArt. In this one game, you burned up all your luck.
Yeah, pretty much. Definitely seems like that.
Alright.
Yeah, this is where it all instead of the rest of the series.
Yeah.
You put it all into this one.
Yeah, you just pap it all on. You just pap it all onto Pap. Alright, next up we have Monotype, where Rio Vidal, aka Maroon, beat Jack Cuzler in quite the dominant affair, I'd say.
Strangely, considering the matchup was poor.
Yeah.
This was
I have to stop you before you start. I open the paste. I forget Water Absorb is an ability because the Quag does something at some point, and I'm like, oh my god, I'm looking at 6 ground types, and I'm looking at an Ogerpon. At some point, the Ogerpon clicks SD, and I'm like, the game is over. This Ogerpon gets in at any point of the game, Pokemon are dying.
It would have been over.
The water Ogerpon makes this match kind of dire immediately. Like,
it literally kills 6.
Even though Claude has Water Absorb, like,
that ain't taking a Power Whip.
Probably has Power Whip.
That ain't taking a Power Whip. Like, after +2 Sword Stance.
+2 Power Whip, literally +2 Power Whip is killing Claude, and then the Water Move is killing 6 other Pokemon. I was like, this game is over.
Yeah.
And
Water Move is killing,
it somehow didn't go that way.
It didn't.
It felt insane.
It didn't go that way.
Maroon played this like a champ. This was the best game of the week. Like, this was incredibly well played.
This was peak BLT for Maroon specifically. Now, first off, we saw Ting Lu surviving the Greninja's Ice Beam to set up rocks. and set of spikes, I mean, and then both set up rocks until Tinglu eventually was sacked to an ice beam. Then Greninja then lost to Cloudsire's toxic spikes, and Landorus lost to Flip Turn Swampert, leading to Clodsire just consistently walling most of Jack's attacks and healing itself with Recover. It was just a very useful mon to use. Then Mamoswine knocked off Pelipper's heavy-duty boots, and then Clodsire defeated Swampert with an Earthquake, sacking Quagsire to Barraskewda before Ice Shard Mamoswine killed it. Clodsire then poisoned Pelipper, who knocked off Excadrill's Scarf before dying to poison, leaving Ogerpon to die to Toxic to just win Maroon the game.
Yeah, the lack of removal on Jack's team really
hurt.
Really bit them. If they had like if there's a Pex on here, I still think the Ogerpon could have won at any point. Like if there's just a Pex, we'll say in the Aloe slot, for example, just to remove the T-spikes, yeah, the spike and hazard and the rocks could be annoying. But as soon as the Ogerpon comes in on literally anything, it's getting +2 and it's getting 5 kills. So this was just really well played by Rio to find the win.
Well,
I need to get these hazards up.
It's not getting that many kills if it gets chipped enough is the thing. I think that's exactly what was being aimed for. Because thing is, we had Scarf Excadrill.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what is Scarf X? Are you clicking EQ and I-head flinching? Or I-head flinching? Like you're doing 20.
Against probably, yeah, against
I bet there's also the fact that Clyde tanks at least one hit from Ogerpon and has Poison Jab. That's another thing.
That would have to be, like, yeah, the Rio did well to find the win con of getting the hazards up and basically not letting the Ogerpon in, because they just spammed Poison Jab, and they're like, you're not letting this thing, I'm not letting you switch in for free, because you will be taking the rock, the spike, and then this Poison Jab for probably like 50. So this was very impressive. I thought the game was
definitely helped. It definitely helped our chances, because Clodsire was an auto switch in whenever Alomomola was in. Like, Alomomola can't do shit to that Claude.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But we spam Poison Jab without a care in the world.
I mean, yes, because there was no Pex to threaten you guys. And Swampert, yeah, that still gets poisoned. So, yeah, Clodsire was just free to just be just a great poison jabber and just reliable at pretty much everything.
This was a great game. I genuinely thought, like, oh, it's going to be turn 12 and there are 6 dead ground types on the screen until it gets to like turn 95 and Rio wins this. This was really well done.
All right. So yeah, great game by Maroon and Jack. Of course, unfortunately, you got the type advantage, buddy. It's just the game itself didn't work out too well for you because you're fighting against a goat. Next up, the mono goat. Next up is the other, the back-to-back. You got a streak going, back-to-back, with Louisin defeating Sir Volt Mike in doubles OU. First off, we saw Louisin using defeating Glamora with Earth Power before Tornadus was brought to Sash level, when Raging Bolt was poisoned and survived an Earth Power and Drain Punch before killing Glamora with Draco Meteor. Ursaluna then killed Ogerpon, but Bronzong was OHKO'd by Terra Fairy Goldengo by a Shadow Ball, leading to Iron Hands and Qianpao defeating Iron Bundle and Ninetales after the latter set up the Aurora Veil, while Qianpao protected twice, while Iron Hand used Drain Punch to win Louisin the game.
Yeah, see, that double protect was majorly helpful. You wanna know why?
Why?
Well, you see, Iron Bundle doesn't get 2-hit KO'd unless Qianpao's still alive.
Ooh.
Right,
That's
yeah,
true.
the ability coming in clutch there to drop the physical defense. That is a good catch. I was looking at that, and I was like, well, I looked at it, forgetting about that ability. So honestly, huge shout on you for remembering it. And I saw the double tech, and I was like, I see what does.
Mentioned it.
That's fair enough then, yeah. Clearly why you would know it then. Because I looked at that turn, and I was like, well, you're only taking 9... Wait, I gotta check the nicknames. You took 9% from the Icy Wind. I was thinking of Blizzard, and I was like, I think the math means this POW would live on, like, 1-ish HP. It would be pretty close, though. But the ability being able to be wide
so, because that's a Specs Iron Bundle, yeah? Probably.
What is it? Blizzard's 110, 55, 110, higher special attack. It'd be close. Well, because Icy Wind's 55 base power, and it's doing 9 HP. So you double the base power, it goes up to, 18, plus another 1.5? Well, no,
you're not doubling the base power, because...
You're right.
Yeah,
no, you are, because
the Iron Bundle has a lot more special attack, and it's probably Specs.
Yeah, well, I mean, you double the base power of the move. So if Icy Wind's doing 9, then you're going to assume this twice as strong move Blizzard does 18, higher special attack plus the 1.5. I mean, the 1.5, yeah, no, it does just die. That was the double tech's huge there. I thought at first it didn't matter much. I will say, so obviously, Lewis, and getting a little lucky there. I will say I did like their beginning luck as well. That's a beginning sequence. So both players have the Glamora, and as someone who plays Little Cup has to deal with the little child version Clabette, if you only have one grounded poison type, you need to figure out how you deal with the opposing Glamora and either say, I'm going to just get the T-Spike up and let something get poisoned, or keep mine in the back, or you need to kill it with special. And the turn 1 is just beautiful. Hits the Icy Wind, doesn't even have to go for the Tailwind, has Sash to live the Bolt attack, and then just gets it clean off the floor. Because, I mean, you look at the rest of the team, nothing wants to take that T-Spike, especially with the Bolt in the front. You don't want the gold to come in and take those Snarls or Thunderbolts. So the turn 1, first couple turns by Lewis and I will say were really good.
Definitely put him in at quite the advantageous position, because he would have been enough to, do its Terra Fairy thing and beat the Bronzong later on, and then while mitigating in Ursaluna, a potentially threatening Ursaluna.
Mm-hmm. And even the Terra turns, when both players Terra turn 5, this is again good decision making by Lewison, just knowing, hey, I need to kill this Zong as quick as possible. The Ursaluna is maybe going to be threatened by me and not want to take the attack, but the Zong is the actual threat in the room here, just because, I mean, assuming the gold, if the gold dies, the other 4 Pokemon in the back are not killing the Bronzong. So this was good by them to realize, hey, I need to make sure this gold doesn't die to a potential double up, which is why they followed me as well. Because they Ice Spin are probably predicting a Terra Dragon EQ to cover for no Terra. So they follow me to not take the chip and then kill the Bronzong. Again, just another good decision.
Good decisions all around, and Luisin proving why he really showed as the better player of the two. So that was
yeah.
At least the beginning. Towards the end, I mean, yeah, I don't know how to say this person's name. I see Mike at the end, so we're saying Mike. Mike still played a good game. I mean, as PokeYard mentioned, if they don't get that double tech at the end, turn 10, the POW is dead, and then the Iron Hands is not killing it because of the Sword of Ruin. So it was well played by both players. Just a little. It always hurts to lose to a double tech in doubles. That's always a heartbreaker one.
It is. So unfortunate for Mike there. Hopefully they get to bounce back while Luisin can enjoy a win first week. Next up is Ranbat's best of 3. We saw Piyush versus Los Konoshuto, and it ended in 2. And I am sad. So, game 1, we saw Meowstic set up screens. However, Sandaconda paralyzed the Delibird to be killed by a seeded Volcarona later. After Meowstic died, we saw the Persian switch items with Tinkaton, who killed Sandaconda, while Electros set up for a little bit, while Terra Dragon Slowking burned the Persian with Scald. Then we saw quite a major thing happen where Articuno Galar froze the Tinkaton, and Slowking. After some turns of being parad and frozen, Articuno eventually beat the Tinkaton while Slowking burned the Electros, while Articuno came back to beat Minior and Slowking for Losco to pick up the win.
Yeah, this series for Piyush. Yeah,
it was lost.
Yeah.
For Piyush's series might have been one of the worst robberies this week.
Definitely a robbed one. Shouldn't have been.
Look, game 1 was bad, but game 2 was somehow worse. But can I just say what in particular was so bad for game 1?
Yeah.
Go for it.
Well, you see, the Tinkaton had Encore.
Oh.
And, can switch in quite cleanly to Articuno.
Yeah. It's got that steel typing.
So it froze, yeah?
Yeah, that was very unfortunate.
Yeah. I will be truthful. I did not watch any of the Ramback games until in my head was like, I'm not watching the Ramback games until we get brought up, because they're not watching them beforehand isn't going to tell me anything, because I don't play enough Rambats to know sets.
You like to preview.
I just see Pokemon clicking things. I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of Rambats.
I don't know. I think you can at least tell by looking at Piyush's team versus Losco's team in game 1 who had the MU advantage.
Yeah, that's why I'm not just the biggest fan. It's fun to play, but I will give people who are able to play this well competitively, because it is not for me.
It is very luck focused, and unfortunately Piyush suffered because of it. Meanwhile,
if you look at Piyush's team, 5 of his mons are weak to either fire or bug.
Yeah.
Yeah.
and you saw Volcarona. You did see Volcarona. It was still back there. So that was already a bad lead. Then we saw game 2, where, yes, as you mentioned, Pokeart, this was way worse for Piyush than it had any right to be.
This was somehow way worse.
First off, we saw...
this was cruelly worse.
This was really cruel. And it really was indicative, of the first few turns where we saw the Terra Steel, Screen Tail coming into play, and then we saw Probopass, who had Magnet Pull and was trapped by it, in which Losco just set up and OHKO'd it, and eventually Volcanion with Body Press. Then we saw Greninja OHKOing the Swampert, and Overquill killing the Exeggutor, while Terrakion was somehow critted with Scale Shot at one point, and then died immediately to Recoil, with Greninja finishing off the Iron Valiant to win the game.
Do I even need to mention that Scale Shot hit 5 times on both occasions?
You didn't need to, and it was a crit on the 5th turn.
Yeah, and crit last hit. Yeah, that is, and no Grounded Poison for the T-Spike / removal. Just to add on to it. Yeah, that's Rambats. I hope the players here have fun, because it's a long tournament.
It's a long one, and having this guy, and Piyush not really starting off on the right foot, being the top in the ladder, and then
Air Steel into a Magnet Pull, Probopass is uniquely cruel.
Yeah.
That got a good chuckle out of me. When you said somehow game 2 was worse, and I was like, how can it be worse than that? I'm skipping through turns, I'm fast, ultra fast. I found out why very quickly. That's a cruel one.
You don't need to skip through turns. It's pretty immediate.
It's
right turn 2. It's like turn 3, turn 2.
And immediately Piyush was like, we're screwed.
Yeah, and if you're wondering why he terrored so quickly, It's because, well, as you might have observed, his entire team kind of gets fricked a little by T-Spikes.
Yeah, you need that
it's
one
it's an
line.
understandable Terra. No, I don't think anyone questions the Terra.
Well, if you don't know, but yeah, he has to keep his wish alive. He wanted to keep it as the only thing that wasn't getting affected by T-Spikes.
Mm-hmm. And it was very unfortunate how it happened. And yeah, Losco, I'm glad you won, but did it really have to be this way?
I'm not glad he won.
You shouldn't, because he was robbed from your team. And next up, we have a good thing to end things off in order-wise for your guys.
Can I add one last thing?
Go for it.
Piyush commented that Game 2's MU was one of the worst in his life.
Oh, that's saying something. That's saying something. After, running through the Ranbats ladder, do you think that's the worst matchup you've seen in your entire career?
Not the worst. He said one of the worst.
It's bad. It's very indicative. And somehow that is saved now to haunt Piyush for the rest of his life. Alright, now we end things off on a good note for you guys, at least, with Tempo beating Y Sagaz in National Dex. So, first off...
Quite handily, too.
So, first off, we have Cinderace burning the Urshifu, while Gliscor poisoned the Great Tusk, leading to Kyurem subbing against Slowking Galar, to no avail, only to lose to King Gambit later on. Slowking managed to beat Scizor, but lost to Terapagos after a full para, while the Great Tusk died to poison on Slowking's watch, and Urshifu just kinda swept the rest for Tempo to win.
Yeah, Urshifu just cleaned.
Yeah, I didn't know Urshifu Rapid Strike was illegal in this tier when I first opened up this replay. Mm-hmm. So I saw the Urshifus, I was like, well, it's definitely not the dark one. And I'm like, oh, so both players just 6-0 the other with their Water Dog. And so surely they're going to do their best to preserve it. Yeah, he's a dog. Or maybe a bear.
What? It's a bear!
Water Dog, Water Bear, close enough.
It's a bear, dude!
It's a mammal.
Tomato. Anyways, look, I'm looking at the Urshifu Rapid Strikes, that I'm assuming are Rapid Strikes. I was like, there are no switch-ins to either of this Pokemon on either side of the field. So one of them is just going to win, and it just depends on whose. And then when Sagas got burnt on turn 11, I already knew who won the game, obviously from finding the replay.
Yep.
But when I saw turn 11, I was like, oh, well, I know why. You let your Urshifu get burnt this early, and the other one is not going to get burnt. It's going to get like 6 kills.
Yep, and that's how Tempo just kind of steamrolled through Y Sagaz.
Yeah, because the Urshifu literally has no switch. And same as for Tempo's side. He also has no switch to this opposing Urshifu. So it's a good thing they let it get burnt.
Yeah.
And made the game so much easier.
One thing gets burned, the other thing gets not. So yeah, well done to Tempo for absolutely carrying into a well-preserved game.
I think he could have won a bit earlier, but, he still played well.
Yep, he did.
Oh, I agree as well. This game went on so much longer than I thought it was going to. After turn 11, I was like, oh, I'm just going to skip forward, 10 turns. And it didn't take that long. It went to, went to turn 70? Yeah, why did this take so long, actually?
Yeah, I mean, they were kind of...
Because I think we didn't... I don't think we pressed the Urshifu button, as early as we probably could have.
This thing. It's there.
Trying to remember what we... Oh, right. We went King Gambit to Terapagos instead of just going into Urshifu. And also, we didn't... I'm trying to remember the turn. Or if this was even the game I'm thinking of.
Probably a later one.
Where's this game? Why am I not seeing it? Oh, I'm on the wrong page, that's why.
That would do it. That would do it. No, but this definitely was just the Saga's Urshifu got burnt, and then I was like, well, I know why Tempo won, and I still watched the rest of the game.
I was wondering why Tempo didn't Pyro Ball a second time on the Terapagos when it did like 40 the first time, and that was resisted.
Yeah, you know, Tempo just wants to have a longer game for the fans. You know, they came for a show and they gave us one.
Ah man, just pulling your punches, quite the elongated version. All right,
like 40 through resist, and that wasn't a crit.
All right. Yeah. All right.
So safe to say, I think another Pyro killed there.
Maybe just didn't want to risk it, but you know,
risk of this considering our luck this week, huh?
Probably.
Satire. All right. Next up, we have the what was it? The Roaring Sailor Moon getting trounced by the Cinnabar Charizards. Well, Trace and Haka proved why their LC army can somehow manage to win at least 1 week. We'll see about that. But yeah, there was a very strong performance by the Charizards overall, starting off with Zoe Cafe beating Skyu. So, first off, we saw the Kyogre paralyzing the Eternatus before poisoning the Tinglu, paralyzing Ho-Oh with a Tren until Kyogre came back in to beat Eternatus with Ice Beam after the latter poisoned the former in return. Zoe's Kyogre then beat Skies with Water Spout. Then Koraidon won against Sky's Koraidon and killed it. Terra Water Arceus Fairy nearly died to Arceus Water, leading to Kyogre OHKOing Deoxys with Thunder. Zoe finishing off, of course, with beating the Ho-Oh with Kyogre finishing off the Arceus for the win.
Yeah, this was slightly unrelated to the game. I don't think I've seen Skyview's avatar before. It's super clean. I'm a big fan. So, kind of sucks to see them lose this one, because I was like, oh, damn, that's sick. But, I thought the Hatterene, I feel like I don't play too much. I actually play a little bit of Ubers, but that's not one I see overly common. I feel like the hat here is actually kind of got a pretty decent matchup with a Lu on the other side, and it kept switching in on something. I think it was probably the Lu, but the hat just felt pretty good to have here in this matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it prevented hazards from going up so readily.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep. It was a very strong...
And you're right. Hattering's not super common, but it's around.
Just not as used as much. So, yeah, well done to Zoe for absolutely winning. Next up, we have the OU game between Mada and Kaif. So, this game worried me a little, but fortunately, Mada picking up the win in... Oh yeah, this was this game with the funny set. So first off, we saw Raging Bolt setting.
I told you, Mikoi. I think I told you that even though it looked like Kaif was dominating a lot of this game, I believe I told you that it was definitely not over because Mada's team has a lot of reverse sweep potential.
It definitely showed itself here. So first off, we saw the Raging Bolt set up, however, was paralyzed by Hatterene's Nuzzle to be subsequently killed by the Scizor.
I don't get why he terrored that.
Probably it's to see... I don't know. I also don't know. I mean, it's to beat ground moves, but what? Lando, I guess? I don't know. Then, we saw Garchomp missing its attacks, but managing to kill the Heatran, albeit getting burned by Moltres, who killed Rillaboom. And it seemed all lost for Mada, because Halucha on court, set up, managed to kill the Moltres before eventually dying to Scizor. And then we saw the thing, the Iron Crown, where it managed to set up, Iron Defense, Calm Mind, Stored Power, Sweep.
Yeah, do we know if Cave Scizor was banded? My assumption is yes, because I feel like it did like 70% with U-turn to Grass Bolt at some point. Source, let me actually find the turn, because it's like turn 6. Yeah, it does 70% with U-turn, turn 7. Are we assuming that the Scizor is banded in this game?
I would think so. I would think it was banded.
Likely? Yeah, because that would have... I felt like hard switching, like obviously, if it's banded, then the hard switch makes sense. But if it was not, that I was curious on. It was like, why didn't we U-turn for the extra chip, which would have made the difference in the event it wasn't, but probably is. I mean, it reveals turn 31, Terra and Steel, Bullet Punch, yeah, probably banded.
Yeah, it is most likely banded.
Oh, certainly.
So, yeah, Iron Crown just came and swept the end game. I mean, is it really that uncommon to see Iron Crown nowadays in OU?
Yeah, I can't speak on the crown usage. I can't speak on the crown usage. I can't blame Cave for losing this game. They looked, obviously, because grassy terrain offense, you never know what can be in the back. But I can't fault them for losing this one, because I would have lost it as well. I guess my only question mark on Cave's team was the inclusion of Overheat Moltres. I felt like I don't know what you're trying to snipe with that.
You managed to kill Rillaboom.
Especially because it does kill Rillaboom, but also surely Flamethrower is getting close, if not also killing the Rillaboom.
Well, I don't know if it is, but I mean it's doing plenty. But it is a wonder why Overheat over Flamethrower.
Yeah, that would be the one thing I would ask Cave if I was in Cocteau's position, but I'm not. And then yeah, also one of you had said it as well. For the Grass Bolt Tear, I think it's because they are assuming the Fairy move is going to get clicked, and it does a lot, so they click it so they don't take that much damage, and then can still be scary to the other Pokemon in the back. So kind of just I guess unfortunate getting the 50 wrong, because they just Mystic Fired again.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, don't you just keep Mystic Firing? Because, like, that thing's already at +2 special defense.
Yeah, definitely would have loosened its stats a little, and the power for that stored power. So, yeah, but still, though, Mata managing to pick up a win there. Next up, we saw... we were kind of surprised by this. Hacker beating Unstoppable in Gen 9 OU. What? This game was fairly... I didn't have too much notes here. I just noted the most important things that happened, which was Goldengo tricking the Darkrai with Scarf, with Hacker losing items to knock off early on, while Goldengo was brought back in to trick the Garganacl with Dreadplate to obtain leftovers, a good use of the trick there, eventually critting OHKOing it with Make It Rain. Goldengo then Terra Fairy to beat the Darkrai and the Great Tusk, then chipped Kyurem heavily with Dragonite until Unstoppable forfeited.
I just know this team got used earlier in the Rufflet series, and it won there as well. So very clearly a successful team. Went 2-0, 2-2 for the day, or for the week.
Oh, this is Doug Trio's team?
I think so, because it got used earlier, and yeah, this is the Helmet Clef Scarf Gold. So just
it's a viable one.
I mean, yeah, the team is clearly pretty good, because going 2 for 2 on the day, it's pretty impressive.
It's a viable one for a reason. So yeah, just good on I like the trick play. I really like the trick play that Hacker made to counteract a lot of items from Unstoppable's teams, just kind of messing them up, and then eventually crit OHKO with against the Garganacl before, the Freeze Dry to Dragonite, then the Ice Spinner. it was just a well-played game for Hacker.
Mm-hmm. The stealing the lefties was a super nice trick. That one I was impressed by. I was like, oh yeah, this guy, he still got it.
He still got it. It was very good. So yeah, well done to Hacker for winning. Next up, we have the UU game between Blidius and Seraph Z. Starting things off, we had the Skarmory first defeating the Excadrill via the Rocky Helmet before eventually losing to the Ogerpon, while Hydreigon killed Scizor in return. Then we saw the Manaphy OHKOing the Tornadus with Surf after a lot of Tail Glow boosts, before Gastrodon Terra Poisoned, tanking Manaphy's Energy Balls before killing it with Earth Power. Hydreigon then killing Ogerpon, while Terrifire Salamence set up and beat Hydreigon before losing to Skeledirge, leaving Greninja to kill Gastrodon, and itself to recoil to win Seraph Z the game.
Mm-hmm. It's I know we're only not even halfway through the games. This has really been the Gastrodon performances so far have been very impressive. The Gastro beating the Manaphy 1v1, obviously with the Terra Poison, and then just doing its best, doesn't get Dark Pulse flinched, able to knock out the Grunt in the back as well. Definitely put in work so far in the games we've seen it.
Oh yeah, it was it would definitely became the MVP for the people in the UU sphere, just having Gastrodon be that reliable mon. And yeah.
Mm-hmm. I mean, even its kid Chelos. I mean, in the PAP game as well, it gets great and then freezes 2 Pokemon and then gets double full pairs in its favor to win like a 1 versus 4.
Chelos family do be scary. So well done to Seraph Z for winning. Next up, we have the last game in the series, where we saw Dark Probs, who subbed in for Jordan, defeating Drip Legend. Population 4. So, we saw here that Cyclizar nets the first kill immediately, defeating Espeon, while Salamence got burned by the Torkoal. Chandelure then Terra-Fired against the Chansey, who Heal-Belled and beat Bisharp. And after Torkoal beat Cyclizar, Sableye encored it before Chansey could kill it. Then we saw the Lilligant, which OHKO'd Slowbro Galar under Sun with Weather Ball. Very powerful Lilligant here, beating the Terra Poison Quagsire similarly after Dark Probs maybe tried to predict a grass move on it, but instead got weatherballed for its punishment. Lost, though, to Chansey's Calm Mind Stall and Seismic Tosses. Sableye then encored Slitherwing, burning it, and used Knockoff for Chip, while recovering for Heal for Dark Probs to win.
This was a very clean game.
I'm not sure I came away with the same thoughts, because the Chansey, I can't remember what turn later down the line, like Calm Minds beats something 1v1. I'm pretty sure it's the Lilligant, but we gotta go back to turn 20 and turn 21. Turn 20, Chandler gets the Flash Fire boost from, I don't even remember what, I don't want to go back and look. Fire Blast hits into the Chansey, does 26%. Then Terra Fires. Now, I'm surely Terra Fire here is doing an extra 10% of damage. I think it's does 13? If I know how to do math. And he misses Fire Blast. If this Fire Blast misses, the game's just over. The Lilligant wins at some point.
Yeah.
The only thing that stopped the Lilligant from winning was the Chansey. And he got to live because it dodged Fire Blast.
Would the Chansey have died if it hit? Let me see.
I mean, I think it did 26. And then it Terra Fired. There's no way it doesn't do 36.
Against the 39% Chansey.
Wait.
That's almost a guaranteed kill, if not a very close one. So
yeah, and that.
See, when I say clean, I just mean Dark Probs very much had the matchup here.
He did.
Definitely had it as well.
Like,
yeah, I mean, I think if played well. Yeah, I don't want to discount Props because they still played a good game. Like the Suikin things later in the match as well. pretty good. I think I questioned at some point once this. Oh my god, there's so many turns in this game. I think once the Lilligant got set up, I don't know why it randomly got 2 more kills than it was supposed to.
Mm-hmm.
Like, the Chansey's just in. And then it's like, actually, no, I'm going to let you kill the Slowpoke as well. And it's like, you know what? You can have Quagsire as well. As I tear the Quack.
Yeah.
And I was like, and then the Chansey comes in, and then it just does Chansey things. So I was like, well, why didn't we just do that first? Instead of letting 2 random guys die. But, that was my biggest takeaway, was if Fire Blast hits there, we're at a completely different game.
Mm-hmm.
So, unfortunate for Drip. I like how they played as well.
I think he let them die because I think he feared the Lilligant having sleep powder or something. I don't know.
Oh yeah, that's probably.
Was that even allowed?
No, sleep is banned in Stealth tier.
Oh, never mind.
Okay, then I'm not sure what he was doing.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, alright. There was probably, like, a misguided sec or something. I don't know. But, yeah. Good win for...
I always forget sleep is banned, not gonna lie.
Me too.
Don't come to Little Cup then, because, oh my lord, Fungus.
Spores are plenty.
Oh, no, I never forget it's banned there.
Spores,
Maybe one day.
Spores a beast.
Wait, what? Why did I just say I never forget it's banned there? It's not banned
It's not
there.
banned there.
It's banned everywhere else.
Yeah.
That's why I always forget it. LC is why I always forget sleep is banned everywhere else.
Alright.
Yeah, Fungus is a guy.
Alright.
Full time. Alright, who's next?
Hey, can I say something about the previous match?
Go ahead.
That even if Chansey died, I'm pretty sure Dark Prop still won, because if Lilligant tries to set up, there's a Sableye. There's an encore Sableye.
Has to get the turn right, so.
No, I think it's pretty easy to get the turn right, because, like, just set up immediately with Lilligant. You just send in Sableye immediately, and even if it doesn't set up, you can encore it into, you know... yeah, and, like, you have a Salamence.
You have a Salamence indeed.
Hitting would have been nice, though.
Alright, moving on. Moving on to NU, we have Estra beating Ninja. In this one, again, the game happened. So, Estra set up hazards, then both...
Oh, wait, come to think of it, this might be a game I haven't watched. I was supposed to watch them all, but I think I forgot this one.
Well,
according to my notes, you didn't miss much. I wrote 2 sentences. I wrote, hazards get stacked, 3 Dark Pulse flinches.
Yeah.
That was the summary of everything I wrote. So
yeah, this one was a painful. You think from these 2 hype players, then the game happened. So we saw Estra setting up hazards and then both knocking off leftovers from either side. Until Estra first killed Diancie with Vaporeon Scald, and Gligar defeated Toxicroak with Earthquake. Estra's Wo-Chien then foul-played Ninjas to death, and Toxtricity beat the Belly Bolt with Boom Burst, and Inteleon. Oh my god, this man went crazy. The Dark Pulse to flinch Terra Fairy Bronzong until it died to Body Press. Then defeated Flygon in the end for Estra to win the game. Didn't mention the other 2 flinches that happened.
Yeah, this kind of just felt like the hazards went up. There's no removal, and multiple boots got knocked off. And, I mean, no, I think only the Bolt had boots, because Inteleon didn't, you fly. You didn't. Yeah, kind of just kind of weak team the hazards, and all the hazards went up, and sure enough, the game ended.
It was kind of funny seeing Ninja try to flinch try the Bronzong to death until it didn't, and then Bronzong just killing the Flygon at the end here.
Yeah, he probably wins too if he somehow flinches all the way through.
Oh, for
maybe
sure.
Wins.
He has a chance. Flygon could definitely pull off a reverse sweep if it chooses to.
Yeah, but I didn't overly have much to say on this game, and then Pokeart apparently hasn't even watched it. So
Yeah.
I think I have watched it anyway now that I'm looking back at it. I remember thinking, oh, they both brought Wo-Chen.
yeah, another one of just like, all right, well, at least this one's NU. The last time I saw the Wo-Chen was P. What is he? Is he really that bad?
Apparently.
No, it's not that bad. It's
It's
just
never used. It's just never used amongst the sea of things.
It's poorly used.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because I just remember from, shoot, it might have been 2 BLTs ago now. I just remember falling for a BLT.
Bulky things, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I just remember 1 or 2 BLTs ago, either when I was qualling or one of my UU teammates, there was like a Wo-Chen on every single UU team. And I was like, yeah, this thing's the GOAT.
That
And
was
now-
probably
That's
pre-home
Probably
stuff. That was old.
It must have been. That's just the thoughts in my head is like, wow, Wo-Chen is the GOAT. This thing likes knock off Leech Seed, and its best answer is itself. It's so annoying. And then seeing it in P was what happened.
What happened indeed? Fell
What
off.
happened?
Majorly.
Wo-Chen's great. It's just got a bad type combo.
Dark grass.
Real. So
yeah,
true.
loses to U-turn.
It's a slow, bulky thing, but its type combo gives it a lot of weaknesses, and including a double weakness to the most common pivot move of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that definitely does not help.
Alright, next up we have PU, where we got Druid beating Bleehay. Kind of a... Didn't really have much notes here either. The thing just kind of happened, and the better player won, which is to be expected. I would have been really surprised if Bleehay somehow took this win.
Well,
Been too.
to be fair, I also would have been. I remember during the auction, he gets nominated, like, after Loki Fan is already gone for, like, however much Loki went for.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, what the hell is Bleehay doing on this team? He doesn't. I was like, they've got arguably the best Luke Cup player. I was like, what's he doing here? He's like, I'm like doing well in PU Cup, and I was like, oh.
Oh, okay. So there's your PU
Maybe
player.
for support. Does he need the support? There's Hacker on the team. I was like, what is he doing on this team? He's like, oh, I'm doing well in PU Cup, and I was like, oh, good for you.
Yep.
So.
Alright.
But I don't remember this game, so please hit us with the recap.
So, first off, we got the Slow Bro beating the Skuntank, while Wo-Chen seeded the Cramorant and getting killed by the Florges after. And then we saw the Typhlosion burning the Mudsdale, while Goodra missed a Draco Meteor against the Slowbro, who slowly healed itself off to full, while Slowbro continued to pressurize the Terra Ground Florges until Bleehay eventually forfeited.
Slowbro pressuring a Terra Ground Florges isn't something you hear every day.
Not at all, no. That is something I had wrote as well. There were some pretty impactful misses for Bleelay's side. The one you called out, turn 31, Draco Meteor missed into half HP Slowbro, probably assuming kills from that range. So that was one that was rough.
Mm-hmm.
They also got a flamethrower burn into Florges. That didn't help either.
Yeah. Also turn 29. You could have removed the Slowbro hazard entirely. Oh yeah, because the I didn't mention this, but turn 29, the Florges could have easily knocked out the Slowbro with the Terra Blast, but unfortunately it did live, and then the Draco Meteor, of course, following soon after, giving just a great time for Bleehay. Just a pain in the butt.
Yeah, that was because the Slowbro gets like 2 more kills after this eventually.
Mm-hmm.
So those misses are pretty rough, because there's like maybe somewhere a chance that the Goodra Florges is able to win from here, but just not how it ended up happening.
Yep, and so Druid picking up a win very convincingly too, almost not knocking off a single mon. All right, next up we have, well, I was going to say a surprise, but then some comments brought up the fact that Loki Fan is an absolute beast in SCL, going 8-2 and just tearing through that LC, and he beat Envy here.
Yeah, I saw that one. I saw that last week, and I was like, this is the miss of all time. This is like literally number 1 and number 2 in the pool.
Yeah. Severely underestimated.
literally number 1 and number 2 in the pool. Arguable top 3 current SV players. Both of them.
Ooh, that's a high bar, bro.
You could make the argument, because, Loki went 8-2. Envy literally just won
LC Circuit. Yep.
Circuit. Loki just placed second in, what's it called? Winter Seasonal, losing to Hacker, the person managing him.
Mm-hmm.
Envy,
wow.
Envy obviously had to do well enough at some other individuals before Circuit to qualify for Circuit. No, these two are, very clearly number 1 and 2 in the pool.
Weird.
And then you guys are just Envy go win.
I thought this was just going to be okay. I thought it was just going to be okay, because we saw Loki fan.
Neither of us were aware that Loki went 8-2 in SCL,
Yeah,
okay?
he popped off. He
It's a
popped
big
off
miss.
under the radar for both of us.
That's a big miss.
Yeah.
But no, this
severely
was
underestimated, because
this was an exciting game. I was happy to watch it.
we were kind of going into the motion that Loki fan didn't really, he did decent last year, but I don't know if he's gonna do this year. Then turns out that he popped off quite big here, and picking up a very good win over Envy. I quite like this one, even though the matchup was almost a mirror. It was still very good. Envy won Mienfoo Wars early on, eventually setting up the Swords Dance and beating Sand/Alola, while Loki fan counteracted by landing 3 consecutive crits by Fungus, killing the Vullaby.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah.
I've got thoughts on this game once you finish your replay, because this is the tier I play and I can actually speak the most on.
So, Mienfoo then high jump kicked against the Terra Ghost Vullaby before being killed by it, then losing Tinkatink to it via Heat Wave, while Torchic failed to kill it with Fire Blast, killing it in return with Knock Off. Then Fungus just spored Shelter, killing it with Giga Drain at the end.
Mm-hmm. So, even just from turn 1, this is not really a matchup Envy's trying to look at. So he's got Torchic, Shelter, both Pokemon that's just if you got the right move or you're the right Terra type or anything else, you can kind of go win games just on their own. Torchic does not want to be staring down Shellos. The common Torchic Terra types, Psychic Ground, they're not hitting Shellos. Shellos has no reason to be tearing against Torchic. So already there, he's kind of just down a Pokemon as well. The Shelter as well probably doesn't kill the Snowshrew without a Terra Boost. It's not killing the Shells without Terra Boost. And then Fungus and Mienfoo both commonly, that just not a matchup he's also wants to be running. Also, Dig A blows up this team. Literally, we see the Tink gets revealed to be Air Balloon later into the match, which fake helps, but literally everything is killed by Earthquake, Rock Blast, and Rock Blast is literally just for Volibee. The matchup's not great. So for him to have made it as close as he could have, especially with the triple crits, it was impressive. I think it sucks to see MV lose here, on the way he did, but it was still a strong showing. I don't. The stocks aren't down.
Yeah, that's definitely very indicative of how high level these two are at playing LC. For Envy
normally I'd say that I'd hope to see Envy win this week, but truth is I don't. If you look at the matchups.
Fair enough. I will say as well, Envy really showing the fake goodness of Heatwave Volibee. So, a little flashback to Little Cup, Big Cup, the most recent LC team tournament we had. Snowshoes, SEL, Snowshoe stocks are, through the roof. We just banned Voltorb. Everyone's like, oh my god, the Snowshoe guy is the truth.
Yeah.
Literally comes in, there's no switches to Ice Ground moves, as we see with just Shellos, because that literally runs Ice Beam, Birth Bomb. So, this guy's the truth. Volibee start running Heat Wave. To, obviously, you want to hit the Snowshoe.
Yep.
The Heat Wave is now common enough that... But the problem with Heat Wave Vol is, we'll say the, quote, worst players / bad players, they're not going to expect the Heat Wave anyways. They're going to switch it on the knockoff, take 30, and be like, oh, I live the next 2 hits, so we'll be fine. So the, quote, bad players are always going to scout the Heat Wave. And as we see with Loki Fan, literally just gets the freest scout Heat Wave of his life, goes in the shells, and it's just well, now you're behind, because now you know it's Heat Wave. The Snowshoe just gets a free Terra if it needs to beat the Volibee. But then, yeah, so that's the problem, is the bad players, they're not going to scout the Heat Wave, so they're just going to lose to Snowshoe. And then, but the good ones are. So then the Heat Wave is, effectively doing nothing, because, if the bad players are just going to... Well, sorry, I misspoke. The bad players quote bad players are not even going to run Snowshoe. Because this thing is, like, fake hard to use, just because, like, do you want to run Swords Dance with Rapid Spin, or Swords Dance with Ice Shard, or you just want to be 4 attack? So it's not overly common. Mudbraid and Glamet are still the more common rock resist, or flying resist. So it's like, if the not great players are not even running the Snowshoe, and then the good players are still going to scout for the Heat Wave, it's kind of like, I can see the logic, because you look at this team, there's no switch-ins to Snowshoe, but Loki fan's always going to scout that, and it just makes it so much harder for him, because now he has Heat Wave, but now he's just basically got a useless move that is never going to get clicked.
Yeah.
Which definitely was rough as well. And then triple crit was also super big deal, because otherwise the Fungus can just decide to go for the 50. And then the Volbeat one, also a big deal. Fake matters, because like you're still risking sludge poison as well, because it normally does 30 plus 10% poison, you still die. So kind of just a risky turn. He's like, oh, he's not gonna sludge again, gets it wrong. But this was an exciting game. I'm hoping these two teams get to run it back again, because this was good.
Hopefully, this was good. This was good indeed.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, Envy's next opponent should also be good. It should also be a good match.
Well, I don't know who he's playing next, so we can just tell me real quick. Pap, that will be entertaining. I can't wait for Pap to randomly bring a Munchlax, and it's going to win the game.
I imagine. All right, next up. Next up, we have Monotype, where this was actually the first game this week, and it's also the longest. Jesus Christ. Twinkay versus Drizzle. Good God, both men went ham on the first game of BLT, bringing both water.
Yeah. Before you go into your over 200 turn long recap, all I wrote for this was water, stall, mirror, same 5 out of 6.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to hear you summarize all of that within like a minute. Please.
I condensed this the best I can. So, first off, we saw Twinkay setting up hazards fairly early on, while Drizzle basically tried to trap Mons with Infestation while burning with Alamomola and Walking Wake, who missed a Draco Meteor on Gastrodon on turn 61. I did note some couple of very, very notable turns, although very sparse, very few and far between.
Yeah. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Turns, I have the replay on hyper fast, so I was on turn 12. So I'm like, oh, I'm gonna see this Draco miss on like turn 30 or something. You say 61? Yes, I'm like, oh 61. My goodness, this replay.
I commit when watching games. So we didn't get to see a kill until turn 101, where Drizzle defeated the Gyarados with the Draco Meteor, while Dondozo tried setting up Curse to tank and heal itself. Then Twinkay's Dondozo tried cursing and resting to avoid Toxics and being trapped with Infestation, only for Walking Wake to eventually crit kill it with Draco Meteor on turn 200 until Twinkay eventually forfeited.
Yeah, that honestly probably goes a recap as we're going to get, because I had this on in the background of my room when it got posted. And I just kept turning in every 30 turns or so. And yeah.
Yeah, same, to be honest.
It was
the water type user won.
The water type user won. It was a very long.
The one who actually had an offensive Mon, like a good offensive Mon, won.
Yeah, Walking Wake was
knockoff's the GOAT.
Well, Walking Wake was definitely a necessity here. In the sea full of Dondozo and Alamomola and Toxapex and even Gastrodon. Yikes. So.
Yeah.
Good job, Drizzle. The water type user won with the water type name. Good job. Living up to your name, buddy. Next.
Water type avatar, too.
That is a sick Abby. I liked it a lot.
It is. We talk so much water. It's turning into the way of water. Alright, next up we have Doubles OU. We saw Keanu losing to Pig Warrior 19. Oh,
Yeah, but Kenu used a whack team.
he kind of did.
His team was a little out there.
He kind of did, yeah.
No, literally, he told me that he used what he called a fake team.
Fake team.
It's you look at the first. I mean, you look at 4 of the slots. You're like, all right, Ninetales, Kira makes sense. Incineroar makes sense. Ursaluna, not what I would expect on this kind of team because there's no speed control other than like Icy Wind, but that's not the most reliable. You're like, all right, sure. Petch, I can see the logic. And then the Comfy's just like, what is this doing here?
What is this doing here?
Yeah. So this was a game. I was impressed by Pig. I know Pig from Little Cup, and he's told me before he's been pretty helpful for me from like learning extra doubles Imperial, helping me learn doubles things. So I was pretty impressed with what he played. I've never actually seen him play doubles, and I think pretty highly of Keanu. I've teamed with him before. He top weighted that like one VGC regionals. Yeah. That like honestly he could have won, potentially hacks. That's another story. But I was impressed.
He got top 32 in Worlds. That's what they.
Damn, I didn't know that either. But yeah, no, I think highly of Keanu. So this is a statement win. This was a big one to get. Like if you're gonna beat anyone in the pool, this is the person to be beating. Keanu.
Yeah.
I don't know. Again, he used a team that he himself admitted was whack because like he could. He felt like it. It wasn't that serious anymore. His team had already secured the. Wait.
He secured the L. He did secure the L at that point. You're right, Pokeart.
Even still, this personal stats to be playing for.
Yeah.
I don't think he really cares much about that.
So,
fair enough. If he doesn't care about it, then it's fair.
So we saw here.
Yeah, he got approval from his managers to use a whack team. Also, he did misclick in this game at one point, and that basically cost him.
Yeah. So we have.
Yeah. Let's hear the recap because I can't actually overly remember what happens in this, other than like the first 3 turns.
So we saw the Ninetales, of course, setting up the screens early, which Roaring Moon immediately removed with the Brick Break, activating Kyurem's weakness policy.
Brick Break Roaring Moon.
LOL.
That's a set.
Yeah, LOL. Activating Kyurem's weakness policy, but was asleep, leaving it susceptible to Deante's Diamond Storm.
Weakness policy Kyurem is another set.
Yeah.
That's as more I can see, just because you're going to be behind Veil, you're going to have the Snow defense boost, getting a nice +2 Blizzard, go Burr. That I can see the logic of.
Mm-hmm.
But usually they're going to be like Assault Vest or something.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not disagreeing, but just a different item choice. The 3-turn sleep was pretty rough into the Kyurem. That definitely... Waking up at literally at any point to not let the Roaring Moon go crazy would have been super helpful.
Yeah. So we saw, of course, Incineroar catching Kinu's Will-O-Wisp attempt, and Roaring Moon snarled Comfey, who taunted Amoonguss, and Pecharunt to poison the Roaring Moon back and died to its own confusion. Amoonguss then spored Terraflying Pecharunt, allowing Landorus to sub as Deante was sacked, and Incineroar to fake out until it died to Ursaluna, who died to its own burn. And then we saw the last few turns where Keanu misclicked, leading to Comfey dying, and Pig Warrior killing both Pecharunt and Incineroar.
Yeah, I remember seeing it's turn 14 in the replay. But I remember him saying that, like, he's like, oh, I misclicked. I don't even know what he wants.
Yeah, it was barely noticeable, wasn't it? That's what I commented.
I wouldn't say barely noticeable. I just personally don't actually know what he wants to click here. Like, is he trying?
That's what I guess,
like, the thing that pops to me is, like, you want to kill the Bascu Legion here? But
yeah, that's what I thought he would do.
Then he...
So, I'm just curious what the supposed to be click is going to be. Because, like, the recover, I was like, I can see. And then he said misclick. And I was like, What did you want to click? That's the only clarification I would want on the game. Is like, what was he actually trying to click?
Watching the game through, my first thought was that you just straight up kill the Basque. My first thought is that you just kill the Basque Legion right there.
Yeah,
but then he recovered, and I was a little confused.
Yeah, that's really the only... That's the most likely click, is like you kill the Basque Legion that turn, and then you hope Ensign, Petch, Comfy can win the 3 versus 2. But
I think they can. I'm not... because either Incineroar takes a hit, or you know...
I mean, I don't think Ensign takes...
It does. It does take a hit. It was actually demonstrated later in the game to take a hit.
It took one at -1, though. Like, if we're going... Alright, so if we're going to go to...
Well, if it took 77... If it took 77 at -1...
That is dead. Yes, the Ensign is dead. Okay. There's no way this Ensign is living unless you're like max AV, and it literally is shown parting shot waste. I think Ensign is dead here. So like, all right, let's assume Basque Legion. All right, turn 14 happens. Basque Legion dies. Petron's at 2%. And it's Landorus, Amoonguss. What is stopping the Amoonguss from just rage powdering, killing Ensign? Because the Landor already steals. Like Amoonguss. Like what? Right. I don't know. I don't think he.
That's what I mean, though, because like you kill the Basque Legion because in theory, Pecharunt is not threatened in the next couple turns. Like Lando's aiming for Incineroar. It's not aiming for the Petch.
Yeah, attacks Incineroar. Amoonguss lives. Depends on what the Petch clicks that turns as well. Yeah, it would be a closer game than ended up happening. I mean, I think that's probably has to go show you why.
Inu said that it came down to like some plays and some rolls if he didn't misclick.
That's fair. I mean, even with that, I think that's gonna. I think I'm up on both these players somehow. I know Keanu literally lost and he brought a bit of a trolling team, but my stocks are kind of up on both of them. Pig, for one, obviously winning the game still, even if like his opponent brought a less than optimal team. But then also for Keanu, with the less than optimal team, still putting in work. I'm excited to see both these two play again for the remainder of the tour.
Too bad you're not seeing Keanu for week 2.
Yeah.
Is he not playing this week?
Choice Bad Kiram is in.
Oh, that will be interesting then. I don't know who she's playing, but, I'll find out later.
Louison, yeah.
We'll see.
Alright, next up we have the Rans game between Hammy and Lady Rider.
This was actually a great Rans series, which is rare.
It is very rare.
That's not what I want to hear. I didn't watch any, but alright.
Alright, so game 1...
This is actually one you should watch. It was a good series. Very close.
I'll pull it up now. Alright, give me the recap, though.
Right.
Let's hear it.
Game 1, we saw Lady netting the first kill, defeating Typhlosion with Ogerpon, while Zacian failed to kill Hammy's Ogerpon, with it losing to its Ivy Cudgel. Pikachu then Oko Delibird with Volt Tackle, losing to Rabska's Bug Buzz, then tried Terra Stealing against Honchkrow to no avail, with it killing Ogerpon before Lady forfeited. Then we saw game 2, where Swalot defeated Annihilate early on, while Sinistra Terra Steeled against Wochien. Good use of the Terra Steel there. And then Noctowl killing the Necrozma with Hyper Voice, losing to Deoxys' Ice Beam. Sinistra managing to burn the Wochien with Magigacha, but then losing to Leech Seed before Hammy forfeited. Again, not a very long game either, but it did lead to forfeits. because it was basically unwinnable at that point. Then we saw Game 3, in which Samurott defeated Mew, while it was sacked to Metacham's close combat, while Arbok tanked Walking Wake's Draco Meteor to paralyze it. Then we saw Greninja managing to freeze the Terra Steel Tropius, killing it later with Hydro Pump, while Ho-Oh killed the Walking Wake with Brave Bird, and Metacham crit killing the Clawitzer with Knockoff. Camerupt then roared Arbok before losing to Ho-Oh's Earthquake, while Metacham missed Zen Headbutts, albeit flinching Ho-Oh at one point to kill it, while Miraidon failed to properly set up sub, causing Lady Rider to forfeit at the end.
Yeah, that sounds like Rans to me.
It was very close. Both players actually performed very well in these games, and all three led to forfeits. But hey, it was just they saw the writing on the wall. It was just very unwinnable at that point.
That's fair. I will say, I didn't know Annihilate had a 3D model, so I'm actually glad I clicked on this game, because I could say it's pretty well done. I don't know who made it, or put it in the game. It looks good.
Yeah, I haven't touched Gen 9.
I think it's had one for a little while now.
Yeah, I haven't
Well,
touched Gen 9 in a while.
Look, I play with the first Evos, and Watchroll still doesn't have a model, so look, we're not pushing
Hopefully soon
the boundaries out in Little Cup.
Hopefully soon we'll get a Watchroll model that looks good. So yeah, good win for Hammy. Hopefully we'll see how he performs in future weeks. Next up, we have National Dex, where, my God, before this, Seth, could you please get a win? And then they did eventually in the Fidoughs Legacy League. But here, they lost to Rahul in yet another upset, I would say. But, yikes, what happened? First off, we saw the Gliscor poisoning the Great Tusk, while Roaring Moon used Darkinium Z to chip Alamamola. And after nearly killing Goldango, Great Tusk rapid spun to Rocky Helmet Corviknight, then lost to poison later on. Then we saw Megalopony beating the Terrapagos, which Goldango started out setting up Nasty Plot to kill Corviknight until Seth eventually forfeited.
Yeah, I didn't know Raul played National League, so maybe I should have. There's a little side tangent. There's a little Discord, little cup tour going on, and just to play in for funsies and stuff and everything. And I have Raul as one of my players, and I have him in National Dex Little Cup. So that was seeing him in National Dex, the actual National Dex, and also playing pretty well. I was impressed. This looked good. I like the team. The team looks nice. The plays were good, and I was like, yeah. I don't know where it is in the battle. It's probably a bit away. They did really well, I think, Raul, getting up multiple nasty plots against literally everything. I think it was, where did I write this down? It was Gold gets the +6 on protects, so did really well setting up on Gliscor, who was also into a KOing it range, because turn 44 if you want to get all the way over there. He just clicks protect and he nasty plots again and gets the +4, and then the Gliscor comes into protects again on turn 46, and then he just nasty plots again, and now he's at +6, and I'm
he really set up well with those nasty plots, and eventually getting it to +4 immediately, and then just, Seth couldn't pull off. Seth was just at an unwinnable position from there.
Yeah, after because the Lope's taken so much damage at that point of the game that it's dead to the rocks, and then the Corv can't even defog on the Gold because of the ability.
Yeah.
No, this is just a good game.
It was. For Rahul, yes, it was. Seth continuing to have quite the unlucky trend this year, with not getting a win until last week with the Fidoughs Legacy League, and then here in National Dex. Yeah. Not a very good turn.
When it comes to tours-related Smogon tours, Seth has just never had a good one to my memory.
Yeah, I don't think they've had a good showing at all. We want to say we want to see Seth good. We do want to see Seth good. Alright, next up we have the Primal Power Pangoros beating your team, the Pillsbury Fido Boys.
Yeah, this was a week of all time. I'll start us off with that. This is a week of all time. There's some interesting games of Pokemon here. But I don't know who we're starting with first. So please let me know the name so I can find the replay.
Oh, we're starting off big here with Ubers, where we saw Crying beating Ainscrad. Well, let's see, where is
actually,
this?
I think I missed this game somehow. That's insane.
Well, they did not link. They
did not link at all.
Interesting. I was gonna say, I was like, I don't remember this game at all. Alright, please hit me with the recap as I'm on hyper fast speed.
So we saw Koraidon managing to chip the Ho-Oh, who killed Lunala with Sacred Fire. However, Kyogre counteracted by beating the Terrapagos with Water Spout. Then we saw the Terra Fairy Landorus blocking the Koraidon's Scale Shot attempt, sacking their own Koraidon for Lando to come back in, and Kyogre beat the Ho-Oh with Water Spout. Then Rayquaza set up D-Dance to lose to Kingambit, while Zacian beats Lando, while Crying sacked Kingambit to bring in Kyogre, who swept the end for Crying to eventually win.
Right, I like the Crying Terra. Obviously, sucks to see my teammate lose. I think they played a pretty decent game as well. The Crying Terra, I think, was actually really good. That one super impressed me. I don't think many people are. My assumption is there's not any other Fairy Terras on the pace, but I think recognizing that, hey, this Landorus is actually going to allow myself to not actually lose to the SD Scale Shot Koraidon that my opponent probably has. So not only getting the Intimidate, but also stopping the Speed Boost, so that when they eventually sack Koraidon, can then get it back to neutral and then revenge kill it by other means. That was a good line. I know Crying's good player. I don't know what tiers they actually play normally. I'm assuming it's not Ubers, but this looked good.
Oh, Crying's one of the better Ubers players out there.
Crying can play anything.
Yeah,
they're just one of those players. Good to know then.
Yeah, it's one of those players who just high level performs at every tier. Uber's just generally being one of their best. So yeah, it was tough to see Ainscrad lose, but yeah, Crying, of course, bringing in the deadly Kyogre with Water Spout was a joy to watch.
Yeah, I wrote this down as well. How common is the Air Balloon King Gambit? Because that seemed like pretty clutch to not lose to the Rayquaza. Yeah. That was like, it came in, I remember watching the replay, I was like, how did we lose from here? I was like, we're about to, the Kyogre, I'm assuming is locked, we're about to get our nice little speed boost, we're going to kill everything, we're going to have a great time, and then there's an air balloon, and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
So, is that like an actual common, or is that,
Yeah, I don't see it a lot.
I don't know. It's just, I don't play Ubers enough to know how common that is.
Mm-hmm.
But it definitely doesn't feel uncommon. It doesn't feel like a weird setter in any way.
Uber's players,
a lot of the RCs have EQ / Earth Power coverage. I was going to say Groudon. I don't actually see a Groudon on the page, but surely that guy's used somewhere. That's an understandable one. That I was like, yeah, I can see the logic of it.
Yeah.
And then, the Kyogre kind of just water move go burr.
Yeah, Uber's players let us know if Air Balloon King Gambit is very common. So, next up we have the OU game between Batty and Dunox. Well.
This one was rough.
Well, yeah, what happened here? First off, we have Batty netting the first kill, defeating the Iron Treads by Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel and Future Sight, while Slowking crit O-code Ogerpon with Sludge Bomb. Then we saw the Great Tusk getting paralyzed by Zapdos, and Weavile managing to beat Garganacl, with Zamazenta Terra firing to tank Slowking's hits and resting. Heatran defeating Zapdos before losing to Zamazenta, and both Slowking actually warred with each other until they both died, until Terra Fairy Corviknight came back in to crit kill Zamazenta with Body Press at the end for Batty to win.
Yeah, I will say when I was watching this replay earlier today, I was not paying attention to the sides, and like I'm looking and I saw the crit into the Ogre Pond. I was like, nice, let's go. I was like, big crit for my player, and then like the game ends after the Corv crits. And I was like, I don't remember the Pasty sent having a Corviknight. Flop the sides. I was like, that's my player losing. I was like, oh, but
oh man.
Hopefully, you two are surely more knowledgeable on OU than me. Does Zama actually beat this Corviknight 1v1
I mean,
in the IDEF Ward?
With enough body presses, maybe.
I mean,
well, let's see.
Well, I mean, because the Corv is not only also +6 defense, but it's also Terra Fairy. Like, I can't imagine.
Rocky helmet. I'm honestly not sure.
Like,
I'm not really sure who wins.
Yeah, and pressure. So he's only got like at some point. What turn am I at?
Oh yeah.
Alright, skipping turns. Like he's only got 5 body presses. Like, is it like obviously the Ogre Bond crit more impactful of the two because Ogre probably takes like, if I had to guess, probably like 70 to 80% from Sludge Bomb. Yeah. But like he's still having a live Pokemon and kind of just wins the game if you get the turns right. But that was the end game was kind of just like did that crit actually matter? And I'm not actually sure it does.
I don't know.
Well, by that point, perhaps not, but it's still an unfortunate way to lose.
I agree. Yeah, that was definitely watching the replay back with the context of that was actually my teammate who had gotten crit was definitely this looks roughed out. So I still gotta give Dunkbox credit for still bringing it as close as it was. The Zama tried its best. It got 3 more kills at some point, and then still put up a fight versus Corv, even if it didn't end up winning.
And
yeah, I don't know if it was gonna win that fight due to Terra Fairy,
Terra Fairy helmet,
Corby having more BP. I mean,
yeah, PP. It might have not been able to win that one.
Rocky helmet.
That too. But he did well. He did well to get it to that position, even with the earlier crit.
Yeah, it was a good showing. Next up, we have the other OU game between Let's Rumble Shall We and who was supposed to be Pixel Bob, turned into Zuzo Wawa. This one wasn't that long either, at least from what my notes say. Pecharunt poisoned the Ogre Pond while Zapdos confused Garganacl. Great Tusk managed to kill Goldengo using the Headlong Rush. Both Great Tusks then removed hazards until Hellraise beats Zuzos with the Ice Spinner. And as Ogre Pond set up spikes again, Zapdos immediately kills it with Discharge. And then the end saw Zamazenta crit. Then Zozo for.
Yeah, this 2 OU series where the IDEF Mon gets crit to lose the game. This one also, again, literally just not having a day today. I also thought my teammate watching the replay was the one with the Garg. I just don't remember when I switched sides, from how I view the replays. And I was like, Zeus is on my side. And then at some point I switched it, and I was like, we lost this. I will say, though, shiny Garg.
It kind of looks like my rock lamp.
It does.
Whoa.
It's a shiny.
Whoa,
It's a shiny salty rock lamp in disguise. So
by that I just mean it's a big thing of rock salt with a light.
I know. It looks cool. Okay, first time we're seeing a shiny Garganacl somewhere. Hopefully we see it in game. Yeah. So good on Inertial Initiative again. For someone playing in the low tiers to play at the OU fairly well, good on him.
Yeah, I actually. Next question. The second question of does the body press Pokemon on my teammate's side actually win the game? I have no idea.
I also have no idea.
I don't think so.
I don't think so either.
I highly doubt it.
Well, oh no, because Petch. I was about to say, I was like, well, like you resist the poison move, but you literally turn into a fairy type. So even if you somehow get past the Zama, you gotta kill Petch.
But you're not getting past the Zama is the problem, because like that Zama has it has lefties. You don't have lefties. It has substitute.
Yeah,
you have like salt
it's a
here,
wall.
which you can't actually get up.
It's a wall.
Yeah, fair enough. So potentially another game of maybe didn't matter, but like it still sucks to lose to getting crit.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like you said earlier, McCoy, they look good. They were pretty helpful for me for testing, and I know they were helpful for other slots as well. So for them to supposedly, again, I literally never know them before until last week, for them to step into a tier they don't play and still, I think, make it pretty competitive. I'm impressed.
Yeah. I would like to see more from Zozo in the future, maybe as a starter. Yeah, just effectively being thrown here. Good job. Next up is the UU game, and one of our biggest shocks here. Taking notes, kind of beating 691. One of the best UU players losing to TNK, which TNK beat. Kind of a major surprise here in our household. So first thing we saw here was Heatran using the Choppleberry to tank a crit low kick from Meowscarada on turn 2. Then Slowking managing to paralyze the Scizor before it survived its U-turn, and Excadrill surviving a Tornadus Focus Blast to Rapid Spin Rocks away before losing to its Bleakwind Storm. Then Deoxys Terra Electric beating Donphan with Psycho Boost before Slowking burned the Tornadus and sacked Zarude to its Terra Flying Terra Blast. Then Deoxys beat the Toxapex via Thunderbolt, however Meowscarada went and swept the rest of 611's team, beating with Knockoff to win TNK the game.
This was, I remember seeing this team when they were cooking it up. I thought the Torn set was pretty unique. Never seen nothing like that before, and it was cool to see it put in work this game. That was they cooked on this slot for sure, and I'm glad to see it won.
Yeah, I like the double flying move, especially the Terra usage from Tornadus. The real threat here was the Deoxys, but he was able to mitigate that fairly nicely. And yeah, it was just well played from TNK, bringing the fight over to 691.
I think there was earlier in the game as well that Zarude had tried setting up a Swords Dance. I can't remember what actually happened afterwards, because I remember it gets clicked and then it, I guess, just leaves immediately. I don't know what he tried dancing on. That was the sequence. Knock, Oh, found it. It was tried Swords Dancing, and then Meowscarada just came immediately hard in and then immediately switched back out. The Psycho Boost was earlier in the, I think it's like turn 17-ish, in that range. The dodge into the Donphan dodge was also pretty major, because it let us scout the Terra.
Yeah.
The Deoxys to reveal the Electric Thunderbolt. That was pretty useful.
Beating the Toxapex, which doesn't really live a hit. That's powerful Deoxys. Alright, so...
Yeah. Well, it was more... Yeah, and then yeah, we also dodged a Scald Burn at the end to not lose the game as well. So definitely a turn or two went our way, for sure.
Yeah.
But I liked how Notes played.
Alright, so yeah, TNK, of course, picking up a great win here. Hope that should be a good moral boost for you guys. Next...
Yeah, we need what we can get.
Next up, we have RU, where high naming is hard, beat story. Here we have Empoleon surviving the Swampert's earthquakes, and Reuniclus used the Shadow Ball against the Jirachi, while Crocodile used the Terra Poison substrat against Story's own Crocodile, defeating it with Wheezing before losing to Swampert. Mew then defeated Swampert, then defeated Gudra Hisui before nearly killing Reuniclus and losing to Noivern. Stories then Terra Ferried Reuniclus, only to lose to Empoleon Surf before Stories forfeited. You posted the ending of this replay, Pokeyard, and I went, what? Why would you immediately forfeit? And then, watching the game back, you realize why.
Yeah. I think the only hope there was hoping he knocks instead of surfs.
Which,
Unfortunately, there's not much sense to that.
Yeah, I mean, you tried. You really tried. But timing is hard proved why they have at least a matchup down here.
I had written down for myself that I didn't think I thought Stories played pretty well at the beginning. Having to lose Crook so early after, I think at some point, pretty early on, Story does good to knock the Wheezing pretty low, and then he has now Crook versus a poison opposing Crook, where there's like 3 Pokemon now weak to ground, and like I'm sure there's immense, but like I think the Wheezing was already chipped.
Mm-hmm.
So having to lose to Crook is sucked, but I don't know why I wrote this down. I had wrote in slight misplays versus the plot Mew, but I'm also looking at the team and it's like, what was he actually supposed to do after this got a plot up? Because like the Reuniclus doesn't even 2 a KO with Shadow Ball. Like that gets. I guess. I guess just a little confused by myself here why I said that, but I'm looking at the replay. I'm not sure what Stories is supposed to have done. It kind of looks not fun.
Yeah.
Maybe this Mew thing is because what did we see this in last? Was this RU or
RU? Yeah.
Where we saw it? It was the other RU game. Yeah, this thing might be kind of the GOAT.
Oh, Mew's very dangerous. Yeah, this nasty plot set has been quite the pop off. So, here we go. Next up, we have the NU game between Django and Shinjineer. A rematch from the seasonal, I believe, that they held, which Django won? Or, please clarify that. I need to fact check that later. But yeah, Shinjineer won this one, and the game itself was pretty good, I'd say. We saw, of course, the Basculegion getting crit by Tauros' Raging Bull, while Sandslash defeated the Toxic Rogue after surviving close combat.
I think you mean Discount Tusk.
Discount Tusk, indeed. We saw Monkey Dory tricked with Caparaja, gaining the Custap Berry, letting the latter get killed by Flamigo, while Incineroar knocked off...
Oh, wait. Lesser Tusk. My bad.
Yeah, Lesser Tusk. Get it right, Pokeyard. While Incineroar knocked off Tauros' leftovers. Incineroar then missed a Will-O-Wisp on Tauros, while Basculegion survived a Raging Bull on turn 27 to kill it with Surf, losing to Kilowattrel later on. Terra Poison Incineroar was then defeated by Flamigo, who was also crit O-Code Tornadus, leaving Sylveon to Oko Kilowattrel and win Shin the game.
Yeah, this was just another case of I only know players from BLT and Little Cup. I know Django was pretty successful in Little Cup, so I already knew this was going to be a good game because Shen is, I think I teamed with them 2 years ago, the GOAT. And I do think I do think honestly this game might have not been as close as it was without the luck that went against Shen. Because I don't know what turn it was, but when the Water Tauros ends up critting the what's it called? The Basculegion, that was really massive just because like 55% puts it in potential damage rolls range later down the game. Especially when it dodges Wisp later too.
Yeah.
Like the crit wouldn't have mattered as much without the Wisp dodge as well. But then once that happened as well, there was genuine danger in this game of like, oh shoot, we might because I remember watching this live. I was like, oh, we're like in a good spot, and then with dodge as well. I was like, oh, we're gonna lose to the bull, but Chen just the go, figuring out how to pilot that through as well. The Terra, when they eventually click it, I mean, also as well, scouts the Incineroar Ironhead. I would have lost my Sylveon right there and lost the game immediately. I didn't even know he got that move. So that was big. And then also knowing that the Terra, he doesn't need it for anything else. So when he clicks it on Flamigo into killing the Torn, which actually no, I didn't know that Scott Nasty plot, but that was really just figured out how to pilot his way to not losing this game, even with some turns not going his way.
Oh yeah, definitely. And yeah, it was just a fairly decent game either way. Yes, there was a crit kill from the Flamigo onto the Torn in the end, but
I truthfully doubt that mattered.
Me neither. I think Flamigo, especially with the boost, didn't matter at all. So yeah, it was a good win for Shinjineer. Establishing dominance yet again in this NU pool.
Yeah.
All right, next up.
Establishing the goodness of Lesser Tusk.
the get in there. Next up is PU, where we got Suzuka beating Esteban. All right, where is this game? It's right here. Okay, so. First off, we saw EO netting the first kill by Quillfish beating the Sandslash, while Suzuka counteracted by beating the Quillfish with Palmot. Gudra then defeated Rotom, while Milotic activated Competitive from Parting Shot Persian, who was tricked from Hoopa's Scarf earlier, dying later to Gudra. Milotic then defeated Rhydon, then Articuno defeated Milotic, and Ambipom at the end for Suzuka to just win. Not very much notes from my end.
Yeah, I didn't have overly any much either. I think, where's the Future Sight team? There it is. The team that with Future Sight, I don't remember what this actual name is. Suzuka, I think the Future Sight was a good bring here. The Quill had to die relatively early on just because of the amount of pressure it was under and everything it had to do. And so there wasn't really any good Future Sight, plus literally a second attack switch-ins. The Ambipom getting dragged in from the detail to take one of those Future Sights was a bit unfortunate, because the HP would have been nice later in the game to like potentially trade. But this did look good from Suzuka. I do not play this year, so I'm not sure if this was more a player or a team difference, but I think I mostly chalked it up to team, because I was like, we have literally nothing for Future Sight once this Quillfish goes down, because I see many a Pokemon that lose.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I do think Suzuka played better, though. EO made some misplays.
And I'm not going to say that they didn't, but I remember one of the main takeaways thinking, it was like, damn, Future Sight cooked us. We had no switch-ins to that. But I'm watching the replay now. Definitely some questionable clicks got clicked.
Yeah.
Alright, so that was that. Next up, oh boy, Greedy.
Yeah, you want to talk about questionable clicks? Oh, brother.
You gotta talk about your game versus Sen. Now, explain to us.
I would love to talk about this one, but we'll see the recap first.
So my recap goes like this. Both setting up rocks. However, Greedy sacked his Gothita against Mudbray, while Sen continued the momentum with Volibite beating the Mudbray. With Mudbray then beat Fungus, then Volibite tried setting up with Nasty Plot with Iron Defense and Terra Ghost, losing only to Chinchou at low health. And then Cien's Minfu then defeated Greedy's with High Jump Kick, and then defeated Chinchou at the end for Sen to win. So explain yourself.
Alright. So, immediately, we're gonna sell a little bit of copium. So, the team matchup, not the greatest. Wingull, I have no idea what the Wingull fourth move is going to be. The common ones are Protect, Water move, Flying move. Fourth one has fake, kind of sometimes been Terra Ground. Now, you could probably technically argue it should be Terra Grass to hit Chinchou and Mudbray.
I've never seen Terra Grass, personally.
Me neither.
I've never. All right, look, I'm gonna be honest. I've never seen Terra. I've never seen Terra Grass either. However, we were literally like in the Little Cup Discord, literally just talking about Wingull because we were talking about Poliwag, and we were like, oh, well, we'll just use Wingull and blah blah blah. But that's another conversation. So Wingull, scary for my team. I don't really have the greatest. I have a Chinchou, but I'm scared of Chinchou getting crit at some point. And also, my Chinchou is pretty good offensively into Sen's team, but I led Mienfu turn 1 in my head going, all right, I'm expecting the Wingull lead. I have no other plays, and I'm accepting I'm going to Terra turn 2, and I'm going to figure it out from there.
Okay.
They then reveal that it's Slowfu, and the Slowfu cooks me, because I have no switch-ins to this thing. Fake Out, Knockoff, HAK does not kill this Mienfu. And I was like, yeah, I'm just willing to trade my Foos, but it's slow. So I'm like, all right, I got to give up an item here. I have to sack my Fungus item, which is really bad because now I'm going to be behind in the Fungus Wars. I don't have a reliable Chinchou switching anymore. That's not my own Mienfu, who could get Skull Burn or Frozen or T-Bolt paired. So I'm already like behind. That like not great for me. All right, turn 4-5. We have some Fungus shenanigans. I go into Mudbray. I get my own rocks up. They get their rocks up. I go into Fungus. I go into Fungus on the rocks. So it's like, all right, well, you're getting your rocks up. I already got my rocks up. Turn 7. I'm like fairly far behind in my head. It's like I have no idea what I'm supposed to click here. And afterwards, after discussions, it's like I'm probably supposed to click Spore on this turn because like if the Fungus comes in, then I can do some fake Fungus battles, even though I'm going to lose that because I have no item. But I decided, I was like, all right, my opponent is pretty far ahead. They have a relatively free Fungus because, like, I can't Giga Drain into Fungus because then I'm behind. I can't Spore into Fungus because I'm behind. If I Giga into Volibee, I'm also behind. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to try and get my Goth in on a Fungus switch, and I just get that turn wrong. And that puts me super far behind. That, like, honestly, really, I don't think I can come back from. There's a turn 10, if I Stone Edge, predicting the switch, which I talked myself out of, because I was like, well, there's no way you risk the Wingull here, and then the Wingull came in, and I was very sad. But the also Copium turn number 2.
I remember that turn. When I was watching the game live, I'm like, come on, Stone Edge, Stone Edge, Stone Edge, and then you didn't, and I'm like, no!
Okay, because I was like, do you have to risk that? So my opponent played a good game. I'd never heard of them before, but I will say Quinn, he's the manager of the Pangoros. He's been killing it recently as a manager / support for helping players succeed in tiers. He had actually in the LC tour team tour we got out of, like his team lost in tiebreakers in the finals, but like, and he had a relatively unknown SV core, but a lot of them, like Django was on that team, and a lot of them were able to put in work and beat players that you wouldn't have overly expected. All right, my second Copium turn is turn number 17. If I win the speed tie, this gets revealed, so I'm max speed Mienfu, and it gets revealed it's max speed Chow. If I win this tie, I have to 1, win this tie, and then 2, get like a 70% roll to kill the Chinchou. If I get that roll, there's like a non-zero. I'm like a flinch away from winning with the Volibee. So that's like another fake.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like even by then, I'm like, why is it not over yet?
Yeah, because Plotful is cheap, and then the nail in the coffin though is I'm low on timer because like I had to figure out what I'm leading against. I get the lead wrong, and then I lose my Gothita so early. So I'm like, all right, it's dire. I was like, all right, we have a Plotful. I just need to get 1 flinch, and we have a game. And my opponent doesn't choke. They don't click a physical attack into my Volibee as I Terra. They go hard into Chinchou. I'm so low on timer, I wasn't able to count previously that Ice Beam reveals that they're max modest, which is why the Thunderbolt does 40 to me. If it's the quote normal spread, like the sample, I live 2 T-Bolts, which is why turn 21 I click IDEF. It's like, all right, well, I live 2 T-Bolts. I need to get big, so I'm gonna click IDEF here. But no, I'm just always in range, which is just a failure of me that, hey, I didn't properly calc stuff and figure out to lose. Second T-Bolt kills me. I win this Fu tie. My Fu, it's not a tie because they're slow Fu. And even at turn 26, there's like a fake chance as well. Because if I freeze the Mienfu, I can also just win this game.
I know.
Like, if I freeze Mienfoo, which was insane, because, like, if I freeze Mienfoo, all I have to do is click Thunderbolt on a Fungus Terra Water, and, like, I can actually win the game. So I was really banking on it. Didn't get the freeze, unfortunately, but I can't say I deserved it, because my opponent was just the better player for most of the game, and I just got to do better for next time. I was genuinely impressed, and if they're going to stay in Little Cup, which honestly I can literally double check because the week is posted, I'm excited to see what they can do.
They're out.
They're out. Unfortunate. I don't know who they're selling. I'm looking at this person. I've never heard of the second person, so it should be interesting.
This person, G-Poop guy,
Fair. Well,
don't really know much about them.
I guess we'll go more into it when we finally get to predicts, but I wouldn't underestimate Quinn's support. He's good at what he does, and he's been doing it for a while.
All right. Next.
Also, to go back to what you were saying about how your opponent didn't need to risk Wingull coming in on a Stone Edge, my line of thinking is that, while that is true, it would be really bad if it managed to come in for free there, right?
Yeah.
Kind of. I still have the full HP Chinchou, where it's like fake bad. Now they do good of realizing, oh, well, now the Chow's going to come in, so now I get to get the Fu in. So yeah, that is a good counter argument. But yeah, my opponent, they played a good game, and unfortunate that they're not playing more Little Cup. I would have wanted to see, because Arc is whoever the replacement is playing. Arc's a good player, so that would have been a fun match to watch.
Yeah.
But all right, we can leave my Little Cup woes. We got more games.
We've covered enough. All right, next up we have the Monotype game where Memphis Depay beat Royal Reloaded. I am so happy that we got to see Memphis Depay actually compete in BLT, and he did not disappoint. He came away with a win against a Mono Goat in Royal Reloaded. It was Fairy versus Dragon.
Can someone tell me why Royal Reloaded played like that?
I don't remember the replay. I remember the Calmine Primarina does nothing. That was about the extent of my knowledge of this game.
So yeah, it was Dragon versus Fairy, which you would think, yeah, Royal's got this. He's the friggin'.
Oh no, Dragon versus Fairy is in no way decided on matchup.
Yeah, especially when you got 2 Steel Dragons on your team, which were definitely factors. We have, of course, the Klefki setting up the spikes before being sacked to Dragapult, and Primarina setting up the Calm Mind before losing to Hisuiya Gudra. Then Enamorous used Healing Wish to pivot to Flutter Mane, who O-code Latios and created Gudra before losing to it via Heavy Slam. Archaludon then tanked Iron Valiant CC before losing to Flash Cannon. Then Hatterene lost to Dragapult.
Yeah, this was, I think the somehow don't have, like, literally any answers into the double Dragon Steel. That kind of just literally owns the 6. The only, like, main question marks I had for Reloading were just the Primarina lines of just, like, because that didn't overly do the most against the Gudra, and then also the Healing Wish. I felt like
that
was my main question. Like, why?
Yeah, like maybe because also I don't think anything was like actually hit, which like I'm watching the replay.
Yeah, nothing was
true.
low.
Yeah,
everything
like
everything that was still alive.
So yeah, I don't know the Anam set. I could go find it, but I don't care enough to. So that was the main question mark.
If it's Healing Wish, then it's probably something like
I would assume Scarf.
Yes, Moonblast, Earth Power, Super Power maybe, and Healing Wish.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
It's also contrary.
It could also be Mystical Fire over Super Power.
And I would have thought as well, when we get to the later in the replay, so obviously the Iron Valiant doesn't kill the bridge, which is unfortunate, but like a Scarf, like, I want to assume that the Poultice specs source. I don't have a better reason to think so, but I was like, it did a lot to the keys. But I feel like having a Scarf Mon to be faster than the Pult would have been nice, but yeah, definitely one I don't play enough Monotype to really comment. This is his guy. If he had a bad week, hey, there's more weeks to come.
Oh yeah. So yeah, I'm quite happy for Memphis to get a win. Definitely proving the Mono Dragon is great against Terra Fairy or Mono Fairy. And yeah, hopefully we get to see more of Memphis in the future. I'd like to see more of him. Maybe even compete in OU, but then again, you have Batty and probably Inertial Initiative, so you would be hard pressed there. Next up, we have Doubles OU, where we got 5'5" beating Sea Life.
Oh, this one I remember watching live. This was a heartbreaker. This was one. Pretty sure similar to Pokeyard's double game actually.
Oh.
At least how it's lost.
Well,
was it not your team's doubles OU game? You guys lost to the last turn redacted.
No, Luisan was my player and he won.
Well, he was your player, right? I don't know. Well, yeah. Well, they won with double tech. Well, I'm on the other side because we lost to it.
well.
But
Fortunate.
Well,
yeah. Well, we got a recap.
Well, here's the recap. We saw Ogrepon nearly killing the Okidogi with a crit Ivy Cudgel, while Terra Dragon Regidrago O-code the Farigiraf and beat Glamora, while Sea Life counteracted by Regidrago and Tornadus, killing both Kyurem and Landorus. Then we saw Ninetales set up the Aurora Veil, killing the Landorus, then double protected against Ogrepon's Ivy Cudgel to let Regidrago Oko it. Then Blizzard hit Under Sun to beat Tornadus and Regidrago for 5-5 to win.
Yeah, that's just the game really just came down to turn 9. Both players played well, realizing their win cons of Regidrago is how we win the game, and doing their best to preserve it. The game really just came down to, does Ninetales on turn 9 get the double protect? It does, which means Ninetales gets to then gets to live this turn and then eventually kill the Regidrago and Torn. So that was an unfortunate one to watch because looked like my player, my teammate was ahead and just gets the 1 in 3 to lose. But it's the game we play, unfortunately.
Yep. Next up, we have the Rans game between JJ and Lechen. This one wasn't close. It went in 2, and we all kind of knew that JJ was going to be the better player here, but oh boy, were we expecting something very different, especially how the game turned out. So
I don't know if we were expecting something very different, but that was...
This was bad teammate alert for me. Did not watch the Rans game. I remember reading some chats at the end was like, dang, I got like unlucky. Now, did he get unlucky with Pokemon? Did he get unlucky with crits? Did he get unlucky with movesets? I have no idea, but that just sounds like Rans to tears, and you could say it literally every week and you would be right every time.
Yep. So game 1, we started the Spiritomb poisoning the Glastrier, who missed Icicle Crash on turn 3 against Ariados, who set up the webs, and Spiritomb came back to beat Glastrier with Poltergeist. Then Houndstone tricked the Ariados, gaining the heavy-duty boots, then defeated Hitmontop after tanking its triple axle, losing eventually to Gyarados, who beat Lunala before losing to Dugtrio. Snorlax then defeated Terrakion, and Ariados chipped Dugtrio before Lechen forfeited. That was the first game. The second game, we saw the Venomoth setting up the Quiver Dance, then defeated Quillfish before losing immediately to a Rillaboom. Then Cresselia and Alcremie both set up until the former crit killed the latter with Psyshock. Cresselia continued to wall install Lechen, beating Noctowl and tanking Solgaleo's Psychic Fangs, wasting all of its moves on Cresselia, eventually losing Plusle until Lechen forfeited, because Cresselia was just that beast.
Yeah. I actually think I did watch this game too. The Alcremie's coming back to me. I definitely do not remember the Venomoth existing because I remember looking, I was like, damn, we don't have a poison type to get rid of this T-Spike, that's so annoying. And then I looked, but Crest kind of just, the go, oh my, because kind of just CMs the +6, and it
beats Solgaleo. Beats Solgaleo very handily, too. Alright.
Yeah.
Next up.
Rans, go next.
Rans, go next. Well, we go next here to one of your goats, Cielu, who won in National Dex against Adrian. Well. Where is this game?
It was one of the last ones played, so
page 356.
Page 356. Alright. GCN Tribal Chief, that's right, acknowledge him, he says. This one wasn't that long either. Garchomp, of course, setting up Hazards, and King Gambit knocking off the Great Tusk's Heavy Duty Boots, and Zamazenta beat Hydreigon with Close Combat, only to lose to Great Tusk. Roaring Moon then Oko Diancie, then used Darkinium Z on Terrapagos to beat it. Proving why the Dark Gem actually proved its use here and actually killing a thing. Beating Garchomp before King Gambit Sucker Punched it to death. Then King Gambit took itself out with Ferrothorn after a lot of Swords Dance boosted and the beating it with a knockoff. And then Goldango eventually beating Slowking and Mega Scizor with Hex to win Cielu. This very close game.
Yeah, this was definitely... It looked dire at some point. Having the history of literally knowing who wins the game, I remember looking turn 21 after Gambit lives the EQ, and then I'm like, this looks insanely dire, but not only, just gets both Sucker Punch turns correctly, clicks Swords Dance on the Roost, which is like, oh, okay, and then gets the Sucker Punch turn to then kill the Moon, which is like, oh, it looks great from there. I like Theo's team a lot. I thought the hazard stacking Chomp definitely pulled the matchup as well. He did well enough to keep hazards off as long as possible. And then I can't remember what I had said for the last two. I remember the gold gets, I think, a fortunate pair or two to end up winning the 1 versus 2.
Mm-hmm.
But it looked pretty good from here. All right, well, turn 30, he clicked Bullet Punch, and it only did 24% on turn 31 when he clicked it again. So, I guess maybe the Scizor just didn't have anything better. So, but it was a good game. This was an entertaining one. It's good to see Cielu win.
Yeah, it was definitely good to see Cielu winning. The Lavender Laprases getting a win over Scream. Not capitalized Scream. Thanks, Dan. You ruined the joke of Scream. Literally, that's the point of the team name.
Chris, no, he posted week 2.
Yeah, Dan posted week 1.
We're still on week 1.
Yeah, Dan posted week 1, and he didn't friggin' capitalize Scream. It's the point. What's the point if you're not gonna capitalize Scream? Anyway, first game was Ubers. We saw Emoksu 9 beating Mimdos.
Oh gosh.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, this was
a crazy game.
This
genuinely, this might have been one of the craziest games of the week. Because I saw the first 3 turns, and I was like, I'm sorry, how does this person win again? and then it happened, and I was like, that's insane.
Yeah,
but please start us off.
So, first off, you did see you did mention the first 3 turns, where we saw Necrozma Terra Electric to dodge the Stun Spore, then defeated Rabombi via the Sunsteel Strike before being roared out by Terrapagos. Then Landorus beat the Zacian using the Rocky Helmet. Eternatus then died to recoil from chipping Arceus flying, while Terrapagos missed a Toxic against Necrozma, whom Koraidon beat using Close Combat. Arceus flying then set up against Arceus Ghost to beat it, while Koraidon finished it off to give Emo the win.
Yeah, the first 3 turns where it's like, oh, I'm Terra Electricing on Stun Spore. I was like, okay, I see you. Gets the +2, then gets the +3, and then I was like, bro, this game is so over. And then the Ragami reveals Quiver Dance, and I was like, okay, that's kind of cute. I guess you'll get to live 1 and, like, get your chip. And then it does 37%, and I was like, oh my gosh, I forgot that Stab Moonblast, that +1 is very cheap. Because then afterwards, because I was like, Rabambi somehow did his job after, like, turn 1 going terrible. Because, like, you've done 70%. I was like, alright, cool, we're there. And I was like, well, actually, how do you kill the gross one? And then it's Roar on the Terapagos. And I was like, yeah, that's not... that can't be real.
I've been surprised in seeing how much the different Terapagos sets... It's varying. Terapagos has a really good move pool, and just to see like the different sets you could do, like you could do an offensive Terapagos, but especially the bulkier ones, the more defensive and stally ones, those are definitely some things I'm seeing, and it's really good. So yeah, the meme dose, of course, losing, but take it in stride. Hopefully this bounces back for him, as Imoksu enjoys a good first win.
Yeah.
Next up, I feel so bad. Why can't One Last Kiss get a win? He lost against Keshba in OU. Good God, what happened?
See for yourself.
I don't even remember. I've opened the replay. There's a Chansey. What did it... Please tell me what happened.
Well, I'll tell you what happened. First off, we saw the Great Tusk nearly killing the Ogerpon, who the opposing Ogerpon's Ivy Cudgel healed while Heatran was sacked to Enamorous.
Yep. I remember the replay now, because I'm on turn 2, and I see the moral of the video game.
Yep. Then we saw Chansey paralyze the Weezing, who was fully paralyzed, to die to its Seismictosis. Then the Terra Ground Dragonite...
Yeah, like, wasn't that 3 full pairs in a row?
Yes, it was very unfortunate. Then...
Especially if that Weezing was, like, say, Pain Split.
It
100% has Pain Split. Yeah, that was something.
Abysmal luck from One Last Kiss here. Then Terra Ground Dragonite set up, killing the Ogerpon, but lost to Terra Ice Great Tusk Ice Spinner. Terra Ice Great Tusk. Then we saw Chansey later dying to a crit into poison by Goldango, but then after Tinglu died, Ogerpon managed to kill the Kingambit with low kick. Then Goldango managed to defeat Enamorous, but lost to Pecharunt at the end, giving Keshba the win.
Oh
yeah, I think
this is one where, despite the hacks, One Last Kiss got pretty close, and I think may have been able to win if sequencing it differently. It's hard to say.
Potentially, yeah. I will say I was very entertained by the Enamorous. I actually have no Moonblast switch-ins, so let me actually just give you chip on all of my Pokemon. And then finally, it's like, oh, your choice. Nope, turn 12 Earth Power into Heatran, goodbye. And I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah,
same.
That was pretty bad. So
I was entertained, but that's because they're not my teammate or anyone I actually know. So from a spectator point of view, I was very entertained. I was like, oh, the team is somehow 6-0 by Moonblast with a Weezing and a Heatran.
Yeah.
But, we know what happened to the Heatran, so.
Oh, man. So, yeah, unfortunate. Again, One Last Kiss just couldn't get a win when it matters. Especially when we're hyping him up so much. We glazed him a lot. Unfortunately, the things just didn't go his way. Either by hacks or just being outplayed. We know he's good, guys. So don't come into this thinking that he's bad. He's really good. Just hasn't really shown up to this point. So the other OU game we saw was Nemose beating Terracotta. So yeah, unfortunate there, PokeArt. So,
yeah, he got unlucky there.
So, we saw here Dragapult burning the Tinglu while Nemose set up the hazards, and Great Tusk managing to crit the Clefable before killing it, killing Volcanion later on. Tinglu survived a Dragapult's U-turn to Whirlwind, Gliscor out, sending Kingambit in twice to die to Ironhead. Cresselia then tricked into gaining heavy-duty boots, but lost to Kyurem's Ice Beam, which also beat Dragapult. Then Terra Fairy Kingambit failed to beat Moltres, while Gliscor defeated Great Tusk, and Kyurem defeated Gliscor before losing to the Kingambit. Terra Dark Pecharunt then defeated the Kingambit for Nemose to win.
Yeah, I remember. Where's the turn that I said hacks? I thought Terra's team, I don't want to say odd. Again, I do not play OU, but I was like, well, Clefable I hadn't actually seen that much of until literally watching the replays, and there was like 2 of them, because the same team got brought. But the Crest, I was like, what's the Crest doing here? So the team, to someone who only casually watches OU, seemed a little curious. And the most is much more standard, minus, of course, the pressure Moltres, which honestly, like, fake mattered, because the Kingambit Sucker Punch PP went all the way down to 2.
Mm-hmm.
But the 2 big turns to me were missing the T-Wave into the Petch, and also then the Clefable not having a good game, that one, getting crit from Tusk to eventually die. Those were to me the biggest
But
turns.
you want to know what else was incredibly bad but isn't obvious?
Mm-hmm.
What else was bad?
Hiram killing Cresselia. That had a
Was
very
that-
low chance to kill.
Really?
Really? Where's the turn that happens? Because I remember
But
seeing
yeah,
the...
Tara told me about this, personally.
Was this not a Specs Kyurem? That was the assumption I had going into
Yes,
this.
it is a Specs cure, but his Cresselia is very invested. It
Damn, that's
lives most of the time. Let's see.
Unfortunate then.
Oh yeah, he gave the calc. It's 252 HP, 84 special defense crest.
Ooh.
Damn, that's a big invest. That is
Kyurem
an
had
unfortunate drop.
And Kyurem had an 18% chance to kill.
Yikes, that's a rough one then. Because I remember looking, I was like, wow, this Kyurem goes crazy since the crest died.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah, that was very unfortunate. That was very unfortunate, but good on Nemose for absolutely calling that out. The Terra Dark Pecharunt pulling through and ultimately winning. That was good. Next up...
Yeah, but... I mean, Terra got hacked like about 3 different times, so...
Yeah, I'm still...
Terra said himself that he won the game several times over without that stuff.
Yeah, wow. Yeah.
That's how it be sometimes, unfortunately.
Yeah, so, yeah, well done to Nemose for picking up a win. Unfortunate for Terra. Hopefully he comes back. He bounces back in a tier he absolutely loves for next week.
About
lol,
that.
lol. Sarcasm is lol. All right. Next up, we have Yu and one of the hype matchups that was played: Ziri versus Just Franco, and see what happens when a match actually lives up to the hype.
Oh yeah, this was a great match.
Yeah, the teams, I was like, what is going on here? Like, one, there's the middle Hatenna? Well, Hatenna's the baby one. I don't even know what this one's called.
Hatram, yeah.
Yeah, I was using this thing, like, when I qualified last year for BLT, I was using this in, like, PU with Sun.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, what is Hatram doing here? And then there was Diancie, and I was like, what the... The team was throwing me off. I was
offense.
Trick room offense, indeed.
Took me like 3 turns too long to figure it out, but I was like, what is going on?
Oh, but, Franco was bringing heat.
Entertaining match.
Franco was bringing heat here. Unfortunately, it didn't win, but it was just nice to see Franco bring heat.
Close. It got very close, and literally
close.
one play difference would have won it for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Or possibly a roll.
So, we saw here that Heatran missed the Magma Storm to allow Hatrem to use the Trick Room, which Conkeldurr catching the Terragross Heatran by knocking off its heavy-duty boots and killing it, while Clodsire survived in Enamor's Earth Power to heal itself, while Zeri just kept switching in and out until Thundurus defeated it with Volt Switch. After Conkeldurr defeated Hydreigon and Thundurus defeated Terra Water Volcanion, Conkeldurr came back to beat Clodsire and Masquerada with Facade, dying to Future Sight, with Thundurus defeating Diancie in the end to win for Zeri.
Yeah, I will say I was pleasantly entertained during this game when the Conkeldurr got to come back to life 3 different times because of the healing wish into Lunar Dance. That I was very entertained by. I was like, oh, that's pretty funny. Because it's just like, oh, he's at like 28 HP, he's burnt. There's a spike up, it's like, oh, he's never going to switch in again. And then he comes back at full HP and gets like 3 more kills.
It's good. It's a great sequence.
Yeah. I think I guess for Franco, the only, fake concerns I had was the very early Volterra. I'm not sure how necessary it was, but it got clicked.
Presumably specs.
Which I also assume as well, because it's doing 40 something to the Slow King. But I'm not, even with it doing specs, I was still like, is that really the click to be clicking? Because it could have been potentially helpful in the last 2 mons in their, what is this guy's name again? The Conkeldurr or the DNC, when they were in the 2 versus 2 towards the end. But this was, I didn't know that y'all were calling this a highlight match, but it lived up to it. It was entertaining.
It was
good
great.
plays from both sides. And
of course this is a highlight match. Do you know who these two are?
Well, actually, I recognize Franco's name. From what I could tell you, Zeri I've never heard of in my life, but again, this is just I'm in my little cup bubble.
Zeri has won circuits before, I believe.
Yeah, one of the best. He was one of the oldest players we have, but he's still a GOAT. He was his best tier, but he's dabbled in dabbled in pretty much everything except maybe doubles or monotype or LC, but he's still great. He's still a great player, and he's definitely showed that he's not washed.
Yeah, Zeri is one of the GOATs.
Yeah, one of the more legend.
That will be good to know for when predicts come soonish.
Yeah, he's one of the most legendary players in Tour's Room for a reason, this game being one of them. So,
yeah.
Next up, we have RU, where a matchup we thought couldn't possibly happen, but ended up did. Thanks for playing, guys. Fiend versus Ampha. So, this game was pretty neat. First off, we have Crocodile knocking off items early on, while Fiend trapped Gudra Hisui with Magnezone, leading to Mew getting killed by Psychic Noise Noivern. Terrifier Bisharp then blocked Entei's Will-O-Wisp attempt to beat it with Iron Head. Then Oricorio beat Slowbro with Revelation Dance later. Noivern then survived Slitherwing's close combat, beating it with Draco Meteor and sweeping the rest despite the special attack drops to win Fiend the game.
Yeah, Hook, didn't your teammate use this exact same 16? The Entei one.
The Entei one with
there's
Super
another
Fan.
Entei and another Slitherwing.
And another Noivern as well with Super Fan.
Yeah, I think it's the same 6. So I think the team going to it. This team I think got used by an RU slot earlier. But all right, another I don't play RU. Fiend's team was. I remember opening the replay. I was like, he's got a lot of weirdos on here. I was like, the Mew at this point I had already learned was Mew is the GOAT. And I'm like, alright, sure, yeah, you make sense. Noivern makes sense. And then I was like, Oricorio. I was like, I thought this guy was banned from this tier. I'm thinking of 2 years ago, because where it was. But I was like, Oricorio, Magnezone. I was like, Bisharp, Quag. I was like, what is going on here? But this game looked good. There's definitely some lucky.
This is
favor.
The exact same team.
It is? Alright, well, I think the team also got lucked again.
Which makes sense, because it's not as though Arsenine was using a team he built.
Yeah, Fiend can't
I mean, well, then
Yes.
the team
My
then
guess is
just got
it's a
lucked twice in a row.
publicly team.
Maybe. I was like, well, I mean, the team then just got lucked twice in a row because the Noivern missing the Super Fang here was massive because then it meant after the Bisharp, third chops doesn't kill the Entei, like takes the Stone Edge. Like if the sequence like after the Noivern misses Super Fang, like the Bisharp would be dead here to the Stone Edge, and instead it actually gets to live and claim more damage onto something else just because of that miss. So just some unfortunate turns really for that team.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good win for Fiend, proving why they are the RU GOAT for a reason. Next up...
I will say, well, real quick, I will say from Ampha, I did like them not clicking first impression. I can't remember what turn it was, but there was like a sequence where it's like, you only kill something, like, they had the thing in, then it U-turns, and I was like, even though like they had some unfortunate turns go their way, they still fought back and like really tried their best to like get this game over the line. But I mean, this Noivern tie actually at the end as well is also pretty massive. Turn 32, where it's just Noivern v Noivern, that tie is also pretty massive as well. Just because now the secondary Noivern could come in. But no, Fiend's good at this tier, and with a little bit of luck, yeah, you could probably beat those people.
Yep.
All right. I didn't watch this X replay though, so I will actually this is like genuinely one of the few I will need the recap.
Yep. It was a very good win for Fiend here. Next up, we have NU, where we saw Diamond's Realm beat Big Tony. Diamond's Realm proving why they are one of the top players in NU.
There's a lot of weirdos on the screen right now. What is going on? There's a Braviary. We've got, the Slowking I've seen again. There's a Rhydon. What is going on?
NU is a weird beast. And yes, Braviary, I think, is one of the more common ones, as is Rhydon to an extent, but then again,
Rhydon's a PU-mon.
Oh, I'm confusing the two.
Well, to be fair, turn 0, Big Tony does say, how did we both bring 4 PU mons? Oh, yeah, because Wochen's also PU. What is going on in this replay? Someone tell me.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you.
I don't play enough NU to tell you.
Well, I'll tell you by recapping this game. Well, I'll tell you with this game. So, we have, of course, the Terrasteel Vaporeon surviving a Braviary Psychic and dodging the Hurricane while Rhydon dodged its Heat Wave attempt. Slowbro then poisoned Incineroar. Then Altaria dodged the Hurricanes to trap Braviary with Fire Spin until it hit on turn 31, killing it. Then Palmot then dealt huge close combat damage until Rhydon was switched in to avoid the double shock. And Vaporeon killed Braviary while Wochian survived double shock to kill Palmot with a nasty foul play. Sandslash then knocked off Wochian's leftovers before dying to foul play, and Bronzong took advantage of Florges tricking to OHKO it with Heavy Slam, while Slowbro tanked and Incineroar for a bit to heal itself, leaving only Vaporeon until Tony eventually forfeited.
Yeah, I don't think I had overly too many to say on this turn. I like Big Tony's nicknames. I thought those were cool. But I think one that probably ends up definitely super matters was turn 49 is the Palmont is obviously has Life Orb. It's revealed close combat has double shock. Wochen's just clicked Protect and heals, and he's clicked Ice Punch, and he's going to click Ice Punch again, but then the Wochen's going to live, or he clicks, Double Shock, and I don't know if this is a damage roll or not. I think we just saw the previous Double Shock do 25%, so this time did 26, but the Wochen living on 1 here to then kill the Palmon is literally massive, because there is no CC and Double Shock switchings on this team. Mm-hmm. So I think that was the beginning of the end for Tony here. Was getting this turn wrong, obviously Ice Punching, so you're probably predicting the Rhydon to be coming in, or maybe the Slowbro, but that's just getting that turn wrong. Sorry, what did he click? Jeez. Double Shock, turn 49. So probably predicting the Slowbro to come in to reserve the Wo-Chen, or perhaps getting the damage roll. But getting that turn wrong, I felt like put Tony so far behind. And after that, it really didn't seem like it was manageable.
Yeah, and Diamond's Realm continued to pressurize Tony until the end in 66 turns.
Mm-hmm. Oh, actually, yeah, no, he actually just refused to kill the Wo-Chen, because I wrote this down as well. Literally, like, 3 turns later, when the Snow Slash comes in, like, he clicks Rocks, he gets Ruinated, takes 20%, he clicks Axel and Protect, and then he clicks Knock Off, and then now the Wo-Chen's just gotten a second kill, seemingly for no reason. Like, when this could have easily have been, like, if he just claimed the kill on the Wo-Chen, could have just been a 5v4, and now all of a sudden he's down 4v3. And that was, probably just too much to come back from. And then, obviously, Vaporeons walling each other.
Mm-hmm. Next up, we have PU, where Lenny, aka T-Lenet, defeats Balor, aka Lore. Very, very minimal notes to note on here. First off, we saw Vikavolt setting up webs, but losing to Hoopa's Shadow Ball, while Arcanine burned the Poliwrath with Flare Blitz, with Sandslash OHKOing Hoopa with Knockoff. Poliwrath then was sacked to Arcanine, who died, and Sneasel's close combat. Then Sandslash and Sneasel both Terra Ghosted for spin blocking, with the former eventually killing the latter with Knockoff, while Florges defeated Malamar for T-Lenet to win.
Yeah, I think Lenny, one of the two. Not Balor. I think they did really well at preserving the Florges HP, because the Malamar is never beating that guy.
Mm-hmm.
I say preserving the HP, as I just watched turn 13 and it took half HP from Flare Blitz. But I think they did well of keeping the Florges healthy. They did well as well after this Arcanine as boosted itself to +1 of baiting in, like knocking itself out to recoil. The Poliwrath getting burnt, definitely unfortunate, as it revealed itself as physical. But like even it didn't end up mattering that much, because all it did was like switch in a couple times and then get one attack off for minimal damage. The Terra turn was definitely the biggest for here when they both ghosted. That was definitely it. Obviously, yeah, third chop only doing 76, no Shroot, and then killing back was a big turn. Yeah. Getting that right for Lenny was massive, and basically helped them secure this game, because that Sneasel probably wins if he gets it wrong.
Oh yeah, definitely, and it was just a very factorial turn, and Florges ended up taking the win for T-Lenet, so well done there to an established PU main. Alright, next up is...
Aren't they both established PU players,
At this point, yes. At this point, yes, but I'm talking more to, the guy you're more familiar with, PokeArt. Didn't you team with T-Lenet before?
Yes.
Yeah. Got a refresher there. Next up is the meme. Teemo defeating Iron Pikachu in LC. How?
This was first game how to happen.
Alright, well I could tell you how. However, I'll be nicer and let you recap first before hating.
It was a meme. It was definitely a meme. First off, we have Gothita starting off killing Minfu, while Vullaby killed the Glammet before losing to the flip turn from Chinchou, with Power Herb Dig Stunky failing to kill Marini, who froze Chespin for a little bit before thawing to heal. Then Chinchou missed a Hydro Pump, leading to Minfu killing it, while Marini killed Stunky. And Minfu and Grookey both U-turned to kill Gothita and Chespin respectively, and Teemo just won.
Yeah, so hold up, I need to go back to turn 0 so I can actually see all 6 Pokemon. Alright, Iron's Pika's team is doing very interesting amounts of trolling. There is no Mienfoo switching on the team at all. Literally, HJK is free into this entire pace. The most reliable way Iron Pika is beating a Mienfoo on this is like getting a slow flip turn / U-turn with the Fu or Chow into Goth, but then also the Mienfoo can literally just Terra because Mienfoo is great at being good at tearing, so it would just Terra and knock the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So that was a questionable one. What else happened in this game? Also for Iron Pika, not tearing your Mienfoo here because like Goth is like not doing that much against you, and like you just get the free kill, and like I guess it's dependent on what your Mienfoo Terra is, which makes me think that the Mienfoo is probably Terra Water if they didn't click it and not something like Steel or Dragon. But that was interesting. Oh, and then them trying to literally counter trap Gothita, and then they click Grass Knot, and Grass Knot also trolling because yes, it does more to Mudbray, but also you can there's Chinchou like in the tier. And so Energy Ball is just better. And I don't know the Grass Knot rolls into Mudbray, but like also Mudbray's commonly enough to turn into a Steel type to not only dodge E-Ball but Psychic. So that was rough. Honestly, Iron Pika probably could have lost this game even worse so if they don't win the turn 9 speed tie against Volibee. Chinchou comes in with Foot Turn. I don't know the rolls into this Power Herb Dig. I actually don't know what Dig's base power is, but like there's genuinely 80. I like
80, yeah.
It's 80? Yeah, this is literally never killing men. Like, genuinely, I don't know what the cook is for here, of what you're trying to snipe. Because, like, what is there that you're trying... Like, it's really only Marini, because the other steel types, you have access to Temper Flare. Tink dies to, like barely any chipped Tink. Temper Flare, like 2 HP of chip, it's Temper Flare kills.
Opposing Stunky?
Like, it's like opposing Stunk. Oh, I guess Glamet actually would make enough sense.
Yeah.
But
too.
Glamet would make sense. I mean, but also Glamet takes 40-something% from knockoff, so it's literally knock twice, switch out, and then you kill. But I could see it. Yeah, kind of maybe little bits of trolling. The freeze kind of matters as well into the chessman because it goes down lower than expected. Pump miss this far behind in the game doesn't really matter because, well, it fake matters because then the Fu could have potentially Terra. I don't know. I don't like Iron Pika's team here. And honestly, Teemo's team, I'm not the biggest fan of either. But bad beat worse because like the teams don't look the greatest from either player.
It's one bad team versus another.
I don't know if I would actually call Teemo's bad. Like it's I look at the first 4 slots, and we're, like, pretty normal. The Goth is, like, yeah, I can see the logic of it, and then the Grookey last is, like, I don't know about the Grookey.
Yeah.
But Iron Pika's is, like, literally asking to lose to Swords Dance Mienfoo.
Yeah,
if Mienfoo clicks Swords Dance on literally any predictive switch, and then it tears on the Goth Revenge Trap, and it kills 6 Pokemon. So... I would like to say I'm hoping better from Iron Pika because I don't know actually who else is on that LC slot for that team. So who can slot into there? So I'm hoping from a spectator's perspective, I hope better. Maybe not for this week, but I can wish. Also, I wish the Teemo Mudbray came in. That one's named after me. So that one sucked to not see coming.
Aw, yeah, we could have seen the Greedy's Mudbray here. But yeah, I also expect something from Ipika here. They definitely have potential. It's just that they need to, step up their game, especially coming out from last year. And hopefully they've improved by then if they keep getting slotted in, and hopefully the guys in the Scream team can support them.
Yeah, I really don't know the Scream support. I will say, like, if you're probably going to do a Little Cup VR, like, Iron Pika is probably towards the lower of the list. And especially, like, if the support is lacking, I don't know who else is on this team to make that call. But I'm looking at the starters, and these are, like, there's a couple people in here that I would put into Little Cup, but, like, I'm only putting them into Little Cup with support. So it might be rough, but Iron Pika is good. She has potential, and minus this week, I'm hoping the best for her.
Yep, same here.
And then Teemo, I have no idea what's going to happen with Teemo. But he will at least be entertaining for 7 weeks.
He is the meme.
Something already happened with Teemo.
Yep.
Yeah, well, he somehow got resurrected. I don't know how he managed to do it, but he made it.
He's such a meme.
That ain't.
He never
That's
dies.
just another thing, though.
He never dies. Alright, moving on to doubles, we see Icy Penguin defeating Irene. So, first Tailwind with Irene set up Rock, Lando, and Iron Hands, who killed Tornadus with Ice Punch, and Wild Charging to kill Gomora and itself. Irene then nearly killed Goldango with their own, losing it to Glamora's Earth Power, whose Meteor Beam then killed Rillaboom, and its Sludge Bomb brought Chin Pao to Sash, before Goldango killed it, leading to Irene forfeiting.
Yeah, even with the turn one not going that well for Icy either, like missing the missing the Icy Wind into Glamora, when like very clearly, like we saw in that others double game, the plan around the Glamora is going to be lower its speed, knock it out with the second special attack to not let its Toxic Spike up. Missing that Icy Wind, so now your gold is going to be guaranteed slower than the Glim, even if like you both trade Tailwinds, was super unfortunate, and they did well to pilot around it. I think the double Genie versus double Grass definitely kind of liked its matchup here.
Yeah, it was very good, and definitely Icy Penguin showed that they were able to pilot this well, and ultimately that's just a big win there.
Yeah, and they missed the Sandseer as well, actually. Turn 6, they missed Sandseer into the Glim again, so it gets even more chip into the hands. So yeah, this was even...
another team that looks familiar.
Whose is? Because they both look familiar. Because I think I like genuinely have one, if not both, of these pastes somewhere.
Oh, never mind. I am tripping.
Oof.
I do know as well. I don't know who went for the double tech. I know someone went for it, and then they didn't get it, so they lost the game. Irene. Yeah, Irene turn 14. Irene. They went for the double tech turn 14. If they get that double tech, it's honestly pretty doable. Just because there's no Tailwind, and now all of a sudden you've got Chempao, Sash Pao plus a Pawn in front of 4 Pokemon you're faster than, and you probably kill all 4 with a certain amount of double ups. But yeah, this was another good game. Icy's good. Played them a couple times in room tours of doubles, and I've watched their games. And yeah, they're living up to the expectation I've learned from them.
Yeah, Icy's kind of underrated. I want to see him more as the weeks go on.
Fair, because yeah, I'd never heard of them until I was qualing, and then I was like, bro, who is this person? They're smoking everybody in doubles right now. So I'm glad to see him succeeding.
Yeah.
I think they're actually a Rams player.
Really?
Well, I mean, hey, even better, because that's a good first one to get, and you should only be up from there.
Yep. Alright, next up we have the mono game between Tare 25 and Vaporeons. This one was one of the earlier games that were played, and I can't seem to find it until I did. There it is. So this one, we saw the Great Tusk War early on. This was fighting. It was just a war between the Great Tusks at first, who was sacked to Iron Valiant, while Sneasler poisoned the Scrafty and Iron Hands via Dire Claw. Then Tare's Sneasler set up Swords Dance and lost its air balloon, activating the Unburden, sweeping Vaporeon's team.
Yeah, this was very much just the Iron Valiant and the Sneasler, respectively, taking turns owning each other. Because it was like, where is it? It was like, oh, Iron Valiant comes in, goodbye Great Tusk. And then Sneasler comes in, goodbye Scrafty. And then it's like, oh... And then another Iron Valiant comes in, goodbye Scrafty again. And then Iron Valiant comes back in, goodbye Keldeo. And then the Sneasler comes in, goodbye Iron Hands. It's like, yeah, those two did not have switches to each other. And... I mean, I think, I can't even overly say who I thought played the better game. It was kind of just, we are both going to our strongest moves.
Tare played the better game.
Sorry,
I guess, yeah, I mean, because they won.
Yeah,
because they won.
But also Vaporeons was sacking pretty necessary things far too quickly.
Honestly, yeah, no, fair, because I'm looking at this hands, having I don't know what hands died to, but hands would have been nice to not lose to the SD Sneasler.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's the thing. SD Sneasler was in the back, and Vaporeons was ridding their resources of how to deal with that, as well as other threats.
Yeah, this one was kind of just they're just going band for band. So I was entertained.
Fair enough. Alright, we have the penultimate game. Jesus Christ, it took us this long to get to the penultimate game of the week, where Just Out lost to Rafna. But not in the way you would think, given that their usernames and their avatars are, well, let's just say, just do the Spider-Man meme. So yeah, this Ranbat series, it was a good showcase for both players who are good Rand players, but Rafna showing why they're better here at least in this series. First off, we have Darkrai setting up the nasty plot and made Clodsire fall asleep, surviving Grimmsnarl's Sucker Punch to beat it with Sludge Bomb. Then Glastrier beat the Swanna, while Yuxi encored the Palossand, who defeated Eternatus with Shadow Ball, while Spidops defeated the Clodsire and Hawlucha, beating the Excadrill and Yuxi to win Rafna this first game. And then game 2, we saw Samurott knocking off Primarinus Specs, eventually crit killing it with a Hydro Pump and a crit Sacred Sword, while Delphox killed the Berserker before being killed by the Spectrier. Low Kicks then defeated the Dusknoir, while Blaziken beat the Registeel before losing to Low Kick Sucker Punch, who lost to Rayquaza later on. And then Spectrier then Terra Fairy to beat the Terra Fighting Staraptor, and defeated Orthworm in the end for Rafna to win. Good on you, Rafna. Great OMM's player turned to one of the best Rand's players we've got.
Yeah, this the game 2 team for whoever won the series. Whoever won the series, this game 2 team is pretty cracked. Rayquaza, Spectrier, Blaziken, with like Dusknoir or Berserker also being solid, and Samu. That's a rough one game too. But yeah, is there more to say other than Rands?
And then finally we have the National Dex game between Nashrock and Omar, which we predicted Omar would win, but Nashrock had better ideas.
Really? Y'all predicted? Yeah. I can't believe y'all.
Yeah, it's weird. We predicted Omar because we saw the banner and thought, hey, he's a leader. But then Nashrock happened.
I've opened the replay already. This Omar avatar is kind of sick. I've never seen that one before.
Well, yeah, Nashrock.
Oh, which avatar?
It's like some tribal woman next to a Flygon.
Nashrock.
I've just never seen it before. I was just, hey, it's different. Nash's I've seen before because I've played Little Cup. I made literally the two of us played Little Cup like 3 days ago for like a side Discord tour. But Nash's I've seen before. It's also really good. But yeah, no, I'm biased. I would have picked Nash here just because I was like, that's my go.
All right, so the game wasn't that long either. Well, I can tell from the notes I have. Melmetal started off by critting Gliscor with double Iron Bash, eventually killing it with Ghostium Z Tapu Lele, while Ferrothorn tanked Mega Diance's Mystical Fire to beat it with Power Whip. Then Tapu Lele defeated Terrapagos with Focus Blast, while Toxapex burned Melmetal to beat it with Scald, and Mega Latios ended up sweeping the rest for Nashrock to win.
Yeah, I think some of the bigger team building choices here was the protective pads ? I think that's what the item's called. Protective pads. Yes. Melmetal was pretty nice here. It helped get a lot of chip into this Ferrothorn, which into Omar's Ferrothorn, which is helpful obviously with the double Psychic Core. I think from Omar as well, they just didn't get enough turns with Zamazenta right. I felt like the Zamazenta right until like the very end just kept clicking not the right attack into the Pokemon in front of it. Like either just didn't call the switch correctly or it would stay in and just like not go well. Like turn 25, click CC as the Tapu Lele comes in and switches out. Zamazenta comes back in, turn 28, clicks Heavy Slam this time, cut into Lando, and then it happens again at some point. Zama comes in, turn 34, Heavy Slams the Tropicals as it's select. I just felt like not enough turns went in the Zama's favor. And even then, it still honestly could have maybe won the game if it crit crunch into Latios.
Yep. Definitely indicative there. And yeah, Nashrock feels more at home here than in National Dex than LC last year. So I'm waiting to see how Nashrock performs. And I hope Omar comes back and does better.
Mm-hmm.
Was Nashrock playing LC and BLT last year, or are you just referring to TPP?
I think I might be referring to TPP. I'm not sure, but I know Nashrock plays LC. It's just that he didn't really perform well.
They played LC. I don't remember them playing in BL. No, they did play for last year because they were, in my personal head rankings, they were like slightly below Bleely, and Bleely had such an entertaining season that tournament. But yeah, but no, Bleely, Nash is good. Maybe not the greatest at Little Cup. They're definitely competitive and can bring anyone a game. But it was good to see like the team looks good from them there, and the clicks were good. Played around the Zama really well until the very end, where it's literally, all right, well, if I get crunched, crit, I lose anyways. So yeah, I'm hoping for my boy. Hope he keeps winning.
All right, and that, my friends, ends the long-winded 3.5 hour recap portion. Jesus Christ.
Hey, too easy.
Too easy indeed. So, Pokeart, would you kindly ask who one predicts between the both of us?
Between the both of us?
Yeah, between the both of us.
So you're assuming one of us one predicts.
Oh.
No way y'all tied.
Oh no! Did the surprise third predictor win?
Yes.
God damn it,
By a
Pick!
landslide.
God damn it, Pick!
Hey.
Why did we lose to a friggin' 50-50 bot?
Yes. The Pick Command won.
Good job, Pick.
Hey.
You beat two human players. AI is taking over.
Showing up on your own show. That's crazy. Y'all
oh,
do better.
you don't know.
Right. I remember something.
What?
We never, since there was a subbing out of Jordan, whatever.
Yeah.
Versus Drip Legend. We never quite decided what to do about that prediction.
Yeah. I mean,
that's just one less for the total.
Yeah, just exit out, I guess, because we never really we never know. If it had been Dark Province versus Drip Legend, we wouldn't know.
Mhm.
All right,
but
okay,
I think we just gotta get going. Yeah, at this point.
Yeah, well, let's go
over 4 hours would be a little crazy, and I think
so
a decent amount of these games are callable.
The Pick won with 30 out of 48 correct predicts.
Lol.
Dang.
Lol to both of us. We suck.
Yeah.
Hey, look, don't worry. I'll carry you guys to victory this time. I got you. I got LC and DOU on lock.
Yeah.
Wait. But you wanna know who? You wanna know how much you got me, Koi?
What?
24 out of 48.
Did I seriously get
exactly
50%?
half.
Did I seriously get 50%? I'm just as good as a bot.
The bot's better.
Better.
Oh,
yeah,
you're
I
right.
don't know about that.
I lost. I couldn't even beat a bot tonight. Frick. All right, whatever.
Hey, I mean, I did slightly worse than you, so it's fine.
It's fine. All right.
I got 17 out of 36.
Yeah, because he had to predict. At least you got under half. Just below half.
Why are you saying that as if that isn't lower than you?
That's
ever?
unfortunately not a good thing. Yeah, he's been trying to catch it up. He's like, hey, at least like that's
at least it's not,
no.
silver lining and everything. All right. enough of that. Let's move on now to week 2 predicts and get this video done and over with.
Yes. And for the record, setting up the predict sheet was what I was doing in the background the whole time because that was not set up in advance.
Thank you. Well, that's rough. Well, friggin', I didn't have time. All right, so week 2, we started off with the predicts. First off, we have the Resort City Rufflets versus the Roaring Sailor Moon. It's Poke-Art you can't predict because you're one of them.
Yeah, but I'm still doing the pick.
Yeah, you're still running the pick. You're still running the bot. So first off is the Ubers game between Skimmy the God and Skyu.
Miko, I want to think first.
Oh, you're asking me?
Yeah, what do you think? Because I don't know what I think yet, so I'm willing to get convinced.
This one is interesting. I mean, we've seen both players do well before in Ubers, but as of recent, I don't think Skimmy... I mean, as well as Skimmy did last time against Ice Master, I don't know. It's just maybe age or just better players have been cropping up. I think Skimmy's just...
Oh, I thought you were going to say that you don't think Skimmy's been playing much Ubers recently.
No. He
isn't exactly a lie.
I mean, he's... I mean, you know, Ubers is still his best, and, you know, he can still perform great when given the chance. However, it's Skyu, who lost his Zoe, but still looked kind of strong in defeat. So I might just slightly give the edge here to Skyu.
Honestly, that's fair. I think, however, even with the... I think this was the in-Skims game that got the Little Fortune. I can't remember if they're Little Fortune or Unfortunate. I don't know why. Skimmy, I think, impressed me enough in their game, especially just how certain sequences went in the beginning. Because it wasn't looking the greatest for them, but it worked out enough that I was like, yeah, you know, I like how they play. Mm-hmm. I don't know why. I'm feeling Skimmy here.
Oh, you're so you're going with Skimmy.
I'm going against you here on this one.
All right. Fair. I could see Skimmy winning. Like, if they play greatly against Skyu in the actual game, which hopefully we should catch live. Hopefully. We shall see.
Hopefully.
There's other factors to consider, but I will not say them.
I'm very aware of
the other factors. Who's next?
Next up, we have the OU game between Maverick Shooters and Mata.
Oh, how do I feel about this one? I honestly don't think I really enjoyed how either player played the week 1. I think Mata... Wait, is Mata the one I'm thinking of? All right, Mata was the terrain team that kind of just, like, last mon bails out just because, like... Mm-hmm. It just has iron defense. Like, if it's not iron defense, it probably doesn't win that game.
Yep.
But I don't even know how common Iron Crown is. But I also think Mav got kind of owned by Doug, and I think that could be potentially mentally boomed.
Unfortunately so, yeah.
But it was still an unlucky match. Not favored for him either way, but totally lost thanks to the hacks.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that para turn 38 definitely was a big deal. And you know what? You actually did remind me that did happen in that game. So I'm going with Mav here. I think the Mana might show up with the better team, but Maverick kept that game competitive, despite it not looking the greatest. So, you know, I think Mana might have the better. I think I'm going to go with Mana has the better team. Maverick wins anyways. That's what we're locking up.
That's totally fair. That's totally fair at 100%. And, you know, I hope Mav bounces back because, you know, generally speaking, like last year, he went ham last year in OU. Just had an incredible run.
He didn't actually play very much last year.
But, was it the year before then?
He went positive, but didn't actually play very much.
Well, was it the year before when I'm thinking of when he went ham in OU?
I don't know.
But
I don't know either.
He went ham. Like, Maverick Shooters is still a great OU pickup. But I don't know. Maybe this week's made me convinced that Mata might win. He's gonna definitely take him to a close fight, 100%. So
Yeah, it will be a good game.
I hope it turns out the way it is. I am gonna bet against Mav here. Sorry, but he could win. I'm not gonna discredit him. He could win, but I'm going with Mata here.
And that's fair enough.
You can literally see what's inside our server, Miko, and you're still picking Mata?
Yes.
And you still pick Skyu?
Yes.
Interesting.
It's called playing the game here, Pokehard.
Interesting. All right. I'm gonna need one of you two to tell me who Chicos is, because I'm looking at the next game.
All right.
I don't know who this is.
All right. Next up is Chicos versus Unstoppable One. Now, Pokehard, please elaborate. Chicos.
Sell me the Chicos.
Unfortunate. The guy.
Unfortunate. Unstoppable. You're living up to your namesake, but XII, your only loss is against Hacker. We're going in deep.
I hope it's the same. Well, Pokehard, you're not doing a very good job of convincing me of Chicos here.
Plays OU. Does OU stuff. I don't really know the guy, okay?
Okay, well, we're getting to see him first and foremost.
He's doing French Champions League, I think it's called.
Oh, wow. That's actually pretty good.
You should have led with that. I'm not going to change my mind, but you should have led with that one.
Yeah, Unstoppable One.
I don't know how big of a thing that is, though. It's because it's the first I've even heard of it.
Well, I'm going with the Unstoppable One. I genuinely do think that even though he lost against that Hacker, it's still Unstoppable One. He's still kind of a OU threat right now, and he could easily bounce back with a win.
Yeah, I can see it.
So I'm going with Unstoppable One.
I'd like to convince you guys of how good Chicos is, but even I don't actually know yet.
Oh, hey, look. This week, perfect time to find out.
Yeah,
all right, who's next?
Till the game happen.
I'm hoping to be pleasantly surprised.
Next up, we have Goro Yagami versus Blittius.
I'm gonna go against Blit. I wasn't very convinced in their game against I don't actually know how to say this Brazilian's name. Seraphes, that one. I wasn't very convinced by that game. I was like,
yeah, me too. I say Seraphes.
That works too. Alright, yeah. Them, I don't think I wasn't the biggest fan. And I can't actually remember how Goro's game went last week, but it couldn't have been worse than the mental image I already have of Blittis.
Yeah.
Wow.
I am also gonna pick Goro Yagami. I think they look stronger in defeat. Blittius, I didn't really wasn't impressed by, like you said, and yeah, I think Goro Yagami should be able to take this one.
Yeah, I'm really trying to find this game though. I just can't. I don't know who they played. Who did they play again? Oh, this was the game versus Sand. Okay. Yeah. It was the Sand game with the conch. And
yep.
Got it. Yeah, no, I like my pick now. Now I definitely like my pick. Yeah, I'll go with Goro for sure.
Yep. All right, RU. We saw Ars9 versus Drip Legend. Yeah, you wanted to throw Ars9 a bone here? Give him Drip Legend, I guess.
I fake recognize who Drip Legend is. However, I think Frank played pretty well despite their loss. So I'm gonna just be lame and say Frank.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the lame option at all. Why is that lame?
Well, because it's being boring. Not going for an underdog pick.
Yeah, unfortunately, no. Drip Legend, didn't impress even after, going into against Dark Probs. It really didn't impress last week. So Ars9 got robbed, and hopefully, less jinxing for poor old Franklin. He needs a win. All right. Next up, we have NU Acid versus Estra.
Oh, this is a good one.
It
Astra beat
is.
Ninja with the Hazard team. I think they were the IDEF. That was the IDEF game, right?
I believe
IDEF
so.
brought on? I believe so as well. I can't remember what Acid brought. I remember writing their name down. And I was
He's
like,
the one who had his Amoongus frozen.
Oh, that is a good point. That did happen. Damn, that is a completely different game that doesn't happen too. Shoot. Wait, it's an actual hard one. I was so ready to just be like, yeah, it's an easy one, go next, and now it's not. Alright, Among Us Frozen. Well, kind of on you. You know, I'm gonna go with Estra. I feel like Acid, you probably, maybe, just don't bring a team that immediately loses to Gastrodon of all Pokemon if one guy gets frozen.
Yeah, Acid does need
I'm gonna go with Estra for no good reason.
Well, the idea is it doesn't lose to Gastrodon if that one guy gets frozen.
Yeah.
Can't really account for that in Builder.
Oof. So, yeah, I'm also going Estra. Here. I think Estra is the better player of the two. But still, you know, I hope they bounce back. I do hope they bounce back, and I hope they do a better game that they did last week, just minus Axis and whatnot. So, but he's going up against a tough player, so who knows? All right, next up is PU. The names in the name, guys. PU versus Blehe.
Yeah. Is this the tier PU actually plays?
PU plays everything.
Yeah, because I know them from Little Cup stuff, and they had some pretty good runs in certain tournaments.
PU
but I was
literally
like,
plays everything. Like he was slotted in Rams last week.
Well, yeah, that's why I was like, I don't remember what he played last week, and then I had looked. Well, I mean, it makes sense. I'm looking at RBTT champion. It seems like a fair enough assumption.
Yeah, Bro went 9-1 in Rams in RBTT.
Just lost.
Damn, that's
really
impressive.
bad to have last week.
I don't know why I want to go for Blue.
Whoa, betting man right here.
That's a hot take.
We have a betting man right here.
Well, let's fucking go for it then. Blue is my goat.
He
will get ghosted. Not ghosted, sorry. He will get a great team from someone.
He's committed.
At ghosted tier.
He's committed, y'all.
I don't know. Well, alright, look, apparently Bleely is good enough that, like, he's in some PU team tournament somewhere, that he's literally drafted to play PU. I've got to have some faith.
PU is like big leagues. What's your point?
Yeah, big leagues, schmig leagues. Bleely's got this.
Wow, the hard sell on Blehe here. Yeah, I'm backing you up, Pokeyard here. I'm going PU.
Yeah, you have common sense, Mikoi.
Blehe being the hard sell on PU against PU.
Literally is the tier.
It's
so he'll know what it feels like to get hacked in his own tier.
Oh my god,
That's
if
all
it
I'm
happens.
That's
I
all
swear
I'm
to god if it happens. Lol. We're gonna come back to this video. Alright.
Oh damn, wait, this is
literally the only ways PU loses are hacks.
Alright, let's not jinx it, Pokeyard.
Then I'm telling you right now, Bleely, he's got that. But I want to go on to this Little Cup game, because this is another... Is this the best Little Cup game of the week?
Yes, it might be the best Little Cup game of the week. It is.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
It's the goats. The goats battling it out as Wesh Papillon takes on Envy.
I need to pull up the PAP team again, because Envy's team was fake a little bit fishy, where it's kind of like you're kind of wanting to see a mon or two more than in others. PAP's, I know, was the Shellos, Elekid. Where the hell is week 1? Week 2, week 1, there it is. And he wins this game. PAP. Alright, so, like, Envy should be favored. Like, obviously, he's, I would say, probably clear number 2 of the pool. And PAP is not number 2 or 1. But, oh yeah, he's this team. Well, I do like PAP's team better. But he only wins this game because he gets double freeze. And Envy... Dang, I was ready to convince myself to go for PAP. But I'm thinking about the games. Pap only wins his game with double freeze plus Chespin T-Bolt para. And then Envy loses his game faster because he gets triple Sludge Bomb crit. So, yeah, I'm going to have to be boring. I'm going Envy.
Oh, well.
Wow, you're going to be boring and go Envy here, but you're not going to be boring and pick Piyush?
I have enough bias against Piyush. I saw them play like 1 or 2 bad Little Cup tiers. Now, is this tier Little Cup that they're playing in? No, but I've seen weakness. And clearly will exploit it and win his game.
Let's see about that. Well, I'm going to go slight betting man in here. The slight betting man in me, I'm going to go Pap.
Whoa!
That's a respectable punt. That's a much better punt to go for than my Brearly one, but I've got a good feeling.
I genuinely think Pap has, and with what we've seen from Pap in past BLTs and then this one, we've seen that Pap can absolutely play to the absolute maximum. And while Envy is great, I will not discredit Envy. He's the LC Circuit champ for a reason. He is great. I just believe in Pap more. I think Pap has the slight edge in terms of skill here.
That's a respectable punt. I can see the logic. I don't overly agree with the logic because I just don't, because Pap has not been playing overly competitive LC, and he's kind of just been relying on him being just a good enough player to get him through. But even then, his good enough was probably doesn't win that game without double freeze and T-Bolt para. But I think I don't know.
We might be in a very different game without a high jump kick crit.
Even if it is a different game like that. That Chalice is still getting hella pressured because HJK is still doing like 48%.
Yeah, but without the crit, he doesn't need to force Terra his Shellos and can save it for something to more easily deal with Shelter, which is what he was planning to do.
I'm sure, because that is the Shelter game plan. I don't know. Somehow, Booker, you've convinced me against Pap on this one. It's a respectable punt, but now I'm just more sold on Emmy.
Ooh, okay.
How did that...
It's called reverse psychology.
How did what I just convince you against it further?
Reverse psychology.
Because I'm still thinking, I was like, yeah, the Shells getting crit was unfortunate, but he also has to freeze twice to not lose that game, and then even like, I don't know. I don't know how to explain myself.
Position to begin with.
Yeah, but then he also has to get the T-Bolt Parrot into the Chespin, who also would probably also force the Shellos Terra. So he's not in a great spot.
Oof.
I don't know. I'm going with Envy. McCoy's going with Pat.
Yep.
You are going with your teammate because you have to. And then let's go at Monotype. I already know who I'm going for Monotype. This one I don't even have to think about.
Yeah, let's go with the Monotype game here. We have Rio Vidal versus Twinkay.
I'm going Rio.
Yep.
I don't think I could go against Rio after week 1. Yeah, I've just pulled them every week.
Yep.
That was insane.
Yep, I have no objections here. I'm going with Rio Vidal all the way, as proven why he is the mono goat of all time.
Excellent.
Yeah, fair.
Alright, next up is doubles OU. We got Luisin versus Choice Bad Kiram.
Alright, can I spin a little thread and tell you how Locked wins this game?
Ooh.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
She wins this game. She brings a snow team. Luisin.
Why are you spoiling? Why are you leaking, huh?
Bro, I just saw visions into the future. She's gonna get multiple blizzard freezes.
No way.
She's gonna get multiple blizzard freezes. I genuinely think she has a chance. I really think it would be Snow. I don't know why. Snow is really good. The only reason we saw Snow lose the previous games that it was used in was the one game the Chien-Pao got a double protect to then lose.
Mm-hmm.
It lost that game. Another game it lost was because of Brick Bake Roaring Moon, which is very much not real enough to be considered. It was a good counter team. And then I think literally the third game also had Snow and then also lost. So, like, Snow is getting brought. And so Snow is getting brought. It's going to get disrespected now. Lucian's going to be like, no one's going to bring Snow. I'm going to prep less against it. She's going to roll matchup with Snow. And whenever support Mon that's going to be behind the veil is going to go crazy. And it's going to win.
Oh, boy.
Now, I'm not going to pret her, unfortunately. But I would like to see your thoughts. Because I think it's a very doable punt. But I'm not going for it.
So you're
from my perspective,
you don't have a choice.
My personal perspective, your reasoning sounds a little delusional.
A little. Hey, look, you got a little bit. Look, yeah, I won Little Cup's biggest ego award of 2024. You got to be a little bit crazy sometime. And I can't even like faithfully pred her, but like I can see the line. I think she's good. She's been good with Snow teams. I think Snow is probably going to get disrespected this week. And I would not after it losing 3 times minimum in week 1. So I can see the line. I'm unfortunately not going to back up my word and bolt her, but I would not overly be surprised if whenever this game gets played, she wins. Oh. And I'm going to root for her.
You think she's bringing Snow now that you're saying she'll probably bring Snow?
Well, I don't think Lewison's going to watch this. And also, I literally know absolutely nothing
Lewison's on my team, dude.
Interesting.
This is real. Alright, so...
That's just the line, yes. Yeah, yes, please prep for Snow as she brings, like, sun, hail, triple weather shenanigans.
Okay. So, let's pick Luis in here, because I think they are the correct choice. So,
and I have to agree, but yeah. I'm not rooting for him.
And wouldn't you know it, surprise! We have a BLT game live. While exactly. The game is happening, let's move on now to the Random Bats Best of 3. We got MG versus Hammy.
MG all the way.
MG.
That person's my GOAT. I don't know what MG stands for. They got 2 badges. McGenius. A killer name. Oh my god, yeah.
Very close, actually.
Genius.
It's very close. Yes. Some genius, yeah. He's one of the people who's brought. Well, actually, I've had to climb the ranks with him.
You don't need to say more. You don't need to say more. This is the GOAT. They're going. Why did you have them in the first place? They would have won another game.
He is the GOAT in Ranbats. One of the best Rans players we've got. And yes, he is
Yeah, Tui. Next.
MG. National Dex, we see Tempo versus Seth.
I'm going Tempo. I don't think Seth played a great game.
Oh.
I think you would agree.
Wait, yeah. Mikoi, did you predict for MG?
I did predict for MG.
Oh, okay.
Well, here, National Dex, Tempo versus Seth. You're predicting Tempo. I'm also going for Tempo de Angoria. I think they're the better player of the two. So... And Seth, yeah, hopefully they can pull off a great win at some point. But yeah, I think
it's not this week.
It's just not this week. Hopefully next week's. Then we get to the Primal Power Pangoros versus the Jubilife Jirachis. Well.
Sorry, what did you guys predict for Tempo versus Seth? I'm having trouble keeping up.
Both Tempo.
Okay, and now I have to do the pick, which, yes, I've been doing the whole time, just not really saying what it's picking.
That's fine.
Do you guys want to know what it's been picking?
Not overly.
Go for it.
Well, I could just say it fast. Like, say what it's been picking so far. Skimmy, Maverick, Unstoppable 1, wait, sorry, I'm reading yours, greedy. It's actually picking...
I was like, wow, this guy didn't meet him in our life.
Skyu, Mata, Unstoppable 1, Blidius, Trip Legend, Estra, PU, Wesh Papillon, Rio Vidal, Luisan, Hammy, and what did it just pick? Tempo.
They did more punts than I did. Alright, but...
Random.
Yeah,
random.
That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Alright, who's next for the Ubers game?
Alright, so the Primal Power Pangoros versus the Jubilife Jirachis. Ubers, we start off with Vidiot, aka the formerly known as 7U9I2, versus Ice Master.
I'm going Ice. I've never heard of this other person before. I see they have an expired ribbon, which, like, hey, good for you. You know how to play Mons. So does Ice Master. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. But 7U992. Oh, this is a past Uber Circuit champion, my dude.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Oh,
well, surely Ice Master. Well, Ice Master's apparently a UPL champion.
Oh,
I don't know.
Oh, well, Ice Master
Circuit is more impressive than that, I think.
Maybe I'm LC biased. LC biased. Circuit is like. We LC community, for reasons unknown to me at least, we care more about Team Tours than Indivs, but that we're not other tiers, so maybe fair enough. I don't know. I'm still taking Ice Master.
Ice Master does have LC in the name. It's just a capitalized I rather than a lowercase L. Anyway, yeah. 17992 versus Ice Master. This one should be fun. I'm really hoping to see we get to see great heat sets. Actually, go for the most uncommon sets you can find. I'm gonna say Vidiot, just slightly.
Fair enough. I need to remember.
Sorry, how did you just pronounce that, Mikoi?
Vidiot, Vishit. What should you pronounce it as?
So that's also why I didn't pick that person, because I don't know how to say it. So woohoo!
Okay, well, it's a word, so we can just look it up.
Just call him the former 7U guy.
Formerly known as
Vitiate.
Vitiate. Wow.
Vitiate.
That is
Vitiate.
A bad pronunciation. Right. Anyway.
Alright, how's this Uber's game going? XU9 has a pair of Crydon, Life Orb Arceus is in. Ground Arceus is slightly chipped, HP full. Glim, no, it's Ground Arceus, so Glim's pretty useless. Zacian's still full HP. Slower than that guy, though. It's kind of close. Alright, anyways, who's next?
It's back and forth. Oh, PokeArt, you get to predict now. Who do you go for?
Yes, I'm going for Ice Master. Are you going for
I'm going for 7U. Vitiate. Just call him 7U982. I don't want to pronounce that name, damn it. Alright,
Ooh, big whirlwind.
Let's see.
Alright. Ooh, Crying Starreel?
Yeah, OU, the next OU game.
Oh, that's a hype match.
Yep, the next OU game we have is Crying versus Starreel.
Why did Crying bring again? Oh, I hate having to look for replays. This sucks.
I mean, they played Ubers.
Crying played Ubers last week, so you're not going to find
true.
that.
I was like, I literally found my notes on it, and I was like, that's weird that I have, like, my acronym for Kyogre and not Kiro, because it's Kyogre. Crying Starreel. What did Starreel bring again? They had the... I'm going Star. I don't know why.
Oh, Starreel's the more established OU guy, so, over Crying?
Oh, okay.
But Crying...
I thought that was more of a pun, I'm not gonna lie. I actually, like, recognize Crying and, like, know who that person is because they're like, oh my god, Crying.
Yeah, but
I was making a bigger pun than I was.
Starreel, of course, one of he's a traditionalist OU main, while Crying can literally play everything. And OU just so happens to be one of their best tiers as well. Okay, who are you going for?
I'm going for Crying, I think.
Oh, so both of you are doing opposite ends, but I think I'm gonna go with Crying as well. As much as I want to root for Starreel, I think Crying's generally better.
Oh, y'all gonna be real sad when this goes the other way.
Starreel?
Yup. You'll be real sad when it goes the other way. Hate to say it.
Mm-hmm.
Pick agrees with you.
Hey. Pick me, geniuses, great minds think alike.
Alright, next up.
I don't know, the pick's an idiot.
It beat both of you two.
You look at some of these other choices, it's kind of an idiot.
Wow.
But then again, it was pretty accurate last week.
It was pretty accurate last week. Next is OU. We got Batty versus Doug Trio is Broken. Hype matchup.
I'm going with Doug. They look so good. They looked so good in that first game. It, did not feel that close. Actually, maybe it did, because I think they were the game that had the pretty fortunate Para versus a Petron. if I'm remembering correctly. Even still, they still looked really
versus
good in that game.
a Gliscor from a Pecharunt, yes.
Close enough. They still looked even good, even with that little lucky turn. So yeah, I'm going Doug.
Who are you going for, Pokert?
Daddy.
Really?
Really?
All right. Well,
Good feeling, I guess.
Well,
fair enough.
My gut feeling says that in OU, I'm gonna go with Doug Trio is broken. I was generally impressed by Doug Trio last week, so I think I'm gonna give the edge to him over Batty.
What the fuck is going on? I've tuned back into the Ubers game, and the Deoxys is now killing the Glim, but the Glim was like, actually, we're gonna set up Suicide Rocks on turn 22 in the 4 versus 4. Very curious, but alright.
Interesting.
Alright,
yeah.
you.
Would be interesting if the Ho-Oh turns out to not be Boots, wouldn't it?
That would be so funny. It's
bye,
double
Glamora.
Whirlwind. There's no way you're Whirlwind, no Boots. There's no way.
Hi, Glamora. Alright, next up is Yu. We saw 691 versus Jojen.
I don't know who Jojen is. Oh, it's
Geomancy. They're Geomancy.
Was Geomancy
Did they not play last week? I don't recognize the name.
They didn't play last week. Played last year, though.
Last year? Were they good?
That was outside of my research range, unfortunately.
Were they good last year, Pokeyard? Do you remember?
6 was pretty competitive, though.
They didn't really play much last year.
Yeah, I remember playing 2.
I just know that they played last year.
Yeah, I know they played 2 games. Were they good in those? If it's not, then that just goes to show you
I'm going with 691. 691, they lost a pretty close game. They didn't get a Scald Burn that would have probably won them the game in the end game. So, yeah, that's
691 is probably the objectively better player, especially in this
That's what I like to hear. That's what I like to hear.
Yeah, I'm also going with 691. 691, generally more traditional UU main here, so this should be pretty easy.
Oh, wait a minute. It's getting a little crazy. 3 versus 3. I was hating on the rocks, but they're probably
Deoxys just Terra Ghosted.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah, makes sense because it's probably for trying to get around E-Speed. Wait a minute.
Oh man, if the Deoxys
XU9, I take back my hate. Wait, I was rooting for you. Why was I hating?
Well,
I take back my rock hating. All right. Who's next?
Next up, we have RU. High naming is hard versus Eevee. Both won their games last week.
Oh my god.
Oh god, the Zacian Swords danced.
Oh my god! Oh my, wait, this person might be the GOAT.
Orcus Ground.
High naming beat again. They beat Stories.
Yeah, high naming is hard.
High naming is hard is, the username is,
GEWW.
Yeah, I'm talking about the Showdown username. They go by,
GEWWGE.
Oh my god.
It's sub, Zacian.
Why is it sub?
Against Terra Flying, too. Ooh.
Look at that.
Oh, is it gonna sweep?
Isn't it now just dead?
It's not gonna sweep. It doesn't outspeed Deoxys.
Well, unless you switch out. No! A focus miss on turn 32. Jesus Christ, ladies and gentlemen.
Was he click? It's so over. It is so over
right now. Poor focus miss. What's the chat looking like?
Okay. Alright. That's a rough one. Oh my god.
Alright.
That's hard. I don't have a good reason.
Oh my god.
Oh, the hard read, man.
Alright.
I don't know.
I'm going high naming is hard.
High naming is hard for you? Pokeyard, who are you going for?
Pokeyard convinced me Eevee lucked last week to win, so.
Yeah, very much so. High naming is hard, definitely winning here.
Easy, too easy.
Same.
Do we get the 3 for 3? Let's hear it, McCoy.
Same here. I'm going high. Naming is hard. They impressed last week.
We're too good at this.
We went 4 for 4 on 691. I wonder if we'll get it here.
It's too easy. It's too easy. All right. Deoxys is clicking superpower into King Gambit, by the way.
Let's see.
It's not superpower Deoxys. It's Focus Blast.
Deoxys.
He's running both. They're running both. They're running both. You run Focus Blast for the random guy who has bad special defense, and then you have superpower for Blissey Chansey. I had a vision.
It's both.
I had a vision.
I don't think so.
All right, who's next? All right, Enyu. Who's
Enyu? We got Django versus Enzo Nana.
Oh, I think Enzo played well as well, but I'm gonna go against him for no good reason.
Oh no! The win last week. The win
I'm also
last
going
week.
Django. I don't have a good reason why I'm going Django, but I'm going Django.
Yeah, the win last week wasn't well earned. I'm going Django.
Dang.
The focus miss again. Bye, Deoxys.
That's unfortunate.
This is a robbery.
Wow.
Where's it? Forfeit. Bye. We won.
Right. Now,
We won, Greedy.
As unfortunate of a robbery it was, I did follow suit. I did say, yep, that person's winning.
I
So,
did say MX9 would be. We'll get to it when we.
might have been a robbery. Hey, look, robbery is a robbery.
Yeah, it's a robbery of the freaking century. There.
I think I had the right idea predicting Zoe.
You did. Yeah, your player just needs.
They were
put on
robbed.
some wide lenses.
Hard. All right.
All right.
PU.
Did we all go to Django?
Yeah, we all went Django.
Except the pick. The pick didn't.
Yikes.
Missing out.
PU. We got Suzuka versus Blood Ace.
Oh, wait. God dang, there's so many good matches in this one.
I'm going Suzuka.
I don't think this is a good match. Both players, I'm not too well. I mean, I'm not too well versed on, but I've seen Blood Ace more recently, and they're all right. Suzuka, we've only really seen once, but they did win.
Oh, bro, the Blood Ace team went crazy. The Scarf Encore was like a great bring.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, but you see, there were still questionable plays, even with that. And
everyone's got a questionable player too.
I think Blood Ace's logic behind his team choice was that we slotted in someone who is unknown in the tier, supposedly does not play it. So he thought the most logical course of action is that they'll probably use hyper offense, which we did. So he brought anti-offense.
He knows the meta.
That's
a good meta read. I like what you're hearing. The guy knows the tier and knows what needs to get brought to counteract certain brings. I'm liking him even more. Let's go Blood Ace.
Wow, we're really doing a bad job of condensing Pokeart. I'm going Suzuka as well. Like, I think Suzuka generally looked better than Blood Ace did, even though Blood Ace did have the better team. It's just that the plays weren't that good. So,
oh yeah, no, I'm now remembering the Suzuka thing. I'm sticking with it. Blood Ace, you got this, 100%. Suzuka, no, this was the cheating. What is this called again? It was Dragon Tail Milotic with Future Sight that like literally owned the entire pace. So I'm taking a punt, but yeah, all right, Little Cup, all right, easiest arc numbers of all time. There should not be an answer for this person at all, even with Quinn support, and Quinn is very good at supporting. I'm going arc.
Yeah, LC, we got.
I'm going arc too.
Yeah, we're going with V. I can't even freaking pronounce the name. VXL Tartimi. I did it.
There's no way. There's no way.
Yeah.
Quinn support is good. It's not that good, and Arc is not me, and he's not gonna troll clicks.
Well, I am gonna go with Arcanine numbers. I am gonna go with them because I can't pronounce that name.
Not even the pick is picking against Arcanine numbers.
He better win after the shit show he did last week. Next up is Monotype, where we see two people here that are very familiar if you've been following my channel recently. Memphis Depay versus Jack Guzzler. Can't wait.
Going Memphis. I wasn't convinced by Jack.
Going Memphis.
Ooh, I don't know. I think you're underestimating Jack a little, but I am going Memphis.
Well, after last week, can you blame me?
Well, yes,
Yeah,
but
how are you
again,
gonna have this 6-0 water pond matchup and lose? I'm sorry.
yeah, I'm going with Memphis as well because they impressed a lot better. But yeah, don't underestimate Jack. He might pull off a win.
Oh, I don't remember this next game.
Next game is a doubles OU between two very competent doubles players here. We got 5'5" versus Servolt Mike.
I don't remember Mike or their game. I do remember 5'5". I was actually low-key kind of impressed for a little bit of a
Mike
game.
is the one who had the Specs Iron Bundle and seemingly lost.
Oh, he gets double teched and lost a double tech. Right.
We're picking greedy.
Yeah. You know, they played a good game in that one too. I think I'm going 5'5".
All right, fair enough. I'm also going 5'5". 5'5" looks
I genuinely don't know who wins here.
I have no idea. This is
This could be 50-50, but I generally do think that 5'5" looks stronger as a player.
If you don't know, just put it to a coin. Just do what the bot does.
I'll go with Servolt Mike.
Ooh, okay.
Fair enough.
You're really...
I don't know why. Just feeling, I guess.
I get. Is it betting man instincts or is it just gut?
I don't think it's a betting man instinct because it's not that I think one is favored over the other, but I'm choosing the underdog.
All right, fair enough.
There's no clear underdog here, so I don't think it's much of a betting instinct.
Next up, we have the Ranbats game. The Ranbats game between JJ and Losco no Shuto.
Oh, that's gonna be good.
Have you killed that pronunciation? I was like, how do you say that? I'm going not JJ.
You're on Losco. All right. I mean, he did rob Piyush of a win last week, while JJ clobbered Lexen.
Yeah, keyword rob.
Yeah, counter argument, it's Rands. Anything can happen.
Fair enough.
I don't know. That was bad even by Rand standard.
Oh,
I know you don't play it, but trust me, that was bad even by Rand standard.
And you know, it's going to be even worse this week. We're going not JJ. However, LOS, locking it up.
All right, so...
You can just say Losco.
Yeah, Losco.
That's much better. Losco, go. Winning it all.
I mean, I genuinely think Losco's still a GOAT, even after that performance last week, but I don't know. I think he's hit a wall here. I think JJ should win. I think he's generally the better player here.
I'm going JJ too. But pick's going Losco.
Alright, so same brain cell there. National Dex.
That's crazy. Alright, who's next?
National Dex, we got Adrian versus Swinub Fan 44, aka the Charmy Boy.
Oh.
Or you can just say his actual username so you're not confused. The
Charmy Boy, aka Team Charm 69. There.
That's who that is.
Yep.
Team Charm, yes.
That's crazy.
Not Here Comes Team Charm. Team Charm.
You know, I was so ready to...
Here Comes Team Charm, it's just Team Charm.
I was so... And then I my notes for the game that Adrian had against my teammate last week at Lulu. And they kind of got owned. What? Actually, do they get owned? I can't remember what actually happened in this replay. I just know
they
the
faced
Hex Gold.
Silu, so...
Yeah, Sulu 1-2, Sucker Punch 50-50s. Sulu, I think, had the Chomp and wins the Hazard advantage. Gets a good spin block.
Alright. Yeah,
No, they win this game. They actually get either the Sucker 50s right, so there's no way you lose two code flips in a row again. I'm going Adrian.
Ooh, okay. Poker, who are you going for? Actually, I think I know who you're going for.
I have no idea. I mean, I mean, I don't know Adrian very well, and I haven't seen Charm play National Dex. I have no idea how good he is at it.
I don't know either of these players. You just take the punt. Pick one, stick to it.
Hey, Meek, what are you picking?
Team Charm.
Okay, I'll pick Team Charm then.
Yeah.
Wow, I can't believe you. All right.
I mean, we know Team Charm for a long
time. Look, they're running it back.
I mean, Team Charm's we've known Team Charm for a long time, Pokeyard especially, and yeah, he's good.
Oh, that's fair enough then. I respect bias picking. I've already done it a couple times.
I know the bias picking is real. All right, next up is the battle.
I usually tend to avoid bias, but yes, it is real.
Here it's warranted, Pokeyard. Here at least it's warranted. All right, next up we have the Battle of the Boomers. Lavender Laprases versus the Cinnabar Charizards. Get ready for old-ass men fighting it out in their retirement home. First up...
Sounds fun.
Alright,
first battle already happened.
Yeah.
Got my +1 point. I put the Lapras player. Alright, we go next.
I went also for the Lapras player. I am XII. Good job on winning.
Yes, incredible dodging skills.
The LCAP buff that the Laprases have is crazy.
It is. I mean, they have teamed before, Pokeyard. We know MJ and Ziri have teamed with LCAP before.
Alright, who's next?
That's irrelevant.
Okay.
This game is literally already happened. Who's next?
Alright, the next up is OU, where we got One Last Kiss versus K.
Please. So we were saying earlier that OLK was due for their win, right?
Please, just one good showing. That's all I want.
What the hell what did OLK even bring again? I don't even remember.
They had the Wheezing.
Oh, the Wheezing that gets triple para? Right, that did happen. Because I was so ready to not go with OLK, and then you've now reminded me of that game, and I was like, oh, that game did go pretty unfortunately.
I think I'm gonna go OLK because this is actually me showing bias.
I just want One Last Kiss to have a good showing. I'm picking...
I get the feeling Miko's gonna go OLK
I'm also going One Last Kiss. Because, god damn it!
Unfortunately. I don't know why. I didn't want to go for them. I think I'm joining you. I don't have a good reason either. Like, I think Kaif? Not OLK. I think they played a good game, too. This is going to be a good game. But, I flipped the coin, and it said OLK. So we're going to OLK.
Oh, it better be a good game. Next up is the other OU game. We got Nemose versus Hacker. Both won last week.
I'm biased. I'm going Hacker.
Yeah.
I'm going Hacker too.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen before.
Better player, I think.
Yeah, we've seen before how Hacker is strong, not only in LC, but, in OU as well. Like, Hacker can play, they did win a TLT once. So, Hacker to win. 100%. Alright, next.
I don't know about that.
Next up is UU. We got Ziri versus Seraph.
I'm going Seraphiz? I'm going him.
You're what?
I'm going against Ziri.
You what?
I'm going against Ziri. XIRI.
It's like asking to get a predict wrong.
Oh, where's the
Look, I've learned the hard way to doubt the Brazilians. And those guys can bowl. And, I'm not making that mistake again. Ziri, I'm sorry.
What? Ziri's not Brazilian.
Is Doug not Brazilian? He's like -3 time zone.
He's around my time. He's around my time zone. Ziri is.
Yeah, Ziri's like +9. What are you on?
No, I'm talking about Seraphiz. I'm going against Ziri. I'm going not Ziri. Seraphiz. I'm pretty sure Seraphiz is Brazilian.
Oh.
I thought you just said you were going against Brazilians. What?
No, I said I learned my lesson from going against Brazilians. I'm going with Seraphiz.
Oh.
They're winning this game. I like the Hacker team a lot. There's a lot of good players on here.
There is a lot of good players on Hacker side, but yeah, I'm going with traditionalist. I'm going with Ziri.
Yeah, Yeah, Ziri's not. If Ziri can beat Franco in UU, that should
He's
tell
not
you a
washed.
lot.
He is not washed.
Unfortunately, I don't know enough UU for that to matter to me. So bias picking.
He's not washed, guys. He's
Franco's
Ziri.
one of the best UU players out there right now. Just saying.
Good to know.
Mid-tier best.
I'll keep
Mid-tier
I'll keep that in
player.
mind to pick Franco in.
Go.
Well, actually, wait. He's going against my team on second spot.
Alright.
Oh wait.
All right.
Are you gonna predict for your own team?
Not publicly.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
I'll do it in my head. I'm not gonna send it to you. I'll do it in my head because I like.
Okay.
Because I have opinions on how games probably go, but it will not be tracked.
All right. Next up is RU. We got Ampha versus Joel. Joel,
I'm going Ampha.
Okay. Right.
Ampha, easy.
Yep, I'm also going Ampha. Ampha, established RU main. Would not be hard pressed to see them lose. NU, we got Diamond's Realm versus Ninja. What a highlight.
Yeah, shoot.
This is a highlight.
I don't remember how the Diamonds game went because I kind of want to be boring and just pick Ninja, but I was like, well, did Diamonds win their game?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah.
Who did they beat again?
Big Tony.
Oh, no, I'm still going Ninja.
Who are you picking, Pokeart?
I'm going Diamond's Realm, I think.
Oh, this one's a tough one. I like both players, and their NU game is very strong. I think I'm gonna.
Diamonds is actually a fairly new player, but already made it into SCL.
So goated.
That's pretty big.
So goated. And Ninja, of course, we know him from years and years and years. He's really good. Yeah, I might just give.
I think he's a little rusty, though.
Yeah, I might think he's a little rusty, too. So I'm gonna go with a slight edge to Diamond's Realm.
It hurts.
Alright, next up is PU. We got Tilanet versus Druid. Another highlight match.
There's a lot of good games in here. Damn.
Yeah,
for
real.
Yeah, they are.
Although, I know who I'm going with.
Let's hear it.
Who are you going with, Pokeart?
Lenny.
Really? How come?
He's the GOAT. I've teamed with him before. He is so goated.
He's very committed. He's one of.
Lenny is the T-Silenet something.
It's Tilanet.
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 Yes.
Tilanet. Alright.
He beat Balor last week. And yeah.
Right, that game did happen. Did I even think that highly of Balor in that game? Hold up. I did think. Dang. I don't know why. I was like ready to pick Drud. And I can't actually. Wait, is Drud the person I'm thinking of? Oh no, I'm thinking of the LCer. Never mind. Dang. Yeah, no, I'm gonna go Lenny. That's so sad. I'm rooting for Drud though.
Oh man, as much as I want to root for Tilanet, I think I'm going Druid. I really think I'm going Druid here.
What?
Fair.
I respect it. I respect the pun.
I will say that Lenny is goated. However, Druid is similarly goated. And I think just to edge out for both of their skill, I think I'm going Druid over Lenny.
He's picked Druid. Mm-hmm. He's beaten Druid before. He'll do it again.
Oh, I wish.
Well,
I wish we could see that. I wish we could see that game again. Because I think that was that game where Lenny and Druid had that legendary game before. So.
I believe so.
Yeah. Next up is Timo versus Loki Fan. And Timo won in a shock.
Alright, Bar, you're doing a little bit of hating on Timo here. Timo is like a very much a respectable player.
I don't know Timo.
I would now.
Yeah, but he beat Loki Fan. That's definitely an upset, no?
Oh, well, I thought you were talking for last week, and I was like, alright, he's talking about Timo. Timo's not bottom of the table.
No, but, Timo and Loki Fan, they played earlier today. They know John. Timo won.
Oh, they already played? Wait,
yes.
What?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, they played.
What the? Okay, let me find the team.
Oh.
You know how we handle predicts that already happened? We say who we thought was gonna win.
Well,
I was gonna say Loki fan. None of you are ever saying Teemo. I'm telling you right now, I'm putting $20 on you. None of you were ever saying Teemo. It was not happening.
I am not saying
Teemo.
I am not saying Teemo would win. God damn it.
No one except the pick.
Oh my god.
Yeah, and Monotype. We saw Tare versus Drizzle, which was happening while we were recording.
Wait, what?
Oh my goodness.
Yes, they did play while we were recording. Well, who are you going for?
I'm sorry.
Well, who are you going with, okay? Who are you going with?
I already said it. I said it before it got announced that I was going with Drizzle.
And what about you, Pokeheart?
I don't know. Who are you going with?
Drizzle.
Is Drizzle really that good in mono these days?
I mean,
I don't know. I just recognized the name. And you won last week. You'll do it again.
They did win last week, and they are experienced.
I'm sorry. I'm actually so annoyed that this Little Cup game literally did not get linked or pinged anywhere in Little Cup Cord. What are we doing, y'all? Oh.
Lol.
Bro. How does that happen? Okay.
Who did you win for, Pokeheart? Who did you win for?
I guess I'll agree with you and go Drizzle. You probably know better than me. I don't know.
Yeah, okay. Let's go Drizzle. Alright, doubles OU. Novax versus Pig Warrior.
I didn't know Novax was in this tournament. I kind of feel bad.
Pig Warrior.
I'm going Pig.
I was literally just talking. Wait, how did I not know this? I was literally just talking to Novax about this tournament. And I was like, that's weird he knows so much about it. Because he's in it.
Yeah, well, he has competed before, and didn't perform well back then, so hopefully he improves here, but I'm going with Pig Warrior.
Novax, for disrespecting you, like, literally not even a minute ago, I have to pred you now. I'm sorry.
That's quality friendship right there, Greedy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm friends with Pig too, but the Keanu brought trolling team and Pig gets insane matchup fish. It's coming back to me, and it's like, well, there's no way you get insane matchup fish twice in a row. So yeah, go Novax.
All right. Next up, we have the Ranbats Best of 3 game between Just Out and Lady Rider.
I've not seen any of these players before. I only know Lady Rider from Little Cup. They don't look great there, so I'm going to use that to judge that Just Out wins.
And who are you going for, Pokeheart?
Who are you going for?
Oh my.
Honestly, I don't know. Both players are good at Ranbats. I'm thinking Lady Rider. I was generally more impressed with their play. Even though they did lose, like, 3 in their 3-game series, it's still, like, a 3-game series versus Hammy, so, yeah. Lady Rider.
You read my mind.
So you're both
like,
going
those exact thoughts, literally.
Yeah, Lady Rider. So we're both going Lady Rider here.
Yes.
Alright, National Dex?
And Greedy's going Just Out.
Yep. Oh, this is a rough Dex game.
National Dex, we got Nashrock versus Rahul.
Oh my god. I don't know.
I think Nashrock.
Yeah, for real.
They both played well.
Alright, who are you going, Greedy?
Who did you say you were going, McCoy?
I'm gonna go with Nashrock. I generally I thought, like, Nashrock was going to be, repeat the same performance as last year, but no, Nashrock to win National Dex. I think he's found his tier.
Okay, I just need to get my refresher on the Nashrock game, because I did quite like how Raul played in theirs. I was quite impressed. Alright, well, I didn't... Oh, there it is. What was the Nash team again? He had the double Psychic. Gets a pretty big Power Whip miss as well. Zama didn't get any turns right. Adios. I'm going Raul.
Rahul? Okay.
I'm going around a rule here.
Ooh.
All right.
This one is biased because we're on a team together in the little cup tour that I've brought up a couple times now, and yeah, that's about it.
All
That's just
right.
good. I can't wait to watch that game. But yeah.
All right, and finally, now Greedy, you can take a back seat now because I know your voice must be tired after recording for nearly 5 hours. Scream!
Bro, I've gone through almost 2 gallons of water. It's insane. I don't know how y'all manage to do this every week.
Me too. Scream versus Pillsbury Fido Boys. All right, first off, Poke Art. We get to predict how. First off, we have Uber's Terracotta versus Ainsgrad.
Oh,
I like this.
That's a good match.
I like this one. Between two of your friends.
Yeah, that's the problem.
So who are you picking? Who is the better player of the two?
Why are you asking me?
Dude, you know.
You say it first.
Okay, fine. I'm picking Terracotta. Sorry, Ains.
Oh.
Even though I know Terracotta hates this tier, like, it's friggin' Terracotta still Terracotta's still a GOAT. So Terracotta for me.
I'm going Ains.
Wow.
I think
You're going against Terracotta?
He's more active. He's more active in the tier in recent. You know what I mean.
I know.
He's played the tier more recently.
Yeah, he's more contributive recently. Yeah.
And he probably has better support. That's what I'm guessing.
Okay, fair enough. Next up, we have the OU game, Keshba versus Tenebrosite. Well. Finally, we're seeing the GOAT here. Who you picking, Pokeart?
Tenebrosite, though that might be bias.
I also am going Tenebrosite. Not to be biased again.
I support bias picking. No, don't say not to be biased. Bias picking is always entertaining. It makes for good content. Move on to the next person.
I mean, no disrespect to Keshba, but I think Tenebrosite's better. So, next up we have...
And it's as simple as that. Next match.
We got Irene versus Dunox. Again, this is a matchup I don't see going smoothly for the Scream team. I'm going Dunox all the way. Even though they did suffer a loss, it was a fairly bad loss. So, I hope they bounce back, and Dunox should win. What about you, Pokeart?
Yeah, Dunox.
Hey, that's what I like to hear. Let's go team.
Time. We got Fiend versus Taking Notes Kinda.
I thought Fiend wasn't Fiend in RU last week?
He was.
Yes.
He was. And Just Franco was in UU, so they did a swap.
They switched it too. Interesting. Good to know. I will do nothing with that information. That's just
so,
that's a little fun fact.
Man, Taking Notes Kinda did beat 691, but is it enough for us to pick over Fiend, Pokeart?
No.
Yeah, me neither. I'm going Fiend.
What?
I'm going Fiend all the way.
I am going Fiend as well.
Alright, this one is a highlight match for the ages. Just Franco versus Stories. So, Pokeart, this one's a tough one. Who are you picking?
Franco.
Wow, alright. Well, yes, Franco
that was so determined. You didn't even think about it. You just knew.
It's Franco.
It's Stories too. Stories though in RU has been interesting. It's an interesting experiment, but I'm also going Franco. I think Franco. Franco
Stories,
is
no.
a goat. I'm sorry. Stories is also a goat.
Yeah,
but
you wouldn't think I'd be predicting against Stories most times, but this is just one of those times. Sorry, man.
yeah.
It's okay. He'll make you pay for it. Don't worry.
Oh, stories will definitely.
Oh, what's he personally gonna do to make me pay for it?
He's ruining your predicts by winning this week. That's what he's doing.
Yeah, -1. All right, next up is NU. We have Big Tony versus Shenjaneer. Should be fairly obvious who wins here, PokeArt.
Yeah.
Shenjaneer? Shenjaneer?
Yes.
Shenjaneer.
Yeah. Yeah.
Shenjaneer, all the way. PU, we have Lore versus Esteban. Okay. Esteban, we know is good. But Lore, I see them transitioning PU, and I think, first week didn't go so well, but I think they'll bounce back. Lore to win.
I agree.
LC. We have Greedy EB versus Iron Pikachu. Well. Sell me.
Yeah.
I'm
gonna be so disappointed with myself if I lose this game. Because oh my lord, losing last week was bad. And I played not great either.
Mm-hmm.
But to be biased, oh my lord, Iron Pika, that team did not look good.
Oh,
so
man.
I honestly even though I'm here, I could realistically see the line for either person. So I will not be offended if you go Iron Pika, because I can see the line.
Oh no, I'm going Greedy. I'm going you all the way. I think you're.
I am too.
I think you're.
I will do my best not to trash y'all's predicts now.
Please don't.
Stories will screw you guys over. They're winning their game, but I will try my best now.
Well, that story. Well, you better not ruin your own chances, man. All right.
Look, I will figure out how I'm beating her in a game of Pokemon at some point. So well. I want to hear these last four. Honestly, I think the UU, RU, NU was not UU, RU. UU, RU were good games, and I think the bottom four here are also really good.
All right. Next up is Monotype, where we got Fidoughs versus Royal Reloaded. PokeArt, is this fairly obvious?
Is it?
You weren't really impressed by Royal's performance last week, but I wasn't also impressed by Fidoughs either.
Yeah. I guess I'll go Royal Reloaded.
That's a very reluctant...
You sound so depressed.
Yeah, it's a very reluctant...
I guess.
It's a very reluctant pick, but yes, we're going with Royal Reloaded.
Alright, they won't disappoint you either.
I wouldn't be surprised if Fidoughs wins, though.
Same here, honestly. Doubles OU, Jadino Bambino, competing for the first time in these videos versus Sea Life. I've not uttered Jadino's name once in these videos.
Nico,
I've never heard of this person before.
Again for Fidoughs and Royal?
Royal.
Oh, okay. Just trying to keep up on the predict sheet.
Sea Life versus Jadino, though. Who you picking, PokeArt?
I'll go Sea Life.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm also good.
Jadino has a crazy name. I won't lie. If they play again in week 3 onwards, and I do additional predicts, I'm picking them every single time. That name is crazy. However, you're against my teammate. No, I cannot. No, you're against my teammate.
If you want to know who Jadino is, they're tour staff.
And
I take it all back. Never mind. You're against every week. No, the name is so good though.
I like the name as well. And Jadino's best, one of their best tiers is doubles. So he might pose a challenge here, but I'm also going for Sea Life.
I've seen him win doubles. I've seen him win in doubles room tours a few times before.
Me too. Ranbats, we saw Rafta versus Lechin.
Me.
Well...
What was that?
I'm snoring. Sorry, you said Ranbats? Man, who cares?
It's your own.
Are you about
team.
to care when I predict against your teammate?
I won't care because my teammate will prove you wrong. However, Ranbats, honestly, I didn't even know this was in the tournament until like the Monday week 1 came out, and I was like, what is Rand's doing here? And yeah, that was my experience. But yeah, no, it's Rand's. I do not overly care.
I'm gonna fill in Mikoi's predict because I already know what he's gonna say.
Rafna.
And what are you saying, Mikoi?
Rafna to win. He's just the GOAT. And then finally, oh my god, National Dex, actual highlight match? Question mark. National Dex leader Omar versus National Dex leader Silu.
Oh, that's pretty neat. I didn't know they both were.
There you go.
Yeah, it's not obvious until you actually look at Omar's banner.
So 2 National Dex leaders going at it. Okay, who are you picking?
I'm thinking Silu simply because they won last week and I don't really have much other basis to go off of.
Me too.
I didn't even know Solar. Silu, I didn't even know was a National Dex leader until y'all brought it up. Omar, I literally had never heard of until today when I looked at the. No, you could have told me. Literally anyone was a leader of their tier, and if it wasn't like Fiend and Hacker, I would have probably believed because I know those 2 actually are tier leaders. But you could have said like anyone else, I'd be like, oh damn, that's crazy. I didn't know that.
It's your own damn teammate. It's Elo.
I know Hackers LC. I don't play Nactex. You could have told me you guys were on the council for that tier, and I'd be like, dang, that's crazy. I don't see you guys play that ever.
I know. Alright, so I'm going also with Silu. Generally thought Silu was better. And
sorry, what did you just say?
I said Silu to win.
Oh, okay.
Alright.
Ow.
And that brings us to the end of this long video.
It's too easy. It's too easy, y'all.
Just for reference's sake, that this video almost hit 5 hours.
They definitely took over, because I think we started the call at 6:00 something, and it's 11:00 something.
Yeah, well.
I don't think it was 6:00 something, but oh, right. Your time, yes.
In our time,
it was 6:08 for you.
It's midnight over there.
It has been 5 hours.
It's 5 on the dot. It's 5 on the dot, baby.
Yeah, at 5 hours, it's midnight on PokeArt side. It's noon on my end. I need to rest my voice now. Thank you.
Noon? Oh my goodness. I didn't know what time zone you were.
It's literally the opposite of where PokeArt is. So,
that's fair enough. The more you know.
So, thank you guys so much for watching. Please like this video, leave a comment, subscribe, click that notification bell so you won't miss a video once it comes out. I need to go rest my voice. Good God. You need to eat PokeArt.
I need to eat.
And Greedy, you need to sleep as well.
I appreciate you 2 having me on. This was very entertaining.
Yeah, thank you so much, Greedy, for coming on. I was gonna say, hopefully you come back for another spin at this, but like, after suffering through 5 hours with us,
if I do, I'll be quicker. I definitely rambled a little bit on literally all the little cupcakes because I had things to say.
No, don't worry about it. I mean, the little cup games. The little cup games are justifiable.
Little cups are tier.
Yeah, it's more justifiable there. But yeah, we definitely need to be more patient with these. Thank you guys so much for watching, and tune in to next week where we tackle week 2 recap and week 3 predicts. BLT's on their way. Hopefully, players go create less hacksy games. All right, thank you guys so much for watching. This has been Mikoi signing out.
Farewell.
It's too easy.